Hey there. Tonight is going to be tender and gentle. I'm Nick, the real Nick from Chilling Lullabies, and I promise to take care of you through these hours ahead. If you have been holding it together all day, you can let go now. These mysterious stories will hold you instead. Let the weight slide off your shoulders and sink into whatever is holding you up right now. A few ads in the first 10 minutes only, then uninterrupted peace for the rest. If this becomes your tender place for rest, please subscribe and leave a like to help others find it too. Tell me where you are letting go from tonight in the comments. You're safe here. Now let us begin together. The mechanic at the Texaco station knelt beside the rear tire longer than he needed to. His flashlight beam moved across the tread in a grid pattern, left to right, then back. Carol Jensen watched him from the driver's window. It was 17 minutes past midnight, and the station was the only light for 30 miles in any direction. When he stood, he leaned close to her door and spoke quietly. "Get off these roads. They're reading your dust." She asked him what he meant. He gestured at the dirt road stretching south, told her about the dust she kicked up, and said not to stop again. Then he walked back toward the service bay. She paid him through the window and pulled back onto Highway 40. The station's fluorescent glare shrank in the rearview mirror until it was a pinpoint, then nothing. The dashboard clock read 12:22. She was 14 miles into the route and had another 60 to go before the delivery point. Carol had been watching the dust plume for the last 10 miles without understanding what she was seeing. It hung in the air behind the station wagon like a pale banner, catching moonlight, settling slow. She had driven enough back roads to know how dust behaved, how it rose, how long it lasted, how winds scattered it. This plume was different. It stayed visible longer than it should. She could still see it 3 miles back, a faint smudge against the darkness, marking every turn she had made. Now she understood what the mechanic meant. Carol gave a freightliner for Werner Enterprises most weeks. Long hauls, predictable routes, decent pay. But Werner had nothing going west for the next 10 days, and her rent was due in 6. When the dispatcher at Frontier Freight called with a last-minute contract run, she took it. Selena to a grain cooperative somewhere in western Kansas. Light load, solo drive, overnight delivery. They offered her $300 for 74 miles, which was twice the going rate. She asked why. The dispatcher said the regular driver had called in sick and they needed someone who knew back roads. Carol knew back roads. The route sheet Frontier gave her was specific. Highway 40 west out of Salina, then a series of county roads threading south and west through unpopulated rangeland. No highway driving after the first 14 miles. The delivery window was tight. She had to reach the cooperative by 3 o'clock. Or the contract was void. The dispatcher told her a company rep named Ray Bowen would shadow the route in case she had trouble. She met him briefly in the Frontier parking lot before she left. He had a road atlas open on the hood of a Plymouth Fury, marked up with pen annotations along the exact road she would be driving. She asked him why a freight company needed someone to follow a routine delivery. He said the roads were isolated and cell service was non-existent. If she broke down, she would need a tow. If she got lost, he would know where to find her. Seemed reasonable at the time. She turned south onto County Road 16. The pavement ended after a quarter mile and became hard-packed dirt. Dust rose behind the station wagon in a plume that glowed pale gray in the taillights. The road ran straight between wheat fields that had been harvested a month ago. Stubble extended to the horizon on both sides. There were no other headlights. At 12:41, she passed a grain elevator. The structure rose from the flat land like a cathedral, white-painted concrete catching moonlight. She checked the rearview mirror. A man knelt in the road 3 miles behind her. She took her foot off the accelerator and let the station wagon slow. The man did not move. He was holding something in both hands, pointed down at the road surface. A flashlight, she thought at first. But the beam was wrong. It was violet blue, not white. She stopped the car. The engine idled. The man stayed in his crouch for another 30 seconds, then stood and walked to the shoulder. The blue light went dark. A pickup truck's headlights came on, and the vehicle pulled away, heading north. Carol waited 2 minutes, then drove on. County Road 16 intersected with County Road 9 at a T-junction, marked by a stop sign and nothing else. Carol turned east. The dirt road was narrower here, barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. Wheat stubble gave way to rangeland on the north side. Barbed wire fencing ran parallel to the road, the posts leaning at angles. She checked the rearview mirror every 30 seconds. It was a habit from the road. You looked, you noted what was there, you looked again. The road behind her was empty. Dust hung in the air where she had passed, illuminated by moonlight, then settled. At 1:14, she crested a low rise and the road descended into a shallow basin. A farmhouse at a quarter-mile off the road to the south, dark except for a porch light. She could see a barn, a windmill, a cluster of outbuildings. As she passed, a dog barked twice and went silent. The road climbed out of the basin. She checked the mirror. A man knelt in the road 2 miles back, just past the farmhouse. Carol slowed the station wagon to 30 miles per hour and watched. The man held the same violet blue light she had seen before. He aimed it at the road surface, moved it slowly from the center line toward the shoulder, then back. The motion was deliberate. He was examining something. She stopped the car and turned off the headlights. The engine continued to run. In the darkness, the man's light became sharper. It was ultraviolet, she realized. A UV lantern, the kind used to detect scorpions or check currency. He swept it across the tire tracks she had left in the dirt. He stood. The light stayed on. He pointed it down the road in her direction. And even at 2 miles, she could see him turn his head, tracking the line of her path. Then he raised his other hand. In it was something too small to identify at this distance, but the gesture was unmistakable. He was pointing at her. She turned the headlights back on and accelerated. The speedometer climbed to 50, then 60. The station wagon shuddered on the uneven road. Dust rooster-tailed behind her. When she checked the mirror again, the man was gone. At 1:29. She passed an abandoned schoolhouse, 1 room, windows boarded over. The road bent south, then east again, following section lines. The land was flat enough that she could see 4 miles in any direction. There were no headlights, no taillights, no structures except the occasional grain bin or collapsed homestead. She reached for the CB radio mounted under the dashboard and keyed the microphone. She called for Ray Bowen on Channel 19, then tried Channel 9. Static hissed from the speaker. She keyed the microphone again. The static continued, empty and flat. She returned the microphone to its clip. Ray had told her he would stay within 10 miles, close enough to reach her if the station wagon broke down, but far enough back that she wouldn't see his headlights. He said he would monitor the CB. 2 hours into the route, with men kneeling in the dirt behind her, she wanted confirmation that someone was listening. The road straightened. She pushed the accelerator down and watched the speedometer needle touch 70. The station wagon's frame vibrated. Small rocks pinged against the undercarriage. After 3 miles, she slowed to 40 and checked the mirror. A third man knelt in the road, 5 miles back near a bridge that crossed a dry creek bed. This one had a dog. She could see it sitting beside him, a large animal, pale-colored. The man aimed his UV light at the road, and the dog's head turned to follow the beam. Then the man stood, and the dog stood with him. He gestured towards Carol's direction. The dog did not bark. It simply watched. Carol turned her attention back to the road ahead. Her hands were damp on the steering wheel. She wiped her right palm on her jeans, then her left. The mechanic's words returned to her. They're reading your dust, not tracking her visually, not following her headlights, reading the dust, reading the road, reading her tire tracks. Carol drove another 8 miles before she saw the fourth one. This tracker stood beside a cattle gate at the intersection of County Road 9 and an unmarked ranch access road. He did not crouch. He held the UV lantern at waist height and swept it across the roadbed in a slow arc, east to west, illuminating her tire tracks. As she approached, he turned off the light and stepped behind a fence post. She passed within 40 feet of him. In her headlights, she saw a man in his 30s wearing a denim jacket and a canvas hunting vest. He carried something on his belt. A radio, she thought, or a holster. She did not slow down. In the rearview mirror, she watched him step back into the road, crouch, and turn the UV light on again. He examined the fresh tracks she had just laid down. Then he lifted the radio. It was definitely radio, and spoke into it. The pattern was clear. They were not following her. They were confirming her route. Each tracker examined the road, verified her direction, and reported to someone else. Coordination implied infrastructure. Infrastructure implied an organization large enough to position men at intervals across 60 miles of back roads. Carol had heard stories, truck stop whispers, the kind that got passed around rest areas west of Wichita and never made it into official channels. Drivers talked about the Salina runs. Independent contractors offered double-rate cash jobs through the western rangelands, routes that went quiet on the CB after midnight. Empty vehicles found weeks later on county roads, no sign of the driver. She had dismissed it as road legend. Drivers spooked each other for entertainment during long hauls. But the UV lanterns were real. The trackers were real. The coordinated network was real. They were hunting someone. She reached another T-junction and turned south onto County Road 4. She was more than halfway to the delivery point. The abandoned grain cooperative was 14 miles ahead. Someone from Frontier was supposed to meet her there at 3 o'clock to offload the cargo. She checked the dashboard clock, 1:58. She had an hour to cover 14 miles, and the road ahead was empty. A fifth tracker appeared at 2:11, kneeling beside a culvert where the road crossed a drainage ditch. This one had 2 dogs, both German shepherds, sitting at heel. The dogs watched the station wagon pass. They did not bark. The man did not look up. He kept his UV light trained on the road, tracing the tire marks in both directions, hers heading south and older tracks heading north. He was comparing them. Carol understood what he was looking for. Her tracks were fresh, the dirt still loose. Older tracks had been smoothed by wind. The UV light would show something else, though. Some chemical signature in the tire rubber, perhaps. Some trace element that marked her vehicle specifically. The mechanic had called it dust, but that was shorthand. Whatever they were reading, it was specific to her car. She considered the routes on Frontier's instruction sheet. County Road 4 continued south for 11 miles, then intersected with Highway 96. If she turned west onto 96, she could reach the town of Leoti in 20 minutes. Leoti had a sheriff's station, a hospital, witnesses. If she turned east, she could loop back north on County Road 18 and approach the delivery point from a different direction. Or she could stay on County Road 4 and follow the route Frontier had given her. The contract required her to stay on the assigned roads. Deviating meant voiding the delivery, which meant no payment. But the instruction sheet had not mentioned men with UV lanterns. It had not mentioned a tracking system that kept its distance. She checked the rearview mirror. The fifth tracker was standing now, radio in hand. Behind him, 3 miles back, headlights appeared. A single vehicle, moving fast. Carol pressed the accelerator. The station wagon climbed to 65. The headlights behind her maintained their distance for 2 miles, then began to close. She could see them more clearly now. A pickup truck, dark-colored, riding high on off-road suspension. It was not attempting to overtake her. It was pacing her. At 2:24, she reached a crossroads. County Road 4 continued south. An unmarked gravel road branched west toward a line of trees that marked the Kansas-Colorado border. She slowed to 20 miles per hour. The pickup truck behind her slowed as well, maintaining a half-mile gap. Carol turned west onto the unmarked road. The pickup truck stopped. Its headlights stayed on, pointing south down County Road 4. It did not follow her. She drove a quarter mile, watching the mirror. The pickup remained motionless. Then its headlights went dark. When she crested a small rise and looked back, the intersection was empty. They were not following her because they did not need to. They already knew where she was going. They were reading the road. The unmarked road deteriorated after the first mile. Washboard ruts jolted the station wagon's suspension. Carol dropped her speed to 30. The trees she had seen from the crossroads resolved into a windbreak. A single row of cottonwoods planted decades ago, now mature, their branches bare against the sky. Beyond them was more rangeland, more fence posts, more darkness. She had been on the unmarked road for 6 minutes when she saw the lantern. It was a quarter mile ahead, on the north side of the road near a collapsed barn. The violet-blue light moved in a familiar pattern. A slow sweep across the roadbed, then a pause, then another sweep. Carol let the station wagon coast to a stop 200 yards short of the position. She turned off the headlights. The tracker continued working. He did not react to her presence. His lantern illuminated something on the ground, and he crouched lower to examine it. Carol could see his silhouette against the faint glow, a heavy-set man wearing a cap. No dog, no visible radio. He was alone. She had turned off County Road 4 less than 10 minutes ago. This road was not on Frontier's route sheet. It did not appear on the instruction map except as an unmarked access road, unpaved, rarely used. Yet here was another tracker, examining the ground with the same equipment, using the same method. They had not followed her here. They had been waiting. The man stood and turned toward the station wagon. He raised the lantern higher and aimed it in her direction. The UV light was invisible at this distance, but Carol could see the faint purple corona around the bulb. He held the position for 5 seconds, then lowered the lantern and walked to a vehicle parked behind the collapsed barn. Headlights came on. Another pickup truck, this one white. It pulled onto the road and drove north away from her. Carol sat in the dark station wagon and reconsidered what she knew. Frontier Freight had given her a blue Ford Country Squire with Nebraska plates. The vehicle was 12 years old, showing 73,000 miles on the odometer. She had walked around it in the parking lot before driving away, looking for obvious problems. Leaking fluids, worn belts, bald tires. Nothing stood out. But the tires were new. The dispatcher had mentioned it when he handed her the keys. Fresh treads, he had said. Safer for back roads. Carol restarted the engine and turned the headlights back on. She drove forward to the spot where the tracker had been crouching and stopped. She left the engine running and got out. The dirt road was 6 inches deep in fine dust. Her tire tracks were clearly visible in the headlight beams. 2 parallel grooves, sharp-edged, the tread pattern pressed into the surface. She knelt and examined them the way the tracker had. In normal light, they looked unremarkable. The tread was a standard radial pattern, the kind used on thousands of passenger vehicles. She walked back to the station wagon and opened the rear cargo area. She kept road supplies in a plastic bin, a first aid kit, road flares, bottled water, a flashlight, and a spare CB handset in case the dash unit failed. She retrieved the flashlight and returned to the tire tracks. The flashlight had a blue filter attachment for map reading. She screwed it into place and turned the flashlight on. The blue light was a weak approximation of ultraviolet, but it was enough. In the filtered beam, she could see tire tracks pressed into the dirt. The pattern was clear. Standard radial treads, the same type as her station wagons, but she could not tell if they were hers or the white pickups. Both vehicles had stopped at this spot within the last 30 minutes. Carol turned off the flashlight and stood. The wind moved through the cottonwoods with a sound like running water. She looked north where the white pickup truck had disappeared, then south, back toward County Road 4. The tracker had been examining something with his lantern, something specific in the tire marks. The trackers were positioned at intervals, confirming routes, relaying information. They were reading the roads. She walked around the station wagon and examined each tire. They were identical. Goodyear Eagles, Blackwall, size P 225, 75 R15. The sidewalls showed no unusual markings. The tread looked factory standard. But under UV light, they would glow. Under UV light, they would tell anyone with the right equipment exactly where she had been and where she was going. Carol got back into the driver's seat. The dashboard clock read 2:37. The delivery point was 11 miles southeast. She could backtrack to County Road 4, follow her original route, and arrive on schedule. Or she could continue west on this unmarked road and try to find a town, a highway, another route entirely. Both options assumed the same thing, that she was the target, that the tracking system existed to hunt her, that when the hunters closed in, Ray Bowen would be somewhere behind her, close enough to help. She keyed the CB microphone and called for Ray on Channel 19. No response. She tried Channel 9, the emergency frequency. Static. She replaced the microphone and reached for the spare CB handset in the cargo area. She extended the antenna and tried both channels again. The static was unbroken. Carol set the spare handset on the passenger seat and put the station wagon in gear. She turned around in a three-point maneuver and drove back toward County Road 4. The tire tracks she had left on the unmarked road glowed behind her in the rearview mirror, faintly visible in the moonlight, even without ultraviolet. She had written her route into the dirt. Anyone with a lantern could read it. Carol reached County Road 4 at 2:51. The intersection was empty. No trackers, no vehicles, no lights. She turned south and accelerated to 50 miles per hour. The station wagon's tires drummed against the hardpack. Every rotation stamped the chemical code into the dirt, writing her position across the landscape for anyone who wanted to read it. She had 11 miles to the delivery point and 9 minutes to cover them if she wanted to arrive on schedule. The schedule no longer seemed relevant. What mattered was understanding what she was driving. Carol slowed as she approached a one-lane bridge that crossed a dry creek bed. The bridge was wooden, the planks weathered gray. She stopped before crossing and got out again. The tire tracks behind her were visible in the moonlight. She walked back 30 feet and knelt. Without the UV light, the chemical pattern was invisible. The tracks looked ordinary, but she knew what was there. The particles embedded in the tread were fluorescing compounds, probably rare earth elements or phosphorescent dyes. The tread pattern itself had been molded with irregularities, small notches or ridges spaced at specific intervals. Together, they created a signature unique to this vehicle, a fingerprint written in dirt. Carol stood and walked to the station wagon. She opened the driver's door and retrieved the spare CB handset. She tried Channel 9 again, holding the microphone close and speaking clearly. She called for Ray Bowen. She gave her position as County Road 4, 9 miles north of Highway 96. She said she needed help. The static hissed. She waited 30 seconds and repeated the transmission. Nothing. Ray was supposed to be within 10 miles. The CB had a range of 15 miles under open sky conditions. If he was where he said he would hear her. If he was not responding, something had prevented him. Carol replaced the handset in the cargo area and returned to the driver's seat. She pulled the route sheet from the glove compartment and studied it under the dome light. County Road 4 continued south for 7 miles before intersecting Highway 96. The delivery point was 2 miles west of the intersection, accessible by a dirt access road, an abandoned grain cooperative where someone from Frontier would meet her at 3 o'clock, or they would not be there. And she would arrive at an empty building with trackers behind her and hunters ahead. Carol refolded the sheet. The dashboard clock read 3:04. She had missed the delivery window by 4 minutes. She started the engine and drove across the wooden bridge. The planks rumbled under the tires. On the far side, the road climbed a gentle slope and straightened. She could see 3 miles ahead. No lights, no vehicles. The system made sense now. Frontier modified the tires, installed them on vehicles they controlled, and sent drivers onto predetermined routes. The trackers positioned themselves at intervals, confirmed the target's progress, and relayed information to the hunters. The hunters did not need to follow closely. They knew where the target was going. They could set up ambush points, cut off escape routes, and close in when the target was most isolated. The UV reactive treads turned every mile of dirt road into a navigation beacon. Carol had taken this contract because she needed money. What she had not expected was to be driving a vehicle specifically designed to be hunted. The station wagon was not transportation. It was a tracking device. Every mile she drove, she transmitted her location to an unknown number of observers. And if Frontier had modified her tires, they could modify others. Ray Bowen was driving a Plymouth Fury. He had told her he worked for Frontier. He had shown her the road atlas with every turn annotated. She did not know how long he had been with the company or whether he understood what kind of operation Frontier was running, or whether the atlas he carried had been marked by someone who drove these roads before and never came back. She thought about Ray, the brief conversation in the parking lot, the atlas open on the hood, his assurance that he would stay close, that if anything went wrong, he would know where to find her. The CB had been silent for 2 hours. Carol pressed the accelerator and watched the speedometer climb past 70. The station wagon shook. Dust filled the air behind her in a plume visible for miles. She drove for 6 minutes without slowing, then crested a rise and saw the intersection ahead. Highway 96 ran east-west, a 2-lane blacktop cutting across the rangeland. The grain cooperative was 2 miles west, a cluster of silos and sheds silhouetted against the horizon. Carol turned west and stayed on the dirt access road that paralleled the highway. The cooperative grew larger. She could see the main building now, a 3-story concrete structure with boarded windows. No vehicles were parked outside. No lights were visible. She stopped a quarter-mile short of the delivery point and turned off the engine. The silence was immediate. No wind, no traffic, no movement. She sat in the dark station wagon and stared at the empty cooperative. Ray Bowen was not there. Carol Jensen had been driving freight for 11 years. She had hauled grain, lumber, refrigerated goods, and oversized machinery across 8 states. She knew how to read a map, how to handle a breakdown, and how to recognize when a job was not what the dispatcher had described. This job was not what the dispatcher had described. She restarted the station wagon and drove the remaining quarter mile to the grain cooperative. The access road ended at a loading dock where trucks had once collected wheat. The dock was concrete, cracked and buckled from years of freeze-thaw cycles. Weeds grew through the gaps. Carol pulled alongside the dock and turned off the engine. Frontier's route sheet had listed this as the delivery point. Someone from the company would meet her here at 3 o'clock to offload the cargo. The isolation made sense for freight transfer. No witnesses, no questions about what was being moved or why, but no one was here. No truck, no crew, no Ray Bowen. She got out and walked to the corner of the main building. The ground behind it was empty except for rusted machinery and a collapsed grain auger. No Plymouth Fury, no tire tracks, no evidence that anyone had been here in weeks. She returned to the station wagon and retrieved the spare CB handset. She tried Channel 19 first, calling for Ray Bowen. She waited. The static did not change. She switched to Channel 9, the emergency frequency, and transmitted her name, her position, and a request for anyone listening to respond. The radio remained silent. Carol set the handset on the hood of the station wagon and walked a slow perimeter around the cooperative. She was looking for signs that Ray had been here. Tire impression, footprints, anything indicating a second vehicle had waited for her arrival. The ground behind the main building was undisturbed except for old machinery rust and wind-scattered debris. She found nothing. At 3:26, she returned to the station wagon and opened the cargo area. Her road supplies included a Thomas Guide map book covering western Kansas. She pulled it out and flipped to the Wichita County page. The nearest telephone was in Leady and 15 miles west on Highway 96. She could reach it in 20 minutes. She could call the Wallace County Sheriff, report her position, and ask them to send someone to find Ray Bowen. She could describe the trackers, the UV lanterns, the tire tracks that glowed. She could try to explain what she did not fully understand. Carol replaced the map book in the cargo area and closed the hatch. She stood beside the station wagon and looked north, back the way she had come. The dirt access road was pale in the moonlight. Her tire tracks ran straight down its center, 2 parallel lines marked with a chemical signature invisible to her but glowing under ultraviolet light. She had driven 60 miles since leaving the Texaco station. Every mile had been recorded in the dirt. She thought about the trackers she had seen. 5 men, 4 vehicles, 2 dogs. None of them had approached her. None had attempted to force her off the road or block her path. They had simply watched, confirmed her position, and moved on. They were not the hunters. They were the support network, which meant the hunters were somewhere else. Carol got back into the driver's seat and started the engine. She did not drive toward Leatee. She turned north onto the access road and retraced her route toward County Road 4. The station wagon's headlights illuminated the same landscape she had passed 20 minutes earlier, empty rangeland, barbed wire, fence posts. The odometer counted backward, 72.8 miles, 72.3 miles, 71.9 miles. She was looking for Ray's tracks. The Plymouth Fury was a full-size sedan with a wide wheelbase. Its tires would leave a distinct impression. Deeper grooves than the station wagon, spaced farther apart. Ray had said he would follow the same route, staying far enough back that she would not see his headlights. If he had driven onto County Road 4, there would be evidence. Carol reached the intersection with County Road 4 at 3:41. She stopped and got out with the flashlight. She walked to the center of the intersection and knelt. Her tire tracks were easy to identify, fresh, sharp-edged, overlapping from her southbound trip and her return north. But there were other tracks as well. A pickup truck had crossed the intersection from west to east within the last few hours. A passenger car had turned from County Road 4 onto the access road, heading south toward the cooperative. The car's tracks were narrower than the pickups, but wider than the station wagons. Carol aimed the flashlight at the passenger car tracks and followed them south for 20 feet. The tread pattern was different from hers. The spacing between tires was different. But the depth and the sharpness suggested recent passage, within the last 2 hours. She walked back to the station wagon and retrieved the blue filter attachment. She screwed it onto the flashlight and returned to the passenger car tracks. Under the filtered blue light, the tracks glowed. The glow was faint, dimmer than her own tire marks, but unmistakable. The same phosphorescent particles, the same regular pattern along the outer edges. The passenger car had been equipped with the same UV-reactive tires. Carol turned off the flashlight and stood. The wind had picked up. It moved across the open land with a low rushing sound. She walked back to the station wagon and sat in the driver's seat with the door open. Ray Bowen had been driving a Plymouth Fury, a full-size sedan. Company car, he had said. Frontier Freight provided it for route shadowing and emergency assistance. The tires glowed under UV light. Carol closed the door and keyed the CB microphone. She spoke slowly and clearly. She called for Ray Bowen on Channel 19. She stated that she had found evidence of tire modification on his vehicle. She asked him to respond. The static was unbroken. She set the microphone down and stared at the instrument panel. The fuel gauge showed half a tank. The odometer showed 73.1 miles. The clock showed 3:47. Ray had left Selena around the same time Carol had, maybe a few minutes before. He said he would maintain a distance of 10 miles, close enough to reach her if the station wagon broke down, but far enough that she would not see his headlights. He said he would monitor the CB. Carol had last heard from Ray at 11:58, a brief squelch on Channel 19. His signal that he was still behind her, still listening. That was 3 hours and 49 minutes ago. In that time, she had driven the full route, seen 5 trackers, discovered the tire modification, and reached the delivery point. Ray had sent no radio traffic. He had not arrived at the grain cooperative. He had left no trace of his presence, and his vehicle had been marked with the same tires as hers. Carol drove north on County Road 4 for 3 miles, then pulled onto the shoulder and shut off the engine. She rolled down the driver's window. The night air was cold, carrying the smell of dust and dry grass. She listened. No engine sounds, no voices, no movement, except the wind. The land was flat enough that sound carried for miles. If a vehicle was approaching, she would hear it before she saw it. She waited 5 minutes, then started the engine and continued north. At 4:02, she reached the one-lane bridge where she had stopped earlier to examine the tire tracks. She crossed slowly and pulled off the road on the far side. This time she left the headlights on and got out with the flashlight and the blue filter. The tire tracks from Ray's vehicle were still visible at the intersection, heading south toward the grain cooperative. Carol walked north along County Road 4, following her own tracks backward. She was looking for the point where Ray had turned onto the dirt road from the highway. She found it a quarter-mile north of the bridge. The Plymouth Fury's tracks came from the east, from Highway 40, and turned south onto County Road 4. The tracks were deep and recent. Carol knelt and examined the tread pattern. Standard radial tires, the kind used on fleet vehicles. The spacing between the wheels matched a full-size sedan. The depth indicated weight. A single driver, cargo in the trunk. She attached the blue filter to the flashlight and aimed the beam at the tracks. They glowed. The phosphorescent pattern was identical to her own, regular marks along the outer edges of each track, repeating with the tire rotation. The compound was fainter here, as if the tires had traveled farther, and the chemical signature was wearing thin. But it was unmistakable. Carol stood and walked back to the station wagon. She sat in the driver's seat with the door open and the dome light on. She had called for Ray multiple times. on Channel 19 and Channel 9. She had given her position. She had asked for help. Ray would not ignore those transmissions. If he had heard them, he would have responded, which meant he had not heard them, or he could not respond. Carol sat in the driver's seat and stared through the windshield at County Road 4, stretching north into darkness. The trackers had ignored her. They had examined her tire tracks with UV lanterns and found them clean. They had radioed ahead and moved on. She had driven 73 miles through their network, and none of them had pursued her. But Ray's tracks glowed. His Plymouth Fury had been marked with the same tires as the ones Frontier put on vehicles they wanted tracked. Ray worked for Frontier. He had shown her the road atlas with every turn annotated. He had assured her he would shadow the route, that he would stay close enough to help if she needed it. Frontier had sent him onto the same roads, driving a vehicle that wrote its position in glowing chemical signatures. Carol was not the target, she was the decoy. Ray was driving a vehicle marked with UV reactive tires. He was following the same route 10 miles behind, monitoring the CB. Every time he turned onto a dirt road, he left glowing tracks. Every tracker with a UV lantern could see where he had been and where he was going. Frontier's hunters were not following Carol. They were following Ray. Carol started the engine. She left the headlights off and pulled back onto County Road 4. She drove north at 20 miles per hour, using the moonlight to navigate. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The road ahead was visible as a pale ribbon between darker fields. At 4:18, she reached the intersection with Highway 40. Ray's tire tracks turned east, following the highway. Carol followed them. The tracks stayed on the shoulder, parallel to the pavement. Ray had been avoiding the dirt roads when possible, exactly as instructed. But he had used the shoulder, unpaved, dusty, and the tires had written their signature with every rotation. Carol drove for 7 miles before she saw the first deviation. Ray's tracks veered off Highway 40 and turned north onto County Road 12. Carol followed. The road climbed a gentle rise and descended into a basin. At the bottom of the basin, the tracks turned west onto an even narrower road, barely more than 2 ruts through rangeland. Carol stopped at the turn and got out. She walked to the tire tracks and knelt. The tracks were hours old, but still sharp. The edges had not been smoothed by wind. Ray had passed through here earlier in the night. And there were other tracks as well. 3 vehicles had converged on this spot. 2 pickup trucks approaching from different directions, and the Plymouth Fury coming from the east. The trucks' tracks overlapped with Ray's tracks. The patterns were chaotic. Tight turns, reversed directions, evidence of maneuvering at close range. Carol aimed the flashlight at the ground. Without the blue filter, the tracks looked like confusion. With the filter, they told story. Ray's glowing tracks ran straight into the convergence. The pickup truck's tracks did not glow. They had surrounded the Plymouth Fury, one from the north, one from the south. Ray had braked hard. The rear tire marks showed sideways skidding. Then the tracks ended. Carol stood and looked west, where the 2-rut road disappeared into darkness. She returned to the station wagon and turned it around. She drove back to Highway 40, then continued east toward the point where Ray's tracks had first left the pavement. She was retracing Ray's route backward, following the glowing signature Ray Bowen had left in the dirt. Carol found the next tracker at 4:33 back at the intersection where County Road 12 met Highway 40. The tracker was parked at a railroad crossing where the county road intersected the highway. His vehicle was a dark green Chevrolet pickup with a camper shell. The truck faced west, engine running, headlights aimed down the highway shoulder. The man stood outside the cab with a lantern in one hand and a radio in the other. Carol was a quarter-mile east when she saw him. She turned off the station wagon's headlights and coasted to a stop on the shoulder. The man did not turn around. He was focused on the ground, sweeping the UV lantern across the dirt in the same practiced pattern she had seen before. She got out and closed the door quietly. The wind covered the sound. She walked forward along the fence line that paralleled the highway, staying low, using the fence posts for cover. At 100 yards, she stopped and crouched. The tracker was examining tire tracks that ran along the highway shoulder. Even without the UV lantern, Carol could identify them. The Plymouth Fury's wide wheelbase, the deep tread impressions. Under the UV light, they glowed. The phosphorescent signature was bright, visible even at this distance. The man followed the tracks west for 20 feet, then stopped. He aimed the lantern farther down the shoulder, scanning ahead. Then he turned and looked east, back toward Carol's position. She held still. The distance and the darkness concealed her. The man raised the radio to his mouth and spoke. Carol could not hear the words, but she could see his posture, alert, focused, reporting. He lowered the radio and returned to the truck. He reached into the cab and retrieved something. Binoculars. He raised them and scanned the highway to the west, following the line of the tire tracks. He held the binoculars steady for 15 seconds, then lowered them and made another radio transmission. Carol watched him get back into the truck. The headlights stayed on. The engine continued running. But the truck did not move. The man was waiting. She returned to the station wagon and drove past the railroad crossing with her headlights off. The tracker did not react. His attention was directed west, toward the point where raised tracks had turned off the highway. Carol continued east for another mile, then pulled onto a dirt access road that led to a farmstead. She parked behind a barn and turned off the engine. From the cargo area, she retrieved a pair of compact binoculars she kept for spotting route markers at distance. She returned to the highway on foot and positioned herself 200 yards east of the railroad crossing, behind a windbreak of Russian olive trees. Through the binoculars, she could see the tracker's truck clearly. The man was still inside the cab. His posture suggested patience. He was not searching. He was monitoring. At 4:47, headlights appeared to the west. A second vehicle approached from the direction of Ray's last turn. It was moving slowly. 30 miles per hour, Carol estimated. As it came closer, she identified it as a white pickup truck, the same one she had seen earlier on the unmarked road near the collapsed barn. The white pickup stopped at the railroad crossing. The driver got out and walked to the green truck. The two men spoke briefly. Carol could not hear the conversation, but she could see gestures. The driver of the white truck pointed west, back the way he had come. The first tracker nodded and pointed north, toward County Road 12. Both men walked to the shoulder and aimed their lanterns at the ground. They were examining two sets of tracks. Carol adjusted the binoculars. The tire tracks on the shoulder were layered, her own tracks, heading east when she had passed the railroad crossing moments ago, and Ray's tracks, heading west several hours earlier. The trackers aimed their UV lanterns at the ground, sweeping the beams across both sets of tracks. But they were not examining hers. They were crouched over Ray's tracks, following them west with their lanterns, tracing the path back toward the point where the Plymouth Fury had turned north onto County Road 12. The driver of the white truck stood and pointed north. The gesture was definitive. He was directing the first tracker to follow County Road 12 to pursue the route Ray had taken. Carol lowered the binoculars. She was east of the trackers. Her station wagon was parked a quarter mile behind her. Her tire tracks led directly to this position. But the trackers had not examined them. They had not aimed their UV lanterns at the fresh tracks she had left when she passed the railroad crossing less than 20 minutes ago. They were not tracking her. She raised the binoculars again. The white truck was pulling away, heading west on Highway 40. The green truck remained at the railroad crossing for another minute, then turned north onto County Road 12, following the route Ray had taken hours earlier. Carol walked back to the station wagon. She sat in the driver's seat and studied the Thomas Guide map under the dome light. County Road 12 ran north for 11 miles before intersecting with County Road 9. Ray's tracks had followed County Road 12 north, then turned west onto a two-rut road in the basin where 3 vehicles had converged. The tracker in the green truck was following that same route. He was trailing Ray's glowing tire signature, closing the distance between himself and the convergence point. He was not hunting Carol, he was hunting Ray Bowen. Carol folded the map and started the engine. She pulled out of the Farmstead access road and turned west on Highway 40, retracing the route toward the point where Ray had left the pavement. She drove with the headlights on now at 60 miles per hour. The station wagon's engine strained. The speedometer needle wavered. At 5:04, she reached the turn where Ray's tracks left Highway 40 and headed north onto County Road 12. The dashboard clock showed she had been driving for 5 hours. The fuel gauge read 1/4 tank. She took the turn without slowing. The dirt road climbed the rise and descended into the basin. At the bottom, she turned west onto the two-rut road where the convergence had occurred. The tire tracks were still visible in the moonlight. 3 vehicles had been here. 2 pickup trucks, 1 Plymouth Fury. The tracks overlapped, circled, and intersected. Carol stopped at the center of the convergence and got out. The Plymouth Fury's tracks did not continue west. They ended here, in the middle of the two-rut road. The pickup truck's tracks surrounded them on both sides. Then the truck's tracks led west, deeper into the rangeland, and the Plymouth Fury's tracks were gone. Carol walked 20 yards west, following the pickup truck's paths. The ruts became shallower, less defined. The trucks had driven onto open ground, leaving the road entirely. She could see faint impressions in the dry grass where the vehicles had passed. She returned to the station wagon and drove west, following the impressions. The terrain sloped downward. After a quarter mile, the ground became softer. Drainage from the basin collected here during rain, creating a depression that held moisture longer than the surrounding land. The truck tracks became deeper, easier to follow. At 5:12, she saw the Plymouth Fury. The Plymouth Fury sat in 6 inches of standing water at the bottom of the depression. The driver's door was open, the engine was off, the headlights were dark. Water had entered the interior through the open door and pooled on the floorboards. Carol stopped the station wagon 30 yards away and approached on foot. The ground was saturated. Her boots sank into mud with each step. The darkness was absolute except for the station wagon's headlights behind her, casting her shadow long across the water. The Plymouth Fury was empty. Both front seats were vacant. The rear seat showed no occupants. The trunk was closed. Carol walked to the driver's door and looked inside. The keys were in the ignition, turned to the off position. The CB microphone hung from its coil cord, swaying slightly in the wind. The dome light did not activate when she opened the door farther. The battery was dead, or the bulb had been removed. On the passenger seat, she saw a road atlas, open to the western Kansas page. The pages were marked with pen annotations, routes, distances, turn-by-turn notes in the margins. She recognized the handwriting from the parking lot in Salina. Ray's careful printing along every county road. She leaned closer. One annotation was legible, in the headlight beam reflecting off the windshield. CR4, 130 written in the margin, next to the junction where County Road 4 and County Road 12 met. The dashboard clock had stopped at 1:34. 4 minutes after the notation. She walked around the vehicle, and the passenger door was closed but unlocked. The rear doors were locked. The trunk release was inside the cab. She reached across the driver's seat and pulled the lever. The trunk lid popped open. The trunk contained road flares, a first aid kit, a toolbox, 2 flashlights, and a nylon duffel bag. The duffel was zipped shut. The tools were untouched. Nothing had been removed. Carol closed the trunk and returned to the driver's side. She crouched beside the rear tire and examined it. The tire was a Goodyear Eagle, the same model as the tires on her station wagon. The size was different. P23575R15, slightly wider to accommodate the Plymouth Fury's heavier frame. But the tread pattern was identical. New rubber, deep grooves, no significant wear. She retrieved the flashlight from the station wagon and returned to the Plymouth Fury. She attached the blue filter and aimed the beam at the rear tire. The tread glowed. The phosphorescent pattern was the same as the one she had seen in her own tracks and in the tire marks on the highway shoulder. Regular marks along the outer edges repeating with the tire rotation. The compound was bright under the filtered light, indicating recent application or minimal degradation. Carol moved to the front tire and examined it. Same result. She walked to the passenger side and checked both tires there. All 4 tires glowed under UV light. She turned off the flashlight and stood. The Plymouth Fury had been equipped with tires identical to the ones Frontier had installed on her station wagon. The modification had been done before Ray left Salina. Someone at Frontier, or someone Frontier paid, had swapped the standard tires for tires treated with phosphorescent compounds. Carol thought about the trackers who had watched her pass. They had aimed their UV lanterns at the road. They had examined her tire tracks. They had radioed ahead, and they had not followed her. She was beginning to understand what that meant for Ray. Carol walked back to her station wagon. She watched the mud settle, then crouched beside the rear tire and aimed the flashlight with the blue filter at the tread. The tire did not glow. She moved the beam slowly across the tread pattern, searching for any trace of phosphorescence. The rubber was plain black, no chemical signature, no embedded particles. She checked the front tire, then both tires on the passenger side. None of them glowed. Carol stood in the darkness and understood 3 things. First, Frontier had given her ordinary tires. She had driven 84 miles across Kansas in a vehicle that left no chemical trace. The trackers had examined her tracks with their lanterns, found nothing, and let her pass. They were checking every vehicle, looking for the glowing signature. When her tracks showed clean, they radioed ahead and ignored her. They were hunting Ray. Second, Ray's Plymouth Fury had been given the tracking tires. Ray Bowen had written his position into every mile of dirt. The hunters had followed him here to this depression 3 hours ago. Third, she had found Ray's car. She was standing beside it. Frontier could not allow a driver who knew about the UV-reactive tires, who had seen the tracker network, who could testify about what happened on these roads, to drive back to Salina and report what she had learned. Carol was not safe because her tires were clean. She was a loose end. She turned off the flashlight and walked quickly back to the Plymouth Fury. She crouched beside the driver's door. The door panel was scratched near the handle. The interior fabric on the driver's seat was disturbed. On the floor mat below the accelerator pedal, she saw a dark stain. The stain was the color of rust. It had soaked into the mat fibers and dried in an irregular shape. She touched the edge with her fingertip. The fabric was stiff. She stood and walked to the rear of the Plymouth Fury. The trunk lid was still open. She examined the interior edges quickly. No blood. No signs of violence. She closed the trunk, and walked a perimeter around the vehicle. The mud near the driver's door showed boot prints. 2 sets, both consistent with men's footwear, size 10 or 11. The prints led away from the Plymouth Fury toward the west. They became fainter as the ground rose. After 30 yards, they disappeared. She returned to the Plymouth Fury. The dashboard clock was stopped at 1:34. Ray Bowen had been taken 3 hours and 38 minutes ago. Carol stood beside the open driver's door and listened. The wind had stopped. The night was silent. Too silent. Then she heard it. The low rumble of an engine. Distant. Coming from the east. She turned. A second engine joined the first, this one from the north. Both were approaching the depression. Both were moving slowly, as if the drivers were searching. Carol ran to the station wagon. She yanked the door open and slid into the driver's seat. She reached for the ignition, then stopped. The station wagon's headlights were still on. They had been on for the past 10 minutes, aimed directly at the Plymouth Fury, illuminating the entire scene. Anyone approaching from the east would see them from a mile away. She turned the headlights off. The darkness crashed down. She could see nothing except the faint glow of the dashboard instruments. The engine sounds grew louder. She could distinguish them now. 2 pickup trucks, both approaching from different directions. She heard gravel crunching under tires. The vehicles were close, less than a quarter mile. Through the driver's window, she saw a faint violet-blue glow sweep across the grass, 50 yards to the north. A UV lantern. A second glow appeared to the east, closer. Both lights were moving toward the depression, scanning the ground. They were following her tire tracks. The station wagon's tracks did not glow under UV light, but they existed. Fresh ruts in the soft ground leading straight to this position. Carol started the engine. The sound was deafening in the silence. She put the station wagon in reverse and backed away from the Plymouth Fury, turning the wheel hard. Mud sucked at the tires. The rear wheels spun, found traction, and the vehicle lurched backward up the slope. She shifted into drive and accelerated west, away from the approaching engines. No headlights. The windshield was black. She navigated by memory, following the faint depressions where the pickup trucks had driven hours earlier. Behind her, headlights came on. 2 sets converging on the depression from the north and east. The UV lanterns swept faster now, no longer searching. They had found the Plymouth Fury. They would find her tire tracks leading away. Carol pressed the accelerator. The speedometer climbed to 40. The station wagon bounced over uneven ground. Sagebrush scraped the undercarriage. She could not see where she was going. She was driving blind across open rangeland in absolute darkness. The headlights behind her split apart. One set turned west, following her. The other remained at the depression, probably examining the scene, radioing for instructions. Carol reached the rise she had climbed earlier. The ground hardened. The station wagon's tires found better grip. She turned the headlights on. The beams illuminated 50 feet of empty rangeland ahead. Beyond that, dull darkness. She had no idea where the fence lines were, or where the roads were, where the ditches or gullies might be. In the rearview mirror, the pursuing headlights were a quarter-mile back and closing. Carol reached the 2-rut road and turned east, driving without headlights again. The pickup truck behind her had fallen back but was still there. She could see its headlights a half-mile distant, moving parallel to her route. It was not trying to catch her. It was hurting her. She thought about the tracker network. 5 men, 4 vehicles, radios. If one pickup was behind her, others would be ahead, cutting off routes, forcing her toward a predetermined point. At 5:37, she reached Highway 96. She turned west and drove for 3 miles before she saw the lights of Leotie ahead. The town was small, a gas station, a grain elevator, a row of storefronts. She pulled into the gas station parking lot. The building was dark, the pumps shut off for the night. A payphone stood near the road, illuminated by a single streetlight. Carol got out and walked to the phone. She lifted the receiver and dialed 911. The phone rang 4 times before someone picked up. The dispatcher's voice was flat and professional. Carol gave her name and requested immediate assistance. She reported an abandoned vehicle in a drainage depression 11 miles north of Highway 96, west of County Road 12. She said the driver might be in danger. She requested Wallace County Sheriff's units. The dispatcher told her to hold. Carol waited. Behind her, at the far end of the parking lot, headlights appeared. A pickup truck, dark green, moving slowly past the gas station. The same truck that had been following her. The dispatcher came back on the line and asked Carol to confirm her exact location. Carol gave the address of the gas station. The dispatcher asked her what kind of vehicle she was driving. Carol hesitated. She had not mentioned a vehicle. The dispatcher's tone had not changed. Still flat, still professional. But the question hung wrong. Carol said she was driving a station wagon. The dispatcher asked her to repeat her exact location. Carol did. The dispatcher told her to remain at that location. Wallace County Sheriff's units were being dispatched. Estimated arrival, 35 minutes. Carol hung up. She stood beside the payphone and stared at the receiver in her hand. The dispatcher had asked what kind of vehicle she was driving. Carol had called about an abandoned car 11 miles north. She had not said anything about her own vehicle. The question made no sense unless the dispatcher already knew Carol was calling from a vehicle, not a building. Unless the dispatcher needed to confirm which vehicle to look for. She had not called for help. She had broadcast her location. The green pickup circled the block and approached the gas station again from the south. A second vehicle, a white pickup, appeared from the north, slowing as it passed. They were not attacking. They were watching, confirming her position, waiting for instructions. Carol walked back to the station wagon and got in. She started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot heading east on Highway 96. In the rearview mirror, both pickup trucks turned and followed. She drove for 6 miles. The trucks maintained a quarter-mile distance behind her, headlights steady. At County Road 18, she turned north. One truck followed. The other continued east on Highway 96, disappearing. Carol checked the fuel gauge. The needle rested just above empty. She had 20 miles, perhaps 30 if she drove conservatively. The dashboard clock read 5:42. The Wallace County Sheriff's units would arrive at the Leote gas station in 23 minutes. They would find it empty. The dispatcher would try calling the number Carol had given, a payphone that no longer had anyone standing beside it. Carol thought about the dispatcher at Frontier Freight who had called her with the contract, the man who had known she needed work, the man who had offered her twice the going rate for a simple overnight delivery, the man who had assigned Ray Bowen to shadow her route. She reached for the CB microphone, then stopped. If she transmitted, the trackers would hear her. If Frontier was monitoring the channels, they would know exactly where she was. She was isolated. Ray was gone. The sheriff's units were 30 miles away, responding to a location she had already left. And the pickup truck was still behind her, headlights unwavering, keeping pace. Carol drove north for 11 miles. The road was straight and empty. Fence posts flickered past in the headlights. The rangeland extended to the horizon on both sides, flat and dark under a moonless sky. At the intersection with the County Road 9, the truck behind her flashed its headlights twice. A signal. Carol looked ahead. 2 more sets of headlights appeared on County Road 9, one from the east, one from the west. Both vehicles turned onto County Road 18, heading north. Now there were 3 pickup trucks, one behind her, 2 ahead. The trucks ahead slowed. They were a half-mile distant, driving at 30 miles per hour, blocking the road. Carol braked and turned the station wagon around. She accelerated south, back the way she had come. The truck that had been following her stopped in the middle of the road, turned sideways, and blocked both lanes. She was boxed in. Carol stopped the station wagon 100 yards from the roadblock. She turned off the headlights and waited. The 3 pickup trucks did not move. Their engines idled. Their headlights stayed on, illuminating the stretch of County Road 18 between them. Carol sat in the darkness inside the station wagon and calculated. 3 trucks, probably 3 drivers, possibly more. All coordinated by radio. She had a quarter tank of fuel and no way through the roadblock except to ram it. The station wagon was not built for ramming. Carol started the engine and turned west onto open range land, driving off-road. The station wagon bucked over sagebrush and ruts. The speedometer climbed to 20, then 30. She aimed for a gap between fence posts a quarter-mile distant. Behind her, the 3 pickup trucks turned off County Road 18 followed, their headlights bouncing across the uneven ground. They were faster than the station wagon. They had off-road suspension. They were gaining. Carol reached the fence line and stopped. Barbed wire stretched between the posts, 4 strands, too high to drive over. She put the station wagon in reverse, backed up 20 feet, and accelerated forward. The front bumper hit the fence. The top strand snapped. The second strand caught on the hood and scraped across the windshield. The station wagon punched through and kept going. She was on a dirt access road now, narrow and rutted. She followed it west for 2 miles. The headlights behind her spread out, the trucks taking different routes across the rangeland, trying to cut her off. The access road ended at a T-junction. Carol turned south. The fuel gauge needle touched the E. The engine coughed once, caught, and continued running. A mile ahead, headlights appeared. A 4th pickup truck approaching from the south. Carol slowed. She looked east and west. No roads, no lights, no structures, just empty rangeland extending into darkness. She stopped the station wagon in the middle of the dirt road and turned off the engine. The headlights behind her were a quarter-mile back and closing. The headlights ahead were a half-mile distant and approaching. Carol sat in the dark station wagon and listened to the silence. The mechanic's words returned to her. "Get off these roads. They're reading your dust." She had gotten off the roads. It had not mattered. The pickup trucks closed in from the north and south. Carol could see them clearly now. The green truck she had seen at the railroad crossing. The white truck from the unmarked road. 2 others she did not recognize. All 4 stopped 100 yards away, engines running, headlights aimed at the station wagon. No one got out. No one approached. They were waiting. Carol reached under the driver's seat and retrieved the revolver she carried for road emergencies. A .38 special, 5 rounds. She checked the cylinder and set the gun on the passenger seat. The radio beneath the dashboard crackled. Static, then a voice. Carol Jensen. She stared at the radio. The voice had used her real name. Not her call sign, her name. She did not touch the microphone. The voice was male, calm, Midwestern. It asked where she wanted the gas delivered. It mentioned a tow strap. It asked if she preferred to wait for the Wallace County Sheriff instead. Carol looked at the fuel gauge. Empty. She looked at the revolver on the passenger seat. 5 rounds against 4 trucks. She started the engine. It caught, sputtered, and died. She tried again. The engine turned over but would not start. The fuel tank was dry. The radio crackled again. "Put the revolver down, Carol." Her hand froze on the ignition key. They could see inside the vehicle. UV lanterns, night vision, binoculars. They had been watching her the entire time. She looked at the rearview mirror. The 4 pickup trucks had not moved, but their headlights were positioned to illuminate the station wagon from all sides. There were no shadows, nowhere to hide. Carol sat in the dead station wagon and understood. Frontier had arranged the tire swap. They had known. Someone at the company, or someone they paid, had modified the Plymouth Fury's tires before Ray left Salina. They had sent Carol and Ray onto the back roads, knowing exactly what would happen. The Wallace County Sheriff was not coming to rescue her. The sheriff was coming to find an abandoned station wagon on a dirt road 74 miles from Salina out of fuel. There would be questions. Carol would try to explain about the trackers, the UV lanterns, the glowing tire tracks. She would sound confused, frightened, unreliable. The investigation would conclude that Carol Jensen, contract driver for Frontier Freight, had abandoned her delivery and driven into the rangeland for reasons unknown. Ray Bowen would never be found, and Carol would be written off as a driver who panicked on an isolated route. The radio did not offer her a choice. It described what would happen. She thought about the mechanic at the Texaco station 5 hours ago, leaning close to her window and whispering his warning. He had known. He had tried to tell her. Behind her, tires crunched on gravel. The green pickup had moved closer. A door opened. Footsteps approached the station wagon. Carol reached for the revolver. The footsteps stopped at the passenger window. She turned her head. A man stood outside the glass, holding a UV lantern. He was in his 30s, wearing a denim jacket and a canvas hunting vest. She had seen him before, the fourth tracker, the one who had stepped behind the fence post when she passed the cattle gate hours earlier. He raised the UV lantern and aimed it at the passenger window. The violet-blue light flooded the interior of the station wagon. Carol's hands glowed faintly where she had touched the Plymouth Fury's tires. Her jeans glowed at the knees where she had knelt in the mud beside Ray's car. The phosphorescent compound had transferred. She was marked. The man lowered the lantern and looked at her through the glass. He did not speak. He did not need to. Carol's hand moved to the revolver. The dashboard lights flickered. The battery was dying. The CB hissed static, then went silent. The instrument panel dimmed. The man outside the window tapped the UV lantern gently against the glass. 1, twice, 3 times. Then he stepped back and waited. Carol sat in the dark station wagon with her hand on the revolver and understood that it did not matter what she did next. The gun held 5 rounds. The trucks held more men than that. The rangeland extended 40 miles in every direction. The nearest town was Leatee, where the dispatcher had asked what kind of vehicle she was driving. The dashboard clock read 5:48. The instrument panel went dark. The headlights had been off for minutes. The interior of the station wagon was absolute black, except for the violet-blue light. The tracker raised the UV lantern again and aimed it through the passenger window. The light flooded the cabin. Carol's hands on the steering wheel glowed pale white, where she had touched the Plymouth Fury's tires. The knees of her jeans glowed where she had knelt in the mud. The phosphorescent compound marked her like a beacon in the darkness. Her own body illuminated, proof of where she had been, what she had found, what she knew. The last thing she saw before the tracker turned off the lantern was her own hands glowing in the dark. Lucas Merrick sat at the desk in his penthouse office, 32 floors above Grand Avenue, and read the letter for the 3rd time. The paper was cheap, the kind issued in institutional environments, and the ink had blurred slightly where the writer's hand had rested. The handwriting was controlled, even elegant. "I am the real Lucas Merrick," the first line read. His coffee had gone cold in its cup. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the morning light fell across downtown Los Angeles in hard white angles, and he could see the freeway interchange below, the cars threading through it with mechanical exactness that required no thought. The letter had arrived by regular mail, postmarked from a facility Lucas did not recognize. Federal Correctional Institution Barstow, a name that meant nothing to him. The envelope had been opened and inspected, a standard institutional procedure, and resealed with tape that left a residue on the flap. Inside, 3 pages in that careful script. 15 years ago, you stole my life. You took my face, my memories, my future. You framed me for a crime I did not commit and buried me in the cell under a name that is not mine. I have no legal identity. I have no family who will claim me. But I know what you are. I know what happened in the desert. Lucas set the letter down and looked at his hands. They were well kept, the nails trimmed and clean, the skin smooth. He had worn a Brioni suit to the office that morning, charcoal gray with a faint pinstripe, and the cuffs of his shirt were French, fastened with platinum links. His office smelled faintly of the leather furniture and the espresso he preferred, a dark roast he had shipped from a roaster in Milan. On the credenza behind him sat 4 photographs in silver frames. Lucas at his law school graduation, Lucas shaking hands with a California Superior Court judge, Lucas on the steps of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, Lucas receiving the Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year award from the Los Angeles County Bar Association. He had won every major case he had taken in the past decade. Prosecutors respected him. Judges listened when he spoke. Juries found him persuasive in a way that transcended the facts of any given case. He had no memory of stealing anyone's life. The letter continued. The writer claimed that Lucas had been a college student 15 years ago, that he had taken a solo camping trip to the Mojave Desert during spring break, that something had found him in the dark. The writer described a specific campsite, a dry wash near the Katy Mountains, coordinates included. The writer described waking in a federal holding facility 3 weeks later, arrested under the name John Doe, charged with trafficking restricted biological materials across state lines, a charge so obscure and technical that it had been impossible to defend without resources or legal representation. The writer described 15 years in permanent solitary confinement, no visitors, no contact with the outside world, because a prisoner with no verified identity was a security risk. You left me here to rot. But I remember everything. I remember the house where you grew up. I remember the smell of your mother's garden, the honeysuckle she planted along the fence. I remember the promise you made to her before she died, the promise you never told anyone. I remember the thing you are afraid of, the thing you have never spoken aloud. Lucas pushed his chair back and stood. He walked to the window and looked down at the city. The letter was preposterous. Except for the problem of the camping trip. Lucas had gone to the desert 15 years ago. He had been 22, a senior at USC. And he had driven out to the Mojave alone in a rented Jeep with the intention of spending a week hiking and clearing his head before final exams. He remembered packing the Jeep. He remembered driving east on Interstate 10. He remembered the turnoff onto a 2-lane road that led north into empty country. He did not remember the campsite. He did not remember the Katy Mountains. He did not remember anything between the turnoff and waking up 48 hours later in a motel room in Barstow with no clear sense of how he had gotten there. The Jeep had been parked outside. His camping gear had been packed and stowed. There had been no injuries, no evidence of illness or accident. He had attributed the gap to exhaustion, perhaps mild heat stroke, and had driven back to Los Angeles without reporting it to anyone. In 15 years, he had never thought about it again. Lucas returned to his desk and read the 3rd page of the letter. The writer included a request. He wanted Lucas to visit the prison. He wanted Lucas to sit across from him in the visitation room and look at his face. He wanted Lucas to explain why he had done this, why he had chosen this specific victim, whether the past 15 years of Lucas's success had been worth the cost of one man's annihilation. The letter ended with a single line. "You know what you are. Come see what you made me." Lucas folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and sat very still. Through the window, the city noise rose in a low hum, the sound of 10 million people conducting their lives in patterns they believed they controlled. His desk phone buzzed. The paralegal's voice came through the speaker, asking whether he wanted the deposition's transcript for the Elwood case. He told her yes. She asked whether he would be in the office tomorrow. He told her he did not know yet. After she disconnected, he sat with his hands flat on the desk and considered the shape of the problem. If the letter was a scam, ignoring it posed no risk. If the letter was not a scam, ignoring it posed a different kind of risk, one he could not yet define. There was also the matter of his curiosity. Lucas had built his career on the careful analysis of improbable claims. He had defended clients accused of acts they insisted were impossible. He had won cases by finding the single thread of inconsistency that unraveled the prosecution's narrative. The letter contained inconsistencies. A man who had been imprisoned for 15 years under a false identity would not have access to detailed information about Lucas's childhood unless he was, in some impossible way, telling the truth. Lucas opened his laptop and searched for the Federal Correctional Institution Barstow. It existed. It was a privately operated facility, off-grid, designed for the incarceration of federal prisoners deemed too dangerous or too sensitive for standard facilities. Visitation required advance clearance and a formal request submitted through legal counsel. Lucas was legal counsel. He could arrange it. He made the request that afternoon. 3 days later, clearance was granted. Lucas spent the intervening time constructing a timeline. He retrieved his undergraduate records from USC and confirmed that he had been enrolled during the spring semester 15 years ago. He found his credit card statements from that period, archived in a file cabinet in his apartment, and located the charge for the Jeep rental, Enterprise Rent-A-Car, LAX location, March 12th. The return date was March 20th, 8 days later. He found a gas station charge in Barstow dated March 18th, which aligned with his fragmented memory of waking in the motel. Between March 12th and March 18th, there were no other charges. 6 days unaccounted for. He searched for arrests matching the description in the letter. The federal database required credentials he did not have, but he knew people who did. A former colleague in the U.S. Attorney's Office owed him a favor from a case 3 years ago. Lucas called him and described the situation in the abstract. A potential client claimed to have been arrested on an obscure federal charge, no legal representation, held under a John Doe designation. Could his colleague confirm whether such a case existed? The colleague called back within an hour. He confirmed that a John Doe had been arrested in San Bernardino County on March 15th, 15 years ago, charged with illegal possession and transport of endangered species tissues under the Lacey Act, a federal statute Lucas had never encountered in his practice. The arrest had been made by a Bureau of Land Management ranger following a tip from an anonymous source. The defendant had no identification, no wallet, no phone. He had been found wandering on a service road near the Katy Mountains, wearing clothing that did not fit him and carrying nothing. He had refused to provide a name. Fingerprints had returned no match in any database. DNA testing had been ordered, but the sample had degraded in storage and no results were ever filed. The case had been processed through the federal system, and the defendant had been convicted in absentia after refusing to appear at his own arraignment. He had been sentenced to 20 years in federal custody, categorized as a security risk due to his refusal to cooperate with identification procedures, and transferred to a private facility designed for prisoners whose identities could not be verified. Lucas thanked his colleague and ended the call. He sat in his apartment and looked at the file he had assembled. The timeline aligned. The arrest had occurred during the 48-hour gap in his memory. The location was correct. The charge was bizarre enough to be plausible as a frame, particularly if someone had wanted to ensure the victim could not defend himself, but the premise remained impossible. Lucas had not framed anyone. He had been 22 years old, a college student, with no criminal connections and no motive. He had returned from the camping trip, finished his exams, graduated, enrolled in law school, and built a career that required meticulous adherence to ethical standards. There was no version of his history in which he had participated in an elaborate conspiracy to imprison an innocent man. The other possibility was equally impossible. The letters claimed that Lucas had stolen someone's life suggested a scenario that belonged in fiction, not in the world Lucas inhabited. People did not steal faces. They did not absorb memories. They did not erase identities and assume new ones through supernatural means. Yet the letter had described his mother's garden, honeysuckle along the fence. The detail was correct. His mother had planted it the summer before she died, when Lucas was 16. She had loved the scent. It had overgrown the fence within 2 years, and after her death, Lucas's father had never trimmed it. Lucas had not thought about the honeysuckle in years. He had never mentioned it to anyone. It was not the kind of detail that appeared in public records or social media profiles. The letter had also referenced a promise. Lucas knew what promise the writer meant. He had made it to his mother 3 days before she died, sitting beside her hospital bed. She had asked him to do something specific, something Lucas had never done and had never told anyone about. The promise had been private, witnessed by no one. If the man in the prison knew about it, he had access to information that should not exist outside Lucas's own memory. Lucas made reservations for a flight to Barstow and a rental car. He informed his assistant that he would be out of the office for 2 days. He did not tell her where he was going. The night before he left, he stood in his apartment and looked at himself in the mirror. He was 37 years old. His face looked very much as it had at 27, perhaps even at 22. His face had not changed in any significant way. The lines around his eyes were faint. His hairline had not receded. He had attributed this to good genetics and a disciplined lifestyle. But now, looking at his reflection, he wondered whether he had simply never paid attention. He left for the airport at dawn. The flight from Los Angeles to Barstow took 40 minutes. Lucas sat in first class, a habit so ingrained he had not considered booking anything else, and watched the desert unfold below him through the window. From altitude, it looked like the surface of another planet, all ridges and dry washes, and long shadows cast by mountains that had no names he knew. He had crossed this landscape once before, 15 years ago, driving a rented Jeep toward a campsite he could no longer remember. The desert had taken something from him then, or given him something, and he was returning to discover which. The businessman in the seat beside him asked, "What brought Lucas to Barstow?" Lucas told him it was a legal consultation. The man nodded and returned to his laptop. Lucas appreciated that the man did not ask follow-up questions. Most people, when they learned Lucas was an attorney, wanted to discuss grievances, injustices, conflicts they believed the law could resolve. Lucas had perfected the art of discouraging such conversations without appearing rude, a certain coldness in his tone, a shift in posture that suggested the discussion was concluded. People responded to these signals without understanding why, and the conversation died before it could begin. The plane descended into Barstow Daggett Airport, a small facility that serviced private and regional traffic. Lucas collected his carry-on and walked through the terminal, which smelled of aviation fuel and dust. Lucas collected the rental car keys from the counter inside the terminal. The clerk, a woman in her 20s with sunburned skin and a name tag that read Denise, processed his paperwork with practiced efficiency and pointed him toward the lot. Lucas rented a sedan, a black Lexus that smelled of synthetic pine and new upholstery. The interior was spotless, the odometer showing less than 2,000 miles. He adjusted the seat and the mirrors and programmed the prison's address into the navigation system. As he pulled out of the lot, he passed a rest area with a convenience store and a cluster of long-haul trucks parked in the shade of a corrugated metal awning. A dog, some kind of mixed breed with a patched coat, was tied to a post near the entrance. As Lucas's car approached, the dog's head lifted. Its ears flattened. It pulled against the leash, straining backward, and began to bark. Not the aggressive bark of a territorial animal, but something higher, more frantic. The sound followed Lucas's car as he accelerated past, and when he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw the dog still pulling against the post, its body low to the ground, its mouth open. Lucas had seen dogs react that way before, though he had never understood why. He assumed it was something about his scent or his gait, some signal invisible to humans, but legible to animals. It happened rarely enough that he had never investigated the cause. He drove north into the desert. The road was straight and empty, flanked by creosote and Joshua trees, the land flat and colorless under the late morning sun. He had driven this route once before, 15 years ago, though he remembered almost nothing of it. The landscape offered no landmarks, no features that might trigger recognition. It was a place designed for forgetting. The prison sat 30 miles north of Barstow, accessed by a 2-lane service road that branched off the highway and led into a basin surrounded by low hills. The facility was modern, low-slung, constructed from concrete and steel with no visible windows. A double fence of chain link topped with concertina wire enclosed the perimeter, and guard towers rose at each corner. The sign at the entrance read, Federal Correctional Institution, Barstow, in steel letters bolted to a concrete wall. Below it, smaller text, Private Facility, Authorized Personnel Only. Lucas parked in the visitation lot and walked to the entrance. The heat was dry and absolute, the kind that pulled moisture from the skin without the courtesy of sweat. Inside, the lobby was air-conditioned to the point of discomfort, the temperature cold enough that Lucas could feel his hands tightening. A deputy sat behind a reinforced plexiglass partition and asked for identification. Lucas presented his driver's license and bar card. The deputy checked his name against the list, made a notation, and directed him to a security checkpoint. He was required to remove his belt, his watch, and his wallet. A guard scanned him with a handheld metal detector and asked whether he was carrying any prohibited items. Lucas said he was not. The guard asked whether he understood that physical contact with the inmate was forbidden, that all conversation would be monitored, and that the visitation could be terminated at any time for any reason. Lucas said he understood. The guard opened a steel door and gestured him through. Beyond the door was a corridor painted institutional beige, lit by fluorescent fixtures that buzzed faintly. The floor was polished concrete. The air smelled of disinfectant and something faintly sour, the scent of human occupation in a space designed to prevent it. A second guard escorted Lucas down the corridor and through another steel door into the visitation area. The room was small, divided by a plexiglass partition. On Lucas's side was a plastic chair bolted to the floor and a narrow counter. On the other side was an identical setup. The partition had a grid of small perforations for sound, and above it, a camera mounted in a steel housing, its lens pointed down at both chairs. Lucas sat. The guard told him the inmate would be brought in shortly and left, locking the door behind him. Lucas waited. The room was silent except for the hum of the ventilation system and the occasional crackle of the camera housing adjusting position. He placed his hands flat on the counter and looked at the empty chair on the other side of the partition. He had no clear expectation of what he would see. A stranger, most likely. Someone who resembled him only in the writer's imagination. Someone who had researched Lucas's background and assembled enough details to construct a convincing fiction. The visit would last 15 minutes. Lucas would listen, assess the claim, and determine whether it warranted further investigation or immediate dismissal. A door on the other side of the partition opened. A guard entered, followed by a man in an orange jumpsuit, his hands cuffed in front of him. The guard directed the man to the chair and stepped back, positioning himself against the wall. Lucas looked at the man's face. His hands pressed flat against the counter and did not move. The man was thin, his hair gray at the temples, his skin the color of someone who had not seen sunlight in years. His jumpsuit hung loose on his frame. His wrists were narrow above the cuffs. But beneath the years of confinement, beneath the gray and the hollowed cheeks, the bone structure was unmistakable. The line of the jaw, the spacing of the eyes, the shape of the nose, the brow, the mouth. Lucas was looking at his own face, 15 years older. The man sat down slowly. He leaned forward until his face was close to the partition, and his eyes moved across Lucas's features methodically, inventorying each feature. He did not speak. For a long time, he simply stared, and Lucas stared back, unable to look away. Then the man smiled. It was a terrible smile, one that contained no humor and no warmth. He raised his cuffed hands and pressed them against the plexiglass. "You came." The voice was hoarse, underused, but the timbre was familiar. Lucas heard his own voice in it. The cadence he recognized from recordings of himself, the particular inflection that marks certain vowels. Lucas said nothing. His throat had closed. His hands remained flat on the counter, and he could feel his pulse in his fingertips. The man on the other side of the partition lowered his hands and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Lucas with an expression that might have been satisfaction or grief or something that contained both. He said Lucas didn't remember. He could see it. Lucas really didn't. Lucas found his voice. He asked who the man was. The words came out steady, controlled, the voice he used in court when a witness had said something unexpected. The man's smile faded. He looked down at his cuffed hands, then back up at Lucas. "I'm Lucas Merrick. I was born in Pasadena. I grew up on Marengo Avenue in a house with blue shutters. My mother planted honeysuckle along the back fence the summer I turned 16. She died of cancer 2 years later. Before she died, she made me promise I would scatter her ashes in the San Gabriel Mountains at a place we used to hike when I was a child. I never did it. I kept the urn in my closet because I was afraid of heights, and the trail required a climb I couldn't make. I told myself I would do it later. I never told anyone because I was ashamed." Lucas's hands had gone numb. The man across from him continued speaking, his voice gaining strength. "I was afraid of dogs when I was 7. A neighbor's German shepherd bit me, and after that I couldn't be in the same room with him. I got over it by the time I was 12, but the fear never completely went away. I still notice dogs before I notice anything else. I still watch their body language, the way their ears move, whether they're looking at me. It's automatic. No one knows about it because I learned to hide it." The man leaned forward again, his face close to the plexiglass. "I was 22 years old when I drove into the Mojave Desert alone. I had just finished my midterms at USC. I was going to law school in the fall. I wanted to clear my head. I wanted to spend a week by myself, away from the city, away from people. I drove a rented Jeep to a campsite near the Katy Mountains. I set up my tent in a dry wash. I built a fire. I sat by the fire and watched the stars, and I felt like I was the only person in the world." He stopped. His eyes had not left Lucas's face. Something came out of the desert that night. something old. It walked into my camp, and it looked at me, and I understood that I was going to die. But I didn't die. It took me. It took my face, my memories, everything I was. It put me inside its own skin and wore mine. And then it drove my Jeep back to the highway, and it called the Bureau of Land Management, and it reported that there was a man wandering in the desert with illegal animal remains in his possession. They found me 3 days later, wearing its skin, with no identification and no memory of how I had gotten there. I tried to tell them what had happened. They thought I was insane. They processed me as a John Doe. They convicted me of a crime I didn't commit and sent me here. Lucas sat very still. The man's account was delivered without affect, a recitation of facts in the tone of someone who had repeated them so many times they had lost all emotional weight. Lucas's training told him to look for inconsistencies, for the small details that would reveal the fabrication. But the details were correct. The house on Marengo Avenue, the blue shutters, the urn in the closet, the fear of dogs. Lucas said it aloud, testing the words. He asked whether the man was saying Lucas was not human, that he was something that had killed the man and taken his place. The man nodded slowly. He clarified, not killed. Lucas had left him alive, but had taken everything that made him who he was. Had been living his life for 15 years, living it better than he ever could have. Lucas looked at the man's hands. The fingers were long, the same length as his own. The shape of the nails was identical. He looked at the man's ears, the specific fold of cartilage at the top, and saw the same fold he saw every morning in the mirror. Lucas said it was impossible. The man agreed. But Lucas was here. He had come because he knew something was wrong, knew the letter was telling the truth. Lucas shook his head. He had come because the letter contained information it shouldn't have. That didn't mean the explanation was supernatural. It meant someone had access to private information, surveillance, research, not body-swapping creatures from the desert. The man leaned back in his chair. He looked tired, the kind of tired that had accumulated over years. He asked how old Lucas looked. Lucas said nothing. The man continued. Lucas was 37. He should look 37, did he? Lucas had no answer. He thought of the mirror in his apartment, the reflection he had studied the night before. He thought of the photographs on his credenza, the ones from 10 years ago, and how his face in those photographs looked identical to his face now. The man asked whether Lucas had ever been sick in 15 years, ever needed a doctor. Lucas had not. He had attributed this to a strong immune system, to regular exercise and a disciplined diet. He had never thought to question it. The man continued. He asked whether Lucas had noticed how juries listened, how judges ruled in his favor against the facts. People trusted him without knowing why. Lucas opened his mouth to respond and found he could not. The man was describing something Lucas had always known but had never examined. His success in court was statistically anomalous. He won cases he should have lost. He convinced juries to disregard evidence that should have been determinative. He had always assumed it was skill, preparation, and intuitive understanding of human psychology. But there were moments, he realized now, when he had felt something shift in a courtroom, a subtle change in the air. And afterward, the jury had voted in his favor, even when their body language suggested they had been leaning the other way. The man watched Lucas's face and nodded. He said quietly that Lucas knew what he was, had always known. For a moment, Lucas could not breathe. The room seemed to contract, the walls pressing closer, the fluorescent hum growing louder until it filled his ears. He looked at the man across from him, at the face that was his face worn by years of confinement and despair, and something pushed at the edges of his mind. He focused on his breathing. forced himself to list facts. Lucas Merrick, attorney at law, winner of the Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year Award, resident of a penthouse on Grant Avenue. He had a Social Security number. He had a law degree from USC. He had tax returns dating back 15 years. He was real. But the thing pushing at his mind was older than tax returns. A fragment broke through. The taste of raw meat. Not imagined. Not metaphorical. An actual sensory memory of tearing flesh with teeth, the crack of small bones, the warm iron taste of blood. Lucas's hands gripped the edge of the counter. He told himself it was a hallucination, stress-induced, triggered by the impossible situation. Another fragment. The desert at night. Not the Mojave as it looked from a highway, but as it looked from the sand itself, from a perspective that was low to the ground, moving on 4 legs. No, not 4, not 2, something between. Something that had learned to walk upright only recently. The stars had been different then, brighter, closer. The scent of prey had carried for miles on wind that smelled of creosote and old bones. Lucas stood abruptly. The guard on his side of the partition stepped forward. Lucas held up a hand, indicating he was fine, and the guard stepped back. Lucas sat down again. His hands were trembling. The man across from him watched without speaking. Lucas tried to hold on to his identity, to the 15 years of memories that defined him, but they were fragmenting. Behind them, beneath them, was something vast and patient that had existed for centuries before it learned to wear a human face. The thing had watched a college student alone by his fire, had understood that this one was isolated, that no one would notice if he vanished, that the risk was acceptable. Lucas tried to suppress the next memory, but it came anyway. The moment of transfer, not all at once, in pieces. The sensation of wearing skin that was not his, no, not his. The thing had no his or not his. It had only functional and not functional. The discovery that the human's mind was still accessible, layered like sediment, memories that could be lifted and examined and absorbed. Words, numbers, the concept of later, the architecture of civilization, coffee, air conditioning, law school, the machinery of persuasion. All of it had been there, waiting, and the thing had drunk it in the way a desert drinks rain. And somewhere in that absorption, the thing had made a choice. It had discovered comfort, safety, a life where food came on plates, where shelter was guaranteed, where no other predator could threaten it. The human's intellect had shown the thing a world it had never known existed, and the thing had wanted to stay, so it had driven the Jeep back to Los Angeles. It had enrolled in law school using the human's credentials. It had learned to use the stolen mind with an efficiency the original Lucas Merrick would never have achieved, because the thing had one advantage the human had lacked. It felt no empathy, no guilt, no hesitation. It could manipulate juries without conscience. It could lie with a perfect conviction because truth and falsehood were merely tools. And over 15 years, the thing had forgotten what it was. It had suppressed the memories of the desert, the hunting, the body it had abandoned. It had hypnotized itself into believing the stolen life was real, because the alternative, returning to the sand, to the raw meat and the loneliness and the endless, purposeless centuries, was unbearable. Lucas sat very still. His hands on the counter had stopped trembling. The memories were no longer pushing at him. They were simply there, coexisting with his human thoughts, 2 layers of consciousness occupying the same skull. The man across from him watched with an expression that might have been pity. "You remember now," the man said. Lucas nodded. He could not speak. The man was here on the other side of the plexiglass, asking for an explanation. Lucas looked at him. The man's eyes were wet. His hands, still cuffed, rested on the counter, and Lucas could see the way the skin had thinned over the knuckles, the way age and confinement had worn him down to something fragile. "What do you want from me?" Lucas heard himself ask. His voice sounded strange, distant. The man wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. The gesture was clumsy, hindered by the cuffs. "I want you to fix this," he said. "You're a lawyer. You have power, connections. You can get me out of here. You can restore my identity. You can give me back the life you took." Lucas said nothing. He was thinking with a clarity he had not felt in years, a cold, surgical clarity that came from the part of him that was not human and had never pretended to be. The man leaned forward, his voice rising slightly, desperation breaking through. "I've been here for 15 years, alone, in the dark. I don't even have a name anymore. You owe me this. You owe me everything." He paused, and something shifted in his expression. The desperation receded slightly, replaced by something harder. "I sent another letter," he said, "before you came. I didn't know if you would visit, so I sent one to someone else, someone who knew me, someone who might believe me." Lucas's hands tightened on the counter. He kept his voice level. He asked who. The man shook his head slowly. "I'm not going to tell you that. But if something happens to me, if I disappear or if I stop being able to write, that person will start asking questions. They have the same information you have. The camping trip, the blackout, the details no one should know. They'll come looking." Lucas watched the man's face. The man's eyes were clear. There was a second letter, or the man believed there was. It made no difference. Lucas could not verify which. Lucas looked at him and felt nothing. No guilt, no shame, no sympathy. The thing inside him, the thing that had always been there beneath the carefully constructed human persona, was awake now, and it was considering the problem with the same dispassion it had once used to select prey. If Lucas released this man, if he restored his identity and gave him his life back, Lucas would lose everything. The career, the penthouse, the respect of judges and colleagues, the comfort, the luxury, the 15 years of success that had been built on stolen ground. If Lucas returned to the desert, to the existence he had abandoned, he would spend the rest of his unnaturally long life eating raw coyotes and sleeping in the sand, alone, unmapped, irrelevant. And now there was a second letter. Someone else who knew. Someone the man refused to name, which meant Lucas could not simply eliminate the threat by erasing this one man's memory. The problem had metastasized, unless the man could be made to forget who he had written to, unless his memory could be erased so completely that he could not identify the recipient, could not remember sending the letter at all. If the man became incoherent, if his capacity for rational thought was destroyed, the second letter would arrive in someone's mailbox with no follow-up, no confirmation, no way to verify its claims. It would be dismissed as the ravings of a mentally ill prisoner, exactly as the first letter should have been. The choice was simple. It was also riskier than Lucas had anticipated. Lucas took a slow breath and straightened his tie. The motion was automatic, a gesture he had performed 1,000 times in courtrooms when he needed to center himself before delivering a closing argument. He looked at the man who had once been Lucas Merrick and saw not a victim but an obstacle, one that could be removed with the same efficiency he had applied to every other problem in his professional life. "No," Lucas said. The man across from him stared, his mouth opening slightly. Lucas watched comprehension move across the man's face. It moved across the man's face in stages, confusion, disbelief, and then something close to collapse. The man shook his head slowly. He started to speak, then stopped. His hands rose as if to gesture, but the cuffs restricted the movement, and they fell back to the counter. He tried again, forming words Lucas could see but not hear through the small perforations in the plexiglass. Lucas did not need to hear them. The man was pleading. He was explaining that Lucas had the power to end this, that 15 years was enough, that mercy was owed. Lucas felt the existential crisis that should have accompanied his recognition pass through him in the space of seconds, leaving no residue. He had discovered he was not human. The revelation should have shattered him. It should have triggered a collapse of identity, a reckoning with the enormity of what he had done. Instead, he felt relief. He understood now why he had never connected with other people in any meaningful way, why relationships felt like performances, why affection seemed abstract, why he could watch opposing counsel break down in court and feel only satisfaction at a job well executed. He was not human. He had never been human. The coldness at his center was not a flaw in his character. It was his nature. And his nature had given him 15 years of extraordinary success. The stolen intellect. The real Lucas's capacity for logical reasoning, for constructing arguments, for understanding the intricate machinery of law, had made him brilliant. But the monster's absolute lack of conscience had made him unbeatable. He could lie without physiological tells. He could manipulate without remorse. He could destroy a witness on the stand and feel nothing but the aesthetic pleasure of a predator dismantling prey. Returning to the desert would mean abandoning all of that. It would mean spending centuries alone, hunting animals, sleeping in the sand, existing in a state that no longer appealed to him in any way. The thing he had been before he took Lucas Merrick's life had not known what it was missing. But now Lucas knew. He had tasted civilization, and he could not go back. The man across from him had stopped pleading. He was weeping now, his shoulders shaking, his face pressed against his cuffed hands. The guard behind him shifted his weight, but did not intervene. Lucas watched the man cry and felt nothing. No pity, no guilt, no discomfort. Whether observed from a sealed room, Lucas considered the problem step by step. The man was a threat, not an immediate one. He had no legal identity, no credibility, no resources. But his existence created a risk. If he continued to write letters, if he found a way to contact someone with influence, if he somehow managed to tell his story to someone who believed him, Lucas's life could be disrupted. The risk was small, but it was non-zero. Lucas could eliminate the risk. He was a lawyer. He understood the system. He understood that a prisoner with no verified identity, diagnosed as mentally unstable, could be subjected to treatments that would ensure he never posed a threat again. Psychiatric evaluation, involuntary medication, procedures designed to manage violent or delusional inmates. The system already considered this man a risk. Lucas would simply be confirming what the institution already suspected. And if the man's memory was erased, if his capacity for coherent thought was destroyed, there would be no more letters, no more threats, no more risk. Lucas felt a coldness settle into his chest. The same coldness he felt before delivering a closing argument he knew would end a career or destroy a life. It was not cruelty. It was not even malice. It was efficiency. The man had stopped crying. He was looking at Lucas now with an expression Lucas recognized from his own face in mirrors when he was tired. It was exhaustion that had outlasted hope. Lucas stood. The motion caught the guard's attention. Lucas gestured toward the door, indicating that the visitation was concluded. The guard on Lucas's side of the partition unlocked the door and opened it. Before Lucas left, he looked at the man one final time. The man was still sitting, his hands resting on the counter, his face wet. His eyes met Lucas's, and in them Lucas saw the moment the man understood what was about to happen. Lucas turned and walked out of the room. The guard escorted him back down the fluorescent corridor to the security checkpoint. Lucas retrieved his belt, his watch, his wallet. He signed the exit log. The deputy behind the plexiglass asked whether the visitation had been productive. Lucas told her it had been very productive. She made a notation and handed him a visitor feedback form, which he declined to complete. In the parking lot, Lucas stood beside the rental car and looked out at the desert. The sun was high now, the heat brutal, the landscape empty in all directions. Somewhere out there, 15 years ago, the thing that had become Lucas Merrick had emerged from the sand and changed both their lives. The man in the prison believed Lucas owed him something. But debt implied a relationship between equals, and they were not equals. They had never been equals. One of them was a predator, and the other was prey who had been unlucky enough to camp alone. Lucas got into the car and started the engine. The air conditioning kicked in immediately, blasting cold air across his face. He adjusted the rearview mirror and saw his own face looking back, young and unlined and perfect. He thought of the man aging in a cell, the gray hair, the hollowed cheeks, the years of solitary confinement still ahead. He thought of what he was about to do to ensure those years never became a problem. He felt nothing. He drove back to the highway and turned south toward Barstow. There was a regional psychiatric facility 20 miles from the prison, one that contracted with the federal system to provide evaluations and treatment for inmates deemed mentally unstable. Lucas had contacts there, people who owed him favors from previous cases. He would make the calls that evening. He would draft the necessary documentation. He would ensure that John Doe received the care he so clearly needed. Lucas checked into a motel in Barstow, a single-story building with external corridors and a parking lot that smelled of hot asphalt and exhaust. The clerk at the front desk handed him a key attached to a diamond-shaped plastic tag and asked whether he needed anything else. Lucas said he did not. The room was on the ground floor, number 12, accessed through a door that opened directly onto the parking lot. Inside, the space was clean but spare, furnished with a bed covered in a polyester comforter, a desk bolted to the wall, and a television mounted on a swivel bracket. The air conditioner rattled when it cycled on, and the bathroom smelled faintly of bleach. Lucas set his briefcase on the desk and removed his suit jacket. He draped it over the back of the chair and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The fabric was Egyptian cotton, custom-tailored, and even in the anonymous surroundings of a roadside motel, it felt like armor, a reminder of who he was and what he had built. He opened his laptop and waited for it to connect to the motel's wireless network. The documentation had to be meticulous. Lucas had drafted psychiatric evaluations before, as part of defense strategies for clients whose mental state was relevant to their cases. He understood the language, the diagnostic criteria, the procedures that followed once an evaluation was submitted to the court. The key was specificity. Vague claims of instability would be dismissed, but a detailed assessment, supported by observed behaviors and documented incidents, would carry weight. Lucas opened a blank document and began typing. He described the inmate's delusional belief system. The claim that his identity had been stolen by a supernatural entity, that he was the victim of a conspiracy involving law enforcement and government agencies, that the person living his life was not human. He described the inmate's fixation on Lucas Merrick, a private citizen with no connection to the inmate's case, as evidence of paranoid ideation and the construction of elaborate persecutory narratives. He noted the inmate's refusal to cooperate with identification procedures over a 15-year period, which suggested a sustained dissociative state and a rejection of consensus reality. Lucas cited specific behaviors he had observed during the visitation. The inmate had wept uncontrollably. He had gestured erratically despite physical restraints. He had made statements that indicated a profound disconnect from factual circumstances, His affect had been labeled, shifting rapidly between desperation, anger, and collapse. His speech had been pressured, his eye contact intense to the point of discomfort. Based on these observations, Lucas concluded that the inmate posed a significant risk to himself and potentially to others. He recommended immediate psychiatric intervention, including a comprehensive evaluation by a licensed forensic psychiatrist, involuntary medication to stabilize acute symptoms, and consideration of electroconvulsive therapy to address treatment-resistant delusional disorder. Lucas knew what electroconvulsive therapy could do. In cases of severe mental illness, it could provide relief when other treatments failed. But it could also cause memory loss, particularly retrograde amnesia affecting events prior to treatment. If administered aggressively, over an extended course, it could erase years of memory. It could turn a coherent, suffering man into someone who no longer remembered why he was suffering. It was not a cure. It was an erasure. Lucas reread the evaluation from beginning to end, checking for internal consistency and tone. It was comprehensive without being excessive, alarmed without being hysterical. It read as the work of someone who had seen something troubling and felt compelled to report it, not as the work of someone with a personal stake in the outcome. He made 2 minor edits, softening a phrase that seemed too certain, adding a qualifier to a statement that could be read as diagnostic overreach, and saved the document. He attached it to an email. He addressed the email to the warden of the Federal Correctional Institution in Barstow, copying the facility's psychiatric contractor and the regional director of the Bureau of Prisons. In the body of the email, he introduced himself as an attorney who had conducted a visitation with inmate John Doe, and who felt compelled, as an officer of the court, to report his concerns about the inmate's mental state. He emphasized the urgency of intervention, noting that the inmate's delusions appear to be escalating and that delay could result in self-harm. He included his bar credentials, his contact information, and a brief summary of his professional background. He knew the weight his name carried. Lucas Merrick, Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year, winner of high-profile cases respected by judges across the state. His word would not be questioned. His assessment would be taken seriously. Lucas reviewed the email once, checking for tone and clarity. It read as concerned, professional, slightly reluctant. A busy attorney taking time out of his schedule to report something troubling he had witnessed. He had struck the right balance between alarm and restraint. He clicked send. The email left his outbox with a soft electronic chime. Lucas closed his laptop and leaned back in the chair. The motel room was silent except for the hum of the air conditioning unit mounted below the window and the occasional sound of a car passing on the highway outside. He looked at his hands resting on the desk and thought about what he had just set in motion. The evaluation would be read within hours. The warden would forward it to the psychiatric contractor, who would review it and likely concur with Lucas's assessment. The inmate would be evaluated, diagnosed, medicated. If the treatment followed the course Lucas had recommended, the man would be subjected to electroconvulsive therapy within the week. The sessions would be scheduled over a period of weeks, each one erasing a little more of the man's coherent memory until there was nothing left but confusion and compliance. Lucas had seen the results of aggressive psychiatric intervention before, in the context of competency evaluations for clients whose mental state was at issue. He had watched men who had once been articulate reduced to mumbling shadows. He had watched women who had once been defiant become passive, their capacity for resistance erased along with their memories. The treatments were legal, approved by medical boards, conducted under the supervision of licensed professionals. But the results were irreversible. Once the memory was gone, it did not return. Lucas felt no guilt about what he was doing. Guilt required the belief that the victim's suffering mattered more than the perpetrator's comfort. And Lucas did not hold that belief. The man in the cell was an obstacle to Lucas's continued success. Removing the obstacle was a rational response to a problem. If the method was brutal, that was incidental. Efficiency mattered more than kindness. Outside, the sun was setting, the sky turning orange and purple over the desert. He thought about the man in the prison, alone in his cell, unaware that the machinery of institutional psychiatry was about to descend on him with the force Lucas had set in motion. The man would be evaluated within days. He would be diagnosed. He would be medicated, restrained, subjected to procedures he could not refuse. And if the treatment followed the course Lucas had recommended, the man would eventually forget. He would forget the camping trip, the desert, the creature that had stolen his life. He would forget Lucas's face, the visitation, the moment he had believed he might finally be heard. He would forget his own name, the house on Marengo Avenue, the honeysuckle along the fence, the promise to his mother. He would become an empty vessel, a body without a past, and Lucas would never hear from him again. Lucas stood and walked to the window. He pulled the curtain aside and looked out at the parking lot. The sun had set completely now, and the sky a deep purple fading to black. The motel faced the highway, and he could see the headlights of passing trucks, the long haul rigs moving through the desert toward Los Angeles or Las Vegas or points beyond. The trucks moved in a steady stream, their engines audible even through the closed window, a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. The treatment would erode the inmate's coherent memory. By the end, the man would no longer remember his own name, much less the recipient of the second letter. Lucas had authorized the treatment without considering whether the connection between them, the sediment of stolen consciousness, layered into his own mind, might work both ways, whether destroying the source might begin to degrade the copy. Thousands of people pass through this stretch of desert every day, unaware of the prison 20 miles to the north, unaware of the man in the cell who had been there for 15 years with no name and no hope of release. The drivers, men and women who spent their lives on the road, moving cargo from one city to another, living in a state of perpetual transit. The world was full of invisible suffering, pain that occurred in places no one looked, inflicted by people no one suspected. And Lucas understood this in the way predators always understood the mechanics of concealment. He had built his career on the premise that truth was less important than the story you could convince a jury to believe. The world was full of people going somewhere, conducting their lives, unaware of the mechanisms that kept the system functioning. Lucas was one of those mechanisms. He identified problems and solved them. He protected his clients, his interests, his life. He did it efficiently, without hesitation, because hesitation was a luxury predators could not afford. The thing he had been before he took Lucas Merrick's skin had been alone, purposeless, driven by instincts it could not name. It had existed in a state of perpetual hunger, perpetual movement, with no future beyond the next hunt. It had not known what it was missing. It had not known that there was another way to live, a way that involved air conditioning and tailored suits, and the satisfaction of winning arguments instead of killing prey. But Lucas knew. Lucas had spent 15 years as a human, or something close enough to human, that the distinction no longer mattered. He had learned to navigate a world of laws and procedures and social hierarchies. He had learned to appreciate subtlety, the slow dismantling of an opponent's credibility, the careful construction of a narrative that juries found compelling. He had learned that power did not require violence, that dominance could be achieved through words and reputation, and the strategic application of institutional authority. He had learned to appreciate fine things, the taste of good coffee, the weight of expensive fabric, the satisfaction of winning a case no one else could win, the view from his penthouse, the respect of his colleagues, the certainty that he would never have to return to the sand. He would not give that up, not for a stranger's suffering, not for abstract concepts like justice or mercy or debt. Those concepts belong to humans. and Lucas was not human, and he felt no obligation to pretend otherwise now that he understood what he was. The desert night was complete now, the darkness absolute beyond the glow of the motel's exterior lights. Lucas drew the curtains and lay down on the bed, still fully dressed. The pillow smelled faintly of industrial detergent. The comforter was thin, inadequate against the aggressive air conditioning. Lucas did not adjust the temperature. He lay in the dark and listened to the trucks on the highway, their engines a low rumble that vibrated through the walls. The man in the cell would soon forget everything. The honeysuckle, the promise to his mother, the 15 years of solitary confinement, the belief that he might finally be heard. All of it would be erased, replaced by pharmaceutical fog and compliance. The man would wake from each session confused, unable to piece together why he was in a cell or what he had done to deserve it. Eventually, he would stop asking. He would become docile, manageable, no longer a risk to himself or to Lucas's carefully constructed life. Lucas closed his eyes and registered the same absence he had felt in the visitation room when the man had wept and pleaded for mercy. No pity, no discomfort, nothing that resembled conscience. Lucas returned to the prison 3 days later. He had not planned to return. The email had been sent, the wheels set in motion, and there was no operational reason to involve himself further. But he received a call from the warden, a courtesy extended to attorneys who had submitted formal evaluations. The warden informed him that the psychiatric contractor had reviewed Lucas's assessment and agreed with his conclusions. The inmate had been transferred to the facility's medical wing for immediate evaluation. A course of treatment had been approved, pending Lucas's availability to provide a supplemental statement to the treatment board. Lucas agreed to provide the statement in person. He drove back to Barstow under a sky that was white with heat, the air shimmering above the asphalt. The drive took 90 minutes. Lucas kept the air conditioning on maximum and listened to nothing, preferring silence to music or news. The road was straight and empty. The landscape on both sides identical, creosote, sand. The occasional Joshua tree bent by wind into shapes that suggested suffering. The prison looked the same as it had 3 days ago. Low concrete buildings, chain link and concertina wire, guard towers rising at the corners like sentinels watching for movement in the desert beyond. Lucas parked in the visitor lot, carrying his briefcase and a leather portfolio. Because he had been invited to consult with the administration, the deputy at the checkpoint bypassed the standard visitor protocol and waved him through without requiring identification. A guard escorted him directly to the administrative wing, down a corridor with tile floors and framed certificates on the walls. The warden met him in a conference room furnished with a long table and ergonomic chairs. Also present were the facility's chief psychiatrist, a woman in her 50s with graying hair and wire-rimmed glasses, and a representative from the Bureau of Prisons regional office, a man in a dark suit who introduced himself but whose name Lucas immediately forgot. The warden thanked Lucas for his diligence. He was a man in his early 60s, with silver hair cropped military short, and a handshake that suggested he had spent time in uniform before transitioning to corrections. He said that the evaluation Lucas had submitted was comprehensive and had provided critical documentation for a case that had been, until now, difficult to manage. The inmate had been at the facility for 15 years with no diagnosis, no treatment plan, no clear path forward. The prison had maintained him in solitary confinement because his refusal to cooperate with identification procedures categorized him as a security risk. But without a medical diagnosis, there had been no legal basis for treating his underlying condition. Lucas's intervention had changed that. The evaluation had given the facility the documentation it needed to proceed. The psychiatrist opened a folder and reviewed the findings. The inmate had been evaluated over the past 72 hours. He exhibited symptoms consistent with delusional disorder, persecutory type, with grandiose features. His affect was dysregulated. His thought processes were disorganized. He had responded poorly to initial medication, becoming agitated and requiring intervention to prevent self-harm. Restraints had been necessary. He had been transferred to the medical wing under observation, with all writing materials and mail privileges suspended pending stabilization. The treatment board had convened and determined that electroconvulsive therapy was indicated, given the severity and duration of his condition. The psychiatrist looked at Lucas and asked whether he had observed any behaviors during his visitation that would support the use of aggressive intervention. Lucas described the inmate's tears, his erratic gestures, the intensity of his eye contact. He described the content of the inmate's statements, the claims about stolen identities and supernatural creatures, the insistence that Lucas was not who he appeared to be. He spoke in the calm, measured tone he used when presenting evidence to a jury, emphasizing the details that painted the most concerning picture. He mentioned that the inmate had seemed fixated on him specifically, which suggested a potential risk if the inmate were ever released or allowed contact with the outside world. The psychiatrist made notes, her pen moving across the page in quick, efficient strokes. Then she looked up at Lucas. Her eyes lingered on his face for a moment longer than was comfortable. "You seem remarkably composed," she said, "for someone who was the target of such an intense delusional fixation." Lucas smiled slightly. "I've worked with mentally ill defendants before. I understand that the delusions aren't personal, even when they feel personal." The psychiatrist nodded, but her expression had shifted slightly. Something about his answer, or his delivery, or perhaps the way he held her gaze without discomfort. She made another note, and Lucas could not see what she had written. The representative from the Bureau of Prisons asked whether Lucas had felt threatened during the visitation. Lucas said he had not felt threatened, but he had felt unsettled by the inmate's conviction, by the way the man had looked at him as if he truly believed the impossible story he was telling. The warden asked whether Lucas would be willing to sign an affidavit confirming his observations. Lucas said he would. The paperwork was prepared while Lucas waited. He signed his name in the places indicated, his signature clear and controlled. The warden shook his hand and thanked him for his time. The psychiatrist said that treatment would begin the following week, pending final approval from the medical board. She said that outcomes for long-term delusional disorder were unpredictable, but early intervention was always preferable to allowing the condition to progress. Lucas asked how long the treatment course would last. He spoke in the tone of someone seeking information for professional purposes, not out of personal concern. The psychiatrist said it depended on the inmate's response. Typically, a course of ECT involves 6 to 12 sessions administered over several weeks, with sessions spaced 3 to 4 days apart to allow for recovery between treatments. In cases of treatment-resistant symptoms, the course could be extended to 20 or more sessions. Memory loss was a common side effect, but it was usually temporary, affecting primarily recent events. In rare cases, particularly with aggressive treatment protocols, or when the patient had pre-existing cognitive vulnerabilities, the loss could be permanent. The psychiatrist emphasized that the goal was always therapeutic benefit, not cognitive impairment, but she acknowledged that the line between the two was not always clear. Lucas nodded as if he found this information reassuring. He asked whether the inmate would be informed of the treatment plan and given the opportunity to consent. The psychiatrist explained that in cases involving inmates diagnosed with severe delusional disorder who posed a risk to themselves, informed consent could be waived under federal correctional medical protocols. A treatment board would review the case and make the determination. Given the severity of the inmate's condition and his 15-year history of refusing to cooperate with institutional procedures, consent was unlikely to be required. Lucas thanked her for the information. He asked whether he would be notified of the outcome. The warden said that updates would be provided as appropriate, given Lucas's role in initiating the evaluation. Lucas thought about the conference he had just left, the professional courtesy extended to him, and the deference shown to his assessment. He had been treated as an expert, someone whose judgment carried weight. The system had accepted his evaluation without question because he was Lucas Merrick, Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year, winner of high-profile cases, a man whose name appeared in legal journals and Bar Association directories. The system trusted him, and he had used that trust to set in motion the destruction of a man who posed no threat to anyone except Lucas himself. As they approached the security checkpoint, the guard stopped and asked whether Lucas wished to see the inmate before he left. The guard explained that the inmate had been informed of Lucas's presence in the building and had requested a final visitation. The request had been approved, pending Lucas's consent. Lucas hesitated. There was no operational reason to see the man again. The evaluation had been submitted, the treatment approved, the outcome inevitable. But curiosity pulled at him, the same curiosity that had driven him to make the first visit. He wanted to see whether the man understood what was about to happen. He wanted to see the moment before the erasure, the last time the man would be coherent enough to comprehend what was being done to him. Lucas told the guard he would accept the visitation. He was escorted to a different room, smaller than the standard visitation area, with a table and 2 chairs and no plexiglass barrier. The room was designed for attorney-client meetings. The camera was mounted in the corner, its lens pointed at the table, but there was no audio monitoring. The inmate was brought in by 2 guards, his hands and feet shackled. Lucas had expected heavy medication, but the man's eyes were clear, alert. The guards had reduced his dosage for the meeting. The man had lost weight since the first visitation. His jumpsuit hung loose, his face hollow. But when he sat down across from Lucas, there was intelligence in his gaze, the same legal mind Lucas had stolen. The guards stepped back to the walls. The inmate leaned forward slightly, his shackled hands resting on the table. "I know what you're doing," he said. His voice was steady. "A psychiatric evaluation. The electroconvulsive therapy. I read the treatment plan." Lucas said nothing. "You're going to erase my memory," the man continued. "It's efficient. It's exactly what I would do if I were in your position." Lucas folded his hands on the table. "Then you understand why I have no choice." "You have a choice," the man said. "But there's a problem with your plan. A second letter I sent. You've been thinking about it, wondering who I sent it to, how to find them." Lucas leaned forward slightly. "What problem?" "You can't find them," the man said. "I was careful. I used the legal training you stole from me. I sent it to someone with the resources and motivation to investigate. Someone who knew me before the camping trip." He paused. "And here's the part you're really not going to like. The letter includes a condition. If I go silent for more than 30 days, if I stop writing, if I become incoherent, if I die, that person has instructions to take the letter to the California State Bar, to the Los Angeles Times, and to file a formal complaint with the Bureau of Prisons." Lucas's jaw tightened. "You taught me this," the man said. "Build redundancy into your strategy. Anticipate your opponent's moves. Make sure your failure triggers consequences they can't contain." Lucas sat very still. If he proceeded and the man became incoherent, the 30-day clock would start. Whoever had the letter would take it public. People would ask why Lucas Merrick had taken such a personal interest in an anonymous inmate with a bizarre fixation. "You have 2 choices," the man said quietly. "Help me get out, restore my identity, and I'll have them destroy the letter. Or proceed with your plan and spend the rest of your life wondering when the investigation will start." Lucas looked at the man's face, his own face worn by suffering, and calculated. The man might be bluffing. No one would believe a letter from a John Doe prisoner making claims about supernatural creatures. But what if he wasn't bluffing? Lucas took a slow breath. He told the man the answer was still no. Even if the letter was real, even if an investigation started, Lucas had 15 years of documentation proving he was Lucas Merrick. Tax returns, law school transcripts, bar exam results, case victories. The legal system would believe the attorney with the perfect record over the prisoner with no name. And if the investigation became too dangerous, Lucas could disappear. He had done it once before. But the man in the cell would not exist at all. You lose either way, Lucas said. The only question is whether you lose your memory or your life. The man stared at him. Then his composure cracked. His shoulders sagged. His hands began to shake. "You're going to do it anyway," he said quietly. "Even with the letter, even knowing it might destroy you eventually." Lucas said nothing. The man's eyes filled with tears. "I thought if you remembered what you were, if you understood what you'd done, you might feel something. Anything, but you don't, do you?" Lucas stood. He told the guards the visitation was concluded. The guards lifted the man from his chair. As they turned him toward the door, the man twisted and looked back at Lucas one final time. His face had collapsed into something beyond despair. Lucas watched them take him away. He had gambled that the letter was a bluff or that he could outlast its consequences. He had chosen the risk of exposure over the certainty of returning to the desert. The first session was administered 3 days after Lucas returned to Los Angeles. He was in court that afternoon, presenting a motion to suppress evidence in a narcotics case. The arguments were straightforward, the precedents clear. Lucas had prepared the brief himself and reviewed it twice before the hearing. Halfway through his presentation, he lost the thread. Not the argument itself, he knew what he was trying to say, but the specific case name he needed, a Ninth Circuit ruling he had cited in the brief, a ruling he had used in 3 previous cases, vanished from his mind mid-sentence. He paused, smiled at the judge, and said he would provide the citation in writing. The judge accepted this without comment. Lucas finished the motion and left the courtroom. In his car, he opened his briefcase and found the case name in his notes. United States versus Reynolds. A case he had argued extensively 2 years ago, whose reasoning he could recite from memory until today. A single lapse meant nothing. The visitation had been stressful. His mind was adjusting. 4 days later, during a conference call with opposing counsel, he reached for a Latin legal term he had used hundreds of times in his career. The phrase hovered at the edge of his consciousness, the shape of it familiar, but he could not retrieve it. He substituted a longer, clumsier English equivalent and continued the call. Afterward, he searched his own case files to find the term in pari delicto. He had used it in a brief 3 months ago. The lapses would pass. Cognitive fatigue was common among attorneys under pressure. But when the 3rd session was administered, 9 days after the first, Lucas found himself rereading the same paragraph of a deposition transcript 4 times before he could parse its meaning. The language was simple. The facts were straightforward. But his mind refused to hold them. He began keeping a list. Smalling, the colleague's first name that he had to check in his contacts. A procedural rule he had to look up despite having applied it dozens of times. A statute number that escaped him during a client meeting. By the time the 6th session was completed, Lucas understood what was happening. The man in the cell was losing his memory in carefully controlled increments. And Lucas, who had absorbed that man's mind 15 years ago, was losing the same memories in parallel. The sediment was crumbling. The source was being erased, and the copy was following. 2 weeks later, Lucas sat at his penthouse desk and read the warden's progress report. 6 sessions had been completed. The inmate's delusional symptoms were improving. Memory loss was significant and accelerating with each treatment. The inmate was experiencing confusion, disorientation, and increasing difficulty maintaining coherent thought. One final session had been recommended to ensure complete therapeutic resolution. Lucas set the report aside. He opened the first case file on his desk, a complex fraud case, the kind that required dissecting financial records, identifying patterns in transactions, constructing a timeline that would persuade a jury. The kind of work Lucas excelled at, except that the numbers on the page refused to cohere. Lucas read the first paragraph of the prosecution's brief 3 times. The language was standard legal prose, the arguments familiar. But he could not hold the chain of reasoning in his mind. He reached for a legal precedent he knew he had used in a similar case 2 years ago, and the citation escaped him. Not the details, the entire memory. It had been there a week ago. It was gone now. He told himself it was fatigue. He had been under stress. The visitation, the evaluation, the waiting. It had taken a toll. But the word he was searching for, a specific legal term he had used hundreds of times, a term that would have anchored his entire argument, remained just out of reach. He could sense the shape of it, the number of syllables, but he could not retrieve it. Lucas closed the file. He walked to the window and looked out at the city. The penthouse was silent except for the hum of the air conditioning. He thought about the man in the cell, his mind erased, his memories dissolved. The sediment of his consciousness, which Lucas had absorbed 15 years ago, had been layered into Lucas's own thoughts like fossil deposits. The legal training, the vocabulary, the capacity for constructing intricate arguments. And now, with the source destroyed, the sediment was beginning to crumble. Lucas returned to his desk. He opened his laptop and searched for the legal term he could not remember. It appeared on the screen immediately. Res judicata, a term he had used in court proceedings dozens of times. A term that 2 weeks ago he would not have needed to look up. This was not permanent. The mind recovered from stress. This would pass. But when he returned to the case file, the same fog descended. The arguments that should have been self-evident required effort to parse. The strategy that should have crystallized immediately remained diffuse, unfocused. The man in the cell would soon forget everything. Lucas had always known. The cruel paradox of his situation had become inescapable. He needed his brilliance now more than ever, to anticipate the investigation, to identify who might have received the letter, to construct the legal defenses that would protect him if someone started asking questions. But the very tool he needed was the one he had destroyed. Each day his mind dulled, the threat grew sharper. The spreadsheet contained 17 names. 17 names. Lucas opened his laptop and began searching for someone who knew the real Lucas Merrick. He started with his undergraduate years at USC. The real Lucas had been a senior 15 years ago. He would have had classmates, study partners, professors who remembered him. Lucas searched the university alumni directory, cross-referencing names with current locations and professions, attorneys, journalists, anyone with the resources and motivation to investigate. He found 17 possibilities. He opened a spreadsheet and began cataloging them. Names, last known employers, LinkedIn profiles. He would need to monitor them all, watch for any sign that they had received the letter, that they were asking questions. But as he typed, he realized he was misspelling words he had never misspelled before. Simple words. Investigation came out as investigation. He corrected it and continued. 3 lines later, he typed receive instead of receive. Then separate as separate. His fingers knew the words. His mind no longer did. He forced himself to continue. 17 names. He needed to assess the threat level of each one. But when he looked at the first name on the list, a classmate named Alex Mitchell, He realized he could remember that they had taken contracts together, but he could no longer remember whether Mitchell had been a close friend or a casual acquaintance. The qualitative data was gone. He knew Mitchell's face. He knew they had studied together, but he could not remember whether Mitchell would believe an impossible letter or dismiss it as a scam. The second name, Vanessa Cooper. Lucas remembered her. She had been in his study group. But had they been friends? Had she liked him? Would she be motivated to investigate if she received a letter claiming he was a monster? The context was dissolving. He was left with names and nothing else. By the fifth name, Lucas understood the full scope of the problem. He was creating a list of potential threats he could no longer properly evaluate. The spreadsheet was becoming a catalog of his own cognitive failure. Each blank cell, a piece of missing analysis his deteriorating mind could not provide. Lucas closed the laptop. He stood and walked to the window. The city spread out below him, vast and indifferent. Somewhere in that city, someone had received a letter from a man claiming to be Lucas Merrick, someone who knew the real Lucas well enough to believe the impossible, someone who might already be watching Lucas, waiting for him to slip, to fail, to reveal the wrongness beneath the surface. And Lucas, who needed to be sharper than he had ever been, was becoming duller by the day. He returned to his desk. The Mont Blanc pen lay where he had left it. The pen he had purchased to celebrate his first major victory. He picked it up, felt its weight, clicked it once. The sound was soft, metallic, definite. He had work to do, cases to win, a life to maintain, and a deteriorating mind with which to do it. Lucas opened the file and forced himself to read. By the third page, the fog had not lifted. By the fifth, he reached for his laptop again to search for another term he should have known. By the seventh, he had forgotten what argument he was trying to construct. The spreadsheet contained 17 names, 17 people who might have the letter, 17 potential threats he would have to monitor while his capacity to think clearly eroded session by session. The inmate had one more round of ECT scheduled, the final session. The psychiatrist had recommended it to ensure complete memory erasure. The victim would forget his own name, the camping trip, the letter he had sent. He would become a blank, docile shell. And Lucas, who had authorized the treatment, who had set this process in motion, would suffer the final catastrophic blow to his own intellect. He could call the warden. He could cancel the extension. The victim's memory would remain partially intact, which meant the threat of the second letter would remain active. But Lucas's mind would stop deteriorating. He would stabilize at his current diminished capacity instead of sliding further into incompetence. Or he could let the final session proceed. The victim would be completely erased. The letter threat would become manageable. An incoherent prisoner could not identify the recipient, could not provide follow-up, could not sustain an investigation. But Lucas's own brilliance would be destroyed in the process. He would be left with a law degree and a reputation he could no longer live up to, a career built on an intellect that no longer existed. Lucas picked up his phone. The warden's number was in his contacts. One call could stop the final session, could save what remained of his mind, and he set the phone down without making the call. The victim had to be erased. The risk of exposure was too great. Even if it cost Lucas everything he had stolen, even if it reduced him to mediocrity, even if it meant spending the next 30 days watching himself fail at the work he had once dominated, the alternative was worse. The alternative was returning to the desert, losing not just his brilliance, but his comfort, his safety, the 15 years of civilization he had fought to keep. Lucas had made his choice 15 years ago when he stole a human life. Now he was making it again. He was choosing the certainty of his own decline over the risk of losing everything. The final session would proceed as scheduled. He looked at the calendar on his desk. The sixth session had been administered 11 days ago. 30 days of silence, the man had said. Lucas opened his laptop and pulled up the treatment timeline. 6 sessions, 3 to 4 days apart, 18 to 24 days total for the treatment course, plus 11 more since the 6th session. 30 days from 11 days ago would be 19 more days. He checked the figures again. Something in the arithmetic didn't cohere, a variable he wasn't accounting for. When had the silence actually begun? Not at the 6th session. Earlier, in the medical wing transfer. The suspension of male privileges. The dates were in the documents in his briefcase, but when he tried to recall them, the sequence fragmented. He knew the information was there. His mind refused to hold it. He closed the laptop. 19 days or fewer, possibly much fewer. He would proceed on that assumption. There exists, in the grammars of certain Caucasian languages, a morphological category that Western linguists, for want of a better term, have called evidentiality, a system of verbal suffixes indicating not merely that something happened, but how the speaker came to know it happened, whether by direct witness, by hearsay, by inference from physical evidence, or by a knowledge so intimate it could only have been acquired through sustained and proximate observation. I mention this not as a preface to a lecture on comparative morphology, though I confess the temptation is considerable, but because it was precisely such a suffix, appended to an otherwise unremarkable verb in the 14th entry of the diary I had been hired to translate, that first produced in me a sensation I can only describe as the recognition one feels when a familiar room has been rearranged by a single millimeter. Nothing visibly wrong, everything subtly, impossibly displaced. But I am beginning in the wrong place, or rather in the right place arrived at by the wrong door, which amounts, as my old professor Signorelli used to say, to the same confusion by a different name. Let me begin instead with the word Kilshi, in Galani. And here I must immediately apologize, for English has no equivalent, and even Italian, which I had once believed capable of capturing any sensory nuance, fails me. The term denotes the quality of sound that occurs when a door has been left not quite closed, and the air pressure differential between the two rooms it separates produces a tone that is neither whistle nor hum, but participates in the nature of both, a frequency so low it is felt in the sternum before it is heard by the ear. The language has, as many Dagestanian isolates do, an extraordinary exactness in matters of acoustic and spatial perception. Where English offers a jar and considers its duty discharged, Galani distinguishes between 7 degrees of not quite closure, each with its own term, each encoding a different relationship between the two spaces the door mediates. Kilshi is the 4th degree, the door open enough that the sound it produces is continuous but not wide enough that the eye can detect the gap from across the room. The sound exists. The opening to all visual evidence does not. I had encountered the word on the 3rd afternoon of my translation work at the federal facility in Sandstone, Minnesota, a complex of low concrete buildings set among birch and pine in Pine County, where the silence of the surrounding forest pressed against the perimeter with a patience that made the razor wire seem redundant. I should explain how I came to be there, but explaining requires context, and context, in the case of a man whose professional life has been devoted to the salvage of dying languages, requires a digression that I hope the reader will forgive, for it is not incidental but structural. Without it, the mechanism of what was done to me remains merely cruel, when in fact it was precise. I was born in 1949 in a valley in southeastern Dagestan, whose name, Galara, derives from the Golani word for the space between two cliff faces where an echo cannot form, a negative acoustic space, a zone of absorption rather than reflection. The valley is, or was, approximately 11 kilometers long and never more than 300 meters wide at its floor, walled on both sides by limestone formations that rise vertically for 600 meters before reclining into the alpine meadows above. In this crease in the mountains, fed by a single tributary of the Samur, accessible only through a gorge that flash floods sealed for weeks at a time in spring, a population that never exceeded 600 souls developed over approximately 2,000 years of relative isolation, a language that bears no demonstrable genetic relationship to any neighboring language family. Gilani is not Avar, not Lesgian, not Sakur, not Rutul, though it has borrowed from all of these the way a man living at a crossroads borrows cups of flour from each neighbor and produces from the aggregate a bread that tastes like none of theirs. The language is, or was, an isolate, a phenomenon that occurs when a population remains genetically and culturally contained long enough that its speech diverges beyond the threshold of mutual intelligibility with any surrounding group, a process that in most cases requires thousands of years of sustained separation that in the Caucasus, where the mountains perform the work of oceans, has occurred with a frequency that makes the region the most linguistically dense territory on Earth. I left the valley in 1962 at the age of 13, when my father having died in a construction accident in Makhachkala the previous year, arranged for my passage to an uncle in Tbilisi, where I lived for 6 years, acquired Georgian and Russian, completed my secondary education, and began the process of becoming the kind of person who could leave the Caucasus entirely. I arrived in the United States in 1974 on a student visa. I completed a doctorate in comparative linguistics at the University of Chicago in 1981. I married Nessa in 1983. She was from Bloomington, Indiana, and I will say this about Nessa now at the outset, so that what follows will be understood in its proper proportion. She was a woman of considerable private competence. She had spent 4 years after college working for the State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, administering exchange programs between American universities and Soviet institutions, before deciding, as she put it when I asked, that she preferred working with children who had not yet learned to lie fluently in 3 languages. She took a teaching certificate and became a middle school mathematics teacher, and I accepted this transition without asking the questions that, in retrospect, the transition invited, because Nessa was a woman who made questions feel unnecessary. Not because she discouraged them, but because her competence created an atmosphere in which curiosity about her past felt slightly impolite, like asking an architect why they had chosen to build a smaller house. She spoke some Russian. She told me she had learned it in her State Department years, which was plausible. She had traveled to the Caucasus once before our marriage for what she called a conference on educational cooperation in Tbilisi, and she had returned with a small Georgian enamel box that she kept on her dresser and a knowledge of my region's geography that I found touching in its thoroughness. She knew the name of the Samur tributary, knew that Galara was accessible only through the gorge, and I attributed this knowledge to the thoroughness of her interest in me, which was flattering, and did not consider the possibility that thoroughness might serve purposes other than affection. We moved to Duluth, Minnesota in 1984, when the University of Minnesota's branch campus offered me a position in its Department of Linguistics teaching to classrooms that grew emptier each semester as the world's interest in dying languages contracted in inverse proportion to the speed at which they were dying. By the autumn of 1989, the year the wall fell, the year the century began to dismantle its own partitions. I was an associate professor of comparative philology, specializing in the phonological archaisms preserved in the Northeast Caucasian isolates, which is to say, I was an expert in the grammar of disappearance. My specialty, the sort of expertise that announces itself in grant applications with the quiet desperation of a man selling ice to Minnesotans, had attracted almost no attention until the warden of the Federal Correctional Institution in Sandstone, a man named Ogilvy, contacted the University of Minnesota's Department of Linguistics, which contacted the Endangered Languages Program, which contacted me. A man had been transferred to the facility from a processing center in Virginia. He could not, or would not, speak. He had arrived with nothing but the clothes he wore and a notebook filled with writing that no one in the Bureau of Prisons, nor anyone in the FBI's Linguistic Analysis Division, which had been consulted and had sent back a one-page response declining to provide examples, could identify. I accepted the assignment with a gratitude I did not bother to examine. The work paid $400 per week. I did not ask at the time why a mute asylum seeker from the Caucasus had been placed in a federal correctional facility rather than a refugee processing center. I did not ask why the prisoner was housed in the administrative wing rather than in general population. I did not ask why the translation request had bypassed the Bureau of Prisons' standard contracted interpretation services that, while unlikely to include a Galani specialist, maintained protocols for handling unidentified languages that did not typically involve hiring individual academics. These omissions were, I recognize now, as legible as the diary itself if one knew the grammar. I did not know the grammar. I was still reading the surface. The diary itself was a standard composition book, the marbled black and white cover one finds in any American stationery aisle. And this incongruity between container and contents struck me on the first morning I was given access to it in a small room adjacent to the administrative wing. The Galani script, set down in pencil with a sharpness that suggested either an extraordinarily steady hand or an extraordinary patience, filled the pages from edge to edge with almost no margins. I found this poignant, or believed I did. The entries were dated in the Western fashion, month, day, year, which was unusual for a native Galani speaker, as the valley's traditional calendar reckoned time by agricultural and astronomical markers rather than numerical sequence. I noted this anomaly and filed it among the minor oddities that any translator expects to encounter in a text produced under conditions of displacement. The prisoner had adapted. The dates were an accommodation. What could not be dismissed as accommodation was the writer's command of the language itself, which was extraordinary, not merely fluent. Fluency is the minimum wage of linguistic competence, but possessed of a literary quality I had encountered only in the letters of the Valley's oldest generation. The syntax was classical. The vocabulary was dense with terms I had not heard spoken aloud since my grandmother's death in 1971. The writer used these terms not as archaisms deployed for effect, but as the natural furniture of his thought, with the easy authority of a man who does not need to reach for words because the words have never left. I translated with care. I established with Ogilvy's office a schedule of 3 visits per week, each lasting 4 hours, during which I worked alone with a notebook and a yellow legal pad, producing first a rough transliteration in pencil, then a polished English translation in ink. The duty officer, a young woman whose wariness suggested long experience processing requests, she was not authorized to evaluate, retrieved the notebook from its locked drawer each morning, and I signed for it, and carried it to my room, and closed the door, and entered the world the writer had made. The prisoner himself I had seen only once. On my first morning, a guard escorted him past the open door of my workroom, on the way to what I assumed was the medical wing. He was smaller than I had expected, a compact man of perhaps 50, with the broad hands and compressed posture of someone accustomed to physical labor in confined spaces. And he had looked at me as he passed with an expression I interpreted at the time as curiosity and have since revised to something else entirely. The diary's opening entries evoked a mountain landscape with a density that made the English I produced feel, by comparison, like a charcoal sketch placed beside a Vermeer. The writer conjured the light on the valley's eastern wall at the hour when the sun clears the ridge, not merely the color, but the weight of it. The way morning light in a deep valley carries a substance that light in open country does not, a viscosity, as though the photons must fight their way through accumulated shadow to reach the valley floor and arrive exhausted, heavy, bearing the memory of the stone they have traversed. He detailed the smell of wild thyme, the Galani term javakara, which distinguishes by suffix between thyme growing on south-facing limestone and thyme growing in the shade of juniper, and had selected the former. He captured the texture of morning frost on wooden shutters, a compound word encoding not merely the sensation of touching frost, but the specific resistance it offers to the fingernail, the point at which the crystal structure yields and the water beneath is released. I found myself returning to passages not because they resisted translation, but because I wished to inhabit them longer, the way one returns to a passage of music, not for comprehension, but for residence. It was during one such return that I encountered Tekilshi for the first time. The diary had begun to move, in its 7th entry, from landscape toward interiority. The writer composed an evening in a house. And here the language shifted almost imperceptibly from the past tense narrative of memory to what I initially classified as habitual aspect, the grammatical mood used for recurring or customary actions. The evening was not a specific evening, but a composite. In this composite evening, the writer sat in a room and listened to the kilshi of a door that separated the room from a kitchen, and the sound, he wrote, carried within it the quality of air that has passed over a gas burner recently extinguished. The Gilani has a single word for this, kovali, which encodes not merely the smell of gas, but the thermal signature of air that has been heated and is now cooling, the invisible plume that rises from a stove after the flame is turned off and the metal is still ticking as it contracts. I translated this passage with pleasure. I completed the day's work, drove the 40 minutes from Sandstone to Duluth along County Road 23 through pine forests that in late October had taken on the rusted, exhausted tone of iron left too long in rain, and arrived at the house on East 4th Street where Nessa was preparing dinner. We occupied at that time a modest house, a structure of no architectural distinction, built in the 1940s for a shipyard worker's family and subsequently modified by a series of owners whose renovations had achieved the cumulative effect of making each room slightly but definitively unlike every other room in terms of ceiling height, floor level, and the angle at which the walls met the baseboards. Nessa had owned it before our marriage, purchased with money from her father's estate, and she occupied it with the relaxed authority of a woman who has never needed to negotiate the terms of her own domestic space. We sat across from each other. It was a Thursday. I am certain of this because on Thursdays, Nessa made a risotto with mushrooms she purchased from a man at the Canal Park Farmers Market. and the kitchen door, which connected the dining room to the hall, had not been fully closed, and I heard it. The tkilshi, the very sound notated in the diary. Neither whistle nor hum, felt in the sternum, continuous, produced by a gap too narrow for visual detection. The word rose in my mind with the automatic force of a reflex, and for a moment the two experiences, the word on the page and the sound in my house, occupied the same space in my consciousness, superimposed like two transparencies on a light table, and I could not determine which was the original and which the copy. I knew then. I do not mean I suspected or wondered or felt a stirring of unease that subsequent entries would deepen into certainty. I mean I knew. A word in a dying language spoken by fewer than a dozen living souls had described a sound that I was hearing in my own dining room, and the word's acuity, the fourth degree of not quite closure, the frequency felt in the sternum, the invisible gap, was too faithful to be coincidence and too intimate to be generic. The diary was not describing a house like mine. It was describing my house. And the knowledge arrived not as deduction, but as recognition. The way one recognizes a face in a crowd without needing to enumerate the features. Immediately, completely, and with the terrible clarity of something the body understands before the mind has consented to process it. Nessa noticed my stillness. She asked if something was wrong. I told her I had been thinking about a translation problem. She accepted this, then asked how long the translation work would take, how many sessions remained. The question was reasonable, and I answered that I estimated 3 to 4 more weeks, and she nodded and said she was glad because the drive was long and winter was coming, and she rose to close the door, and the sound stopped. But I noted in the part of my mind trained to catalog linguistic events that she had asked the question before I had mentioned the length of the project, which meant she had been thinking about the timeline independently, which meant nothing or meant something I was not yet prepared to think about. I did not tell her what I knew. This was not a decision I made, but a condition I discovered. That knowledge of this kind, knowledge that arrives in a language only you can read, that refers to a reality only you can verify, that exists in the space between two science systems, with no bridge except yourself, is structurally unshareable. To have told Nessa would have required translating not just the word tekilshi, but the entire evidentiary grammar that made the word diagnostic. And to translate that grammar would have been to explain Galani's acoustic taxonomy to a woman who spoke no Galani, which is to say, it would have been impossible, or would have taken longer than the marriage had left. So I ate the risotto. I went to bed. I lay beside Nessa in the dark and listened to the house, and I knew that the diary was written by someone who had been inside this house, and I did not know why, and I did not know what the remaining entries contained. And I continued to translate because the text was not finished, and I was a translator, and a translator does not leave a text incomplete, even when the text has begun to describe the room in which he sleeps. This is the fact that I must state clearly, because it is the fulcrum on which everything that follows rests. I knew, and I continued. I did not construct a theory of coincidence. I did not spend days assembling evidence toward a conclusion. I recognized the sound in my dining room the way I would recognize my own name spoken in a crowd, instantly, viscerally, beyond argument. And the following morning I drove back to Sandstone and opened the notebook and continued translating, because stopping would have meant that the last act of my professional life was an unfinished text, and some part of me, the part that is scholar before it is animal, interpreter before it is survivor, found this more intolerable than what the finished text might contain. In the days that followed, the diary confirmed what I already knew, and each confirmation deepened the horror, not by adding uncertainty, but by adding detail. The 8th entry cataloged a kitchen. The arrangement of implements on a wooden rack above a stove. The distinct yellow of a wall painted over older paint so that the previous color showed through at edges and corners as a greenish undertone. My kitchen. The ninth turned to a refrigerator whose compressor engaged with a brief mechanical stutter before settling into its operational hum, a stutter the writer likened, using a Galani weaving simile, to the hesitation of a shuttle entering a shed where the warp threads have been set slightly too tight. My Kenmore, purchased second-hand from a colleague. I stood beside it that evening and listened and heard the stutter, and felt the simile settle over the sound with the same devotion to sensory detail that he had applied to the light on the valley's eastern wall and the frost on the shutters of a house 3,000 miles and 27 years away. I translated each entry with the same care I had applied to the mountain passages because the care was the only thing I could control, and because each entry answered a question I had not yet been able to formulate. Not who had been in my house, I did not know. Not why, I did not know. But how, with what attention, what patience, what investment of time and sensory focus. The diary was teaching me the grammar of my own surveillance, and I was learning it in the language of my childhood, and the combination of intimacy and violation was unlike anything I had experienced. Not fear exactly, but the cognitive equivalent of vertigo. The feeling of standing at the edge of a height and recognizing that the same legs that brought you here are capable of carrying you over. The 10th entry mapped a dining room. 4 chairs around a table the writer identified as birch. I noted the error. Our table is oak, and felt nothing because I already knew the diary was describing my house, and a single misidentification did not alter that knowledge. When the 11th entry corrected the error, naming, in a rare Galani botanical term I had encountered only in my grandmother's vocabulary, that the wood was Finara, a white oak distinguishable from birch by its medullary rays. I felt not the collapse of a protective illusion, but a tightening of the screws. The writer's self-correction, composed in a formal register, reserved for amendments to factual record, confirmed that the diary was not a memoir in which a small inaccuracy might be charming, but a professional document in which inaccuracy was not tolerated. The correction was not a crack in a theory. It was a revelation of method. The 12th entry focused on one of the 4 chairs. The left rear leg shortened and shimmed with a folded piece of cardboard, visible only when the chair was tipped backward. A repair that caused the chair, when weight shifted, to produce a sound like a single syllable of protest, brief and percussive, spoken by the wood against the floor and absorbed by the room before it could be answered. I rose from the table that evening. Nessa was in the kitchen, her back to me, and tipped the chair and saw the shim, cut from the back of a cereal box, and this absurd detail. The brand of cereal whose box had been sacrificed to level a chair in a house I had lived in for 5 years without once examining the underside of the furniture, struck me with a force that had nothing to do with recognition and everything to do with proximity. The writer had been beneath this chair. The writer had been close enough to read the printing on a piece of cardboard no larger than a matchbook. The writer had been in this room, on this floor, in a position that required him to lie on his back or crouch beneath the furniture. And he had noted what he found with the same devotion to sensory detail that he had applied to the light on the valley's eastern wall and the frost on the shutters of a house 3,000 miles and 27 years away. Nessa appeared in the doorway. She asked what I was doing. I said I had thought the chair was wobbling. She looked at me, a look I classified at the time as mild concern, and said the chair had always wobbled, and came to the table, and we sat and ate, and I said nothing. That night I did not sleep. I waited until Nessa's breathing steadied into its pattern. Left side, one hand beneath the pillow. And I rose and walked through the house in the dark, not to confirm what I already knew, but to understand the method, how the writer had entered, how often, through what opening. I checked every window. The basement window on the west face, a small rectangular frame at foundation level, admitting light to a basement I used only for storage, gave me my answer. The latch was a simple lever mechanism in the lock position, but when I pressed the frame, it moved inward without resistance. The catch had been filed down so that the lever appeared locked while providing none. The filed surface had oxidized. Weeks or months ago, someone had modified this latch with the knowledge that I never checked this window, which I never had, which the diary's writer would have known I never had, because the diary's writer had been in my house long enough to know what I attended to and what I neglected. I stood in the basement in the dark, holding the window open, and felt the October air pour through the gap, and I thought about calling the police, and I grasped immediately why I could not. Because the evidence was a filed window latch that could have been altered by any previous owner, and a diary written in a language spoken by fewer than a dozen people on Earth, housed in a federal facility 40 minutes away, whose contents I could summarize but not verify. Because who would read it? Who would confirm my translation? I was the only person in this hemisphere who could certify what the diary said, and the impossibility of independent verification was not an accident, but a feature of the design, and the design had been constructed by someone who understood that the most effective prison is one whose walls are made of the prisoner's own untranslatable knowledge. I closed the window. I went upstairs. I stood in the hallway beside the coat rack, wooden, 4 hooks, 1 brass replacement. Beneath the Pirosmani print Nessa had given me the first year of our marriage, and I did the only thing a man in my position could do, which was to go back to bed and to return on Monday to the small room in sandstone and to continue translating because the text was not finished, and I needed to know why someone had surveyed my house in my grandmother's language and what the remaining entries would reveal about the purpose this survey was designed to serve. I signed for the notebook. But before entering my workroom, I did something I had not done in the 2 weeks of my assignment. I walked to the duty station at the end of the corridor and asked the officer, an older man whose badge read Gutierrez, for access to the prisoner's intake file. I was curious, I said, about the prisoner's regional origin, which would help me calibrate certain dialect features in my translation. A reasonable professional request. Gutierrez consulted his terminal with the unhurried motions of a man who has spent decades processing requests without evaluating their reasonableness. After a moment, he told me the file was restricted. I asked what that meant. He told me it could not be accessed without authorization from the warden's office. I asked if this was standard for asylum cases. He looked at me for the first time since I had approached, and something in his expression shifted. Not suspicion, but the guarded caution of a man who has identified a question he has been told not to answer. He told me I would need to speak with Ogilvy. I did not speak with Ogilvy. I returned to my workroom and opened the notebook to the 13th entry, which detailed the hallway between the dining room and the front door. The coat rack, the brass hook, the mail table, the Pirosmani print identified with a thoroughness that confirmed what I already knew and did not need confirmed. And I translated it, and the 14th, and the 15th. And as I worked, I listened, for the first time, to the sounds of the corridor beyond my door, the corridor that led deeper into the administrative wing, toward the offices I had never visited. From that direction, nothing. Not silence exactly, but the quality of sound that a space produces when it is occupied by someone who has made a practice of not being heard. The 16th entry decomposed the sound my front door made when locked from the inside. A 3-part mechanical sequence transcribed with the fidelity of a recording. I went home and locked the front door and heard the 3 sounds. The bolt, the click, the settling vibration the writer had likened to a held breath released. The 17th entry devoted 2 full pages to a bathroom. Hexagonal tiles, white with grout darkened unevenly. A mirror mounted to require a downward incline of the head. A frosted window and the shadow of a birch branch moving across it with the rhythm of a hand writing slowly. All present, all true. All known by someone who had stood where I was standing with the taxonomic attention of a technician, not a scholar. The attention was operational. On Wednesday, I returned to Sans, and at the end of the corridor I had never entered, the section that led to the warden's office, I stopped. I had walked past it a dozen times without interest. Now I continued. The corridor narrowed, not dramatically, by perhaps a foot over 20 meters. And this narrowing could have been a structural necessity. The building's 1940s floor plan adjusting to a load-bearing wall. But the effect was of convergence, of a space designed to channel rather than welcome. At its end was a closed door. Beside it, a small placard, administrative, authorized personnel only. Beneath the placard, a keycard reader of a type I had not seen elsewhere in the facility. Newer, sleeker, a security upgrade applied to this door and no other. I stood before the door and listened. Nothing. Not the ordinary nothing of an empty room, but the cultivated nothing of a space in which sound has been considered and suppressed. I placed my hand on the door's surface. It was warm. Warmer than the corridor's ambient temperature. Warmer than a door behind which no one was present should have been. I returned to my workroom. I opened the notebook to the 18th entry, and the language changed. The shift was not in vocabulary or syntax, but in aspect, the grammatical category that governs the temporal contour of an action. The previous entries had used habitual aspect, recording repeated or customary actions. The 18th entry employed the progressive current aspect, the suffix tiscali, indicating an action unfolding at the moment of writing. The subject is sitting at a table with papers before him. The hour is late. The woman has gone to bed. The subject holds a pen in his left hand, and here I stopped, because I am left-handed. And the writer had encoded this through the Galani instrumental case that distinguishes between dominant hand and subordinate hand tool use. And the subject is writing on a yellow legal pad, and the marks he makes are in a script the observer recognizes. The writer had recorded me translating the diary. The spatial cases placed the observer inside the room, behind and to the right of me, at a distance quantified in traditional loom widths, approximately 1.5 meters. The evidentiality suffix was jour, indicating a single observation. One night, one moment. The writer had watched me work and had recorded what he saw in the language I was using to read his record. And the recursion, the text about the reading of the text, produced a vertigo that was not physical but semiotic. The signifier reaching through the page to grasp the signified and finding that the signified was holding the page. I set the pen down. I sat for several minutes. Then I stood and walked out of the room. I had not planned to do this. The movement was kinetic. The body's refusal to remain in a space whose dimensions had become, through the act of reading, indistinguishable from the thing being read. I walked to the administrative corridor. I passed Gutierrez. He looked up, looked down, and continued to the warm door and stood before it, and listened to the cultivated silence behind it, and understood, with the clarity of a man who has been reading a document about himself for 2 weeks and has finally arrived at the page that places the author inside his workplace, that the diary's writer was not confined behind this door. He was accommodated behind it, and he was listening to me, listening to him. I returned to my workroom. I translated the 19th entry, which tracked my sleeping posture. One arm extended across the space where Nessa had been, reaching for warmth that had already departed. A habit she had mentioned to me once with the tender exasperation of a woman who had watched her husband's body search for her every night for 6 years. The writer knew this. The writer had seen this. The evidentiality suffix was kun, prolonged personal witness. And the spatial case placed the observer inside the bedroom, and I translated it with the mechanical fluency of a man who has discovered that the act of translation continues whether or not the conscious mind consents, because a translator does not alter his standard of execution simply because the text has begun to chart the interior of his bedroom. The entries that followed, 20th through 24th, accelerated. The habitual aspect returned, but with a purposefulness the earlier entries had lacked, and the observations became measurements. Room dimensions in Galani units, then converted into meters, a conversion demonstrating familiarity with Western metrical systems no asylum seeker would casually possess. Distances between furniture, sight lines from each window annotated for obstructions, which doors locked and which did not, whether keys were kept in locks or in the hallway table drawer beneath the Pirosmani print. I translated all of this. My hand moved. The pen formed English words. The words mapped the security architecture of my own home, and I wrote them down because when the trap has been identified and the exits measured and the file window latch has confirmed the surveyor's access, the only action remaining to a man constituted as I am constituted, a man who has spent his life inside texts, for whom understanding has always been the highest form of agency, is to continue reading, to pursue the meaning to its end. The 25th entry detailed my schedule. Departure at 7:40, varying by no more than 5 minutes. Return between 5:15 and 6 o'clock. The writer noted my habit of stopping at a convenience store on Misabi Avenue for a newspaper I could have received by subscription, but preferred to buy in person. A habit the writer attributed, correctly though I had never articulated it, to my need for a transitional act between the campus and the house, a small errand serving as threshold. He had identified a pattern I had not consciously recognized and had articulated it in my grandmother's language with a clinical sharpness that made the personal insight feel less like empathy than like diagnosis. The 26th entry detailed Nessa's schedule. Her departure at 8:30 for the middle school, her return unpredictable. The house reliably empty between 8:30 and 5:15 on weekdays. The writer measured this interval in the Galani unit of labor duration, a traditional measure based on the time required to card a standard weight of raw wool, which lent to the calculation an archaic gravity, as though the vulnerability of a house in Duluth were being assessed according to the rhythms of a Bronze Age economy. That evening, I drove home through the pines and considered my options. I could go to the police and report a threat in a language no one could verify. I could confront Ogilvy and be referred to the FBI, which would refer me to a linguist, who would be me. I could stop translating, return the notebook, decline the assignment, and live in a house whose vulnerabilities had been cataloged by someone accommodated 40 minutes away behind a warm door. But I could not stop. The text was not finished. I knew the compulsion to finish was what the text architect had relied upon, that whoever had designed this mechanism had understood that a man who has devoted his life to the completion of texts cannot abandon one, even when the text has begun to lay out the means of his destruction. They had weaponized my vocation, and the weapon worked. I went home. Nessa was reading, a novel held with the spine cracked and the pages bent back. She asked if the translation was nearly finished. I said I was perhaps 2/3 through. She nodded, a nod of acknowledgement, efficient, complete, closing the topic rather than opening it. And I had seen this nod many times in our marriage and had always interpreted it as the gesture of a woman who processes information quickly and moves on, which is a generous interpretation and may even be the correct one, and which I no longer trusted. On Friday, I returned to Sandstone and translated the 27th entry, and the text abandoned its last pretense of memoir. The Galani word was kvareli, a formal contract between parties in which the terms had been specified, the compensation agreed upon, and the obligations made binding through witness declaration. A word from the Valley's traditional dispute resolution system, a legal term I had encountered only in records of blood feuds, adjudicated according to principles older than any written code. Its use here, in a surveillance dossier inside a federal facility, declaring a contract for the death of a professor of linguistics, was a desecration of the language itself. The Kvareli had been commissioned. The commissioner, the Galani agentive nominal, specifying the initiator's relationship to the action's object, had provided the specifications. The commissioner had selected the language, and the commissioner had specified, in the future intentional aspect, that the text was to be translated by its subject, and that the translation was to be completed before the Kvareli's execution, so that the subject would understand, in the interval between comprehension and consequence, the exact nature of what had been done and by whom. Until this entry, I had known that someone had surveyed my house. I had not known why. The word Kvareli supplied the why with a bluntness that made the diary's literary beauty feel retroactively obscene. The mountain passages, the frost on the shutters, the weaving simile for the Kenmore stutter, all of it deployed in the service of a contract whose object was my death. The beauty had been camouflage. The language had been selected not for its expressiveness, but for its impenetrability. A tongue that could pass through any security screening without risk of being read by anyone other than the one person for whom it was intended. Me. The remaining entries I translated without pause. I did not eat the sandwich the duty officer had brought. The 28th through 34th entries contained operational specifications, approach routes through the alley behind East 4th Street. The filed basement latch noted with professional approval. The interior laid out as schematic, with floorboard acoustics mapped. My medicine cabinet inventoried, the telephone's location and cord length measured against the distance to the nearest exit. Each entry condensed and purposeful. The prose stripped of the literary density that had characterized the early pages. A shift in register that confirmed the shift in function from memoir to manual. The 35th entry turned to Nessa, not as a wife, not as a domestic partner. The writer used the evidentiality suffix kun and the spatial case indicating interior proximity, and the result was a passage of such intimate detail that reading it felt less like translation than like violation. The way she held a book, spine cracked, pages bent back. The way she stood at the kitchen window in early morning with her coffee held in both hands, the cup against her lower lip. The expression, the face a person wears when they believe they are alone. She wore during those moments an expression I had seen 1,000 times and never thought to name, and that the writer had captured with a fidelity that made me feel not afraid, but exposed. I noted, as I translated, that the writer's account of Nessa's solitary expression did not match my own experience of it. I had always read her morning stillness as contemplation, a woman thinking private thoughts over coffee, at peace. The writer captured the same posture, the same cup position, the same gaze through the window. But the Galani compound he used was not the face of contemplation, but the face of assessment, a term drawn from the Valley's hunting vocabulary applied to the expression of a person calculating wind direction and the distance to a ridgeline she intends to cross. I sat with this for a long time. I sat with the Galani word for assessment, from the lexicon of the high-altitude hunt, denoting the stillness that precedes movement across difficult terrain. And I thought about mornings, 6 years of mornings, perhaps 2,000 mornings in which I had walked into the kitchen and seen my wife at the window and felt a small warmth at the domesticity of the image, the coffee, the stillness, the ordinary privacy of a woman in her own house before the day begins. 2,000 mornings. And in each of them, if the writer was correct, and the writer, I had been forced to learn, was unerring in everything. Nessa had not been contemplating. She had been assessing. The distance between the kitchen and the front door, the interval between my departure and hers, the weight of the life she was measuring against whatever that life was worth to the person who had agreed to end it. The word sat in the room the way a word sits in a language that has no synonym for it, occupying all the space, admitting no alternative. And I understood that the diary had not merely mapped my house, but had mapped my marriage, and that its map was more accurate than mine had ever been. The 36th entry completed the architecture. The commissioner, the writer noted, had provided a photograph for identification purposes. The photograph showed the subject seated at a table, a glass of wine before him, his left hand resting on the surface with fingers slightly spread. The subject was looking toward the camera with an expression the writer conveyed using the Galani compound for the face a person makes when they are happy and do not yet know they should not be. I knew this photograph. Nessa had taken it. September, early in our marriage, candles from the market, the risotto, the wine, her camera lifting. My expression, the expression of a man who believed himself loved, the agent of suffix, the commissioner's categorical relationship to the subject, in Galani, is for professional, ili for familial, za for intimate. The writer had used za. The pen left my hand. Not placed, dropped. It rolled to the edge of the legal pad and stopped against the spiral binding, and I looked at it and could not remember how to pick it up. The fluorescent tube hummed. The building settled. I was aware of my breathing, which had become shallow and deliberate. The breathing of a man whose autonomic systems have identified a threat the conscious mind is still assembling. Nessa. The photograph could not have left her possession without her knowledge. The suffix could not have been selected without the writer's direct acquaintance with the commissioner's relationship to the target. Zala. Intimate. Someone who shared his domestic space. Someone who knew which window latched and which did not. Someone who knew the language of his childhood well enough to select it as the medium of his death warrant, knowing that no other person, perhaps no other person on earth, could decode what it said. Until this moment I had known that someone had surveyed my house and that the survey served a Covarelli. I had not known who had commissioned it. The knowledge arrived not as a reinterpretation of what I had seen in our marriage, but as a new fact that illuminated an old one. I thought of her nod, the efficient topic-closing nod, and it was the same nod it had always been. But now I knew who she was nodding for. I thought of her question about the timeline, how long the translation would take, and it was the same practical question. But now I knew why the answer mattered. I thought of the State Department years she had summarized so briskly, the Russian she spoke so capably, the Tbilisi conference laid out with just enough detail to satisfy and not enough to investigate, the Georgian enamel box on her dresser that I had always taken as a souvenir and that now felt like a credential. And I thought of the morning face, the face of assessment, the hunter's stillness. The writer had not taught me to see something new in Nessa. He had given me the word for something that had always been there, that I had seen every morning for 6 years and translated, as translators do, into a meaning I preferred. I picked up the pen. I did this by looking at my hand and instructing it to close around the barrel, a procedure I had never before needed to perform consciously. But the body, when it has received information the mind has not yet processed, responds by withdrawing its automatic functions and demanding that each be authorized individually, as though the self has been placed under review and no action may proceed without clearance. I translated the 37th entry. The operative, the writer, was housed not in general population, but in the administrative wing in the warden's private office. An arrangement facilitated that, through a mechanism the diary did not detail, but I thought of Ogilvy, his measured bureaucratic demeanor, his careful incuriosity about the notebook's contents, his failure to question why a mute asylum seeker required housing in the administrative wing rather than the medical unit. And I understood that the mechanism bore the signature of the same operational competence I had admired in Nessa for 6 years. The ability to make systems perform functions they were not designed for quietly, without leaving evidence of the redesign. The federal facility in which I sat had never been neutral ground. It was infrastructure, prepared, adjusted, made to serve a purpose its original builders had not intended. No different in principle from the filed window latch or the diary itself. He was not a prisoner. He had never been a prisoner. He was a professional whose work required the ability to occupy any environment, a house, a facility, a warden's office, with the sustained, invisible patience of a man whose product is a document that, when read by its intended reader, will explain that his life has already ended, and that only his awareness of this fact remains to be arranged. The 38th and 39th entries were administrative. Contingencies, fallback protocols, and shorthand drawn from Galani agricultural vocabulary. The 39th noted, in a subordinate clause, that the commissioner had selected the language of composition, not merely for its impenetrability, but for a reason the writer conveyed using a Galani ethical term, a word meaning the obligation to ensure that a person affected by a decision understands the decision and the identity of the person who made it. She wanted me to know. She had selected Galani because she wanted me to grasp not only that I was going to die, but that she had arranged it, and that the arrangement had been conducted in the most intimate medium available. The mother tongue, the language of childhood, because she wanted the betrayal to be carried in the same words that carried every memory the language had ever held. My grandmother's stories, the names of alpine flowers, the 18 varieties of snowfall, the sound of a door not quite closed. She wanted the language of my tenderness to become the language of her cruelty, and she wanted me to know this, and she wanted the knowing to be the last thing I possessed. The 40th entry, the last, was 3 lines. Upon completion of the translation, the operative will vacate the facility through the administrative exit. The subject's comprehension of the dossier is the final condition of the cavarally. No further action by the commissioner is required. What remains is professional. The last word was dachtali. In Galani, it is a temporal marker composed of 2 roots. Dach, meaning the reading or the interpretation, and viteli, meaning upon the moment of its completion. Together they form a word that means at the instant when understanding arrives. The li ending transforms the temporal marker from a neutral indicator of sequence into something closer to a conditional trigger, a grammatical mechanism that makes the completion of understanding Not merely an event, but a cause, as though the act of comprehending the word were itself the thing the word sets in motion. My grandmother used this word when telling stories. She used it to mark the moment when the listener grasped the tale's meaning, the instant of interpretive completion that transformed a person hearing a story into a person who had heard one. In that context, Dr. Lee carried no menace. It was a storyteller's word, a word of closure, of gentle finality. I wrote Dr. Lee on the legal pad. I wrote its English translation. Upon the moment of completion, I placed the pen beside the pad. The ink was wet. The Galani script lay beneath my translation like a shadow beneath a body. The same shape, visible only when the light fell from a certain angle. And from the corridor that narrowed toward the warm door that connected my workroom to the warden's office, came a sound I identified before my conscious mind could name it, because I had translated its notation 3 hours earlier. The click of the keycard reader disengaging, the hiss of the magnetic seal, the whisper of a heavy door swinging open on recently oiled hinges, then footsteps, not approaching, receding, moving away through the administrative wing toward the exit the 37th entry had specified, the service door onto the facility's rear lot where a vehicle would be waiting, and from which the drive to Duluth was approximately 35 minutes by County Road 23, 5 minutes less than my own drive. He had already factored in the difference. I could have run. I considered this with the thoroughness of a man who has exhausted every other use of his mind. I had my car keys. The interstate was 20 minutes south. I could have driven to a sheriff's office and reported a threat in a language no one could verify. And the apparatus Nessa had so carefully prepared would have processed my account with the same incurious efficiency Ogilvy had applied to every other element of her design. But the truth was simpler and worse than any logistical calculation. There was nowhere left to go. My home was a kill zone. My wife was its architect. The language of my childhood had been made into the instrument of my destruction. Every space I had ever inhabited existed now inside a text I had translated with my own hand, and the text had no outside, no position from which it could be read that was not already written to its pages. To run would have been to carry the text with me, because the text was in my language, and my language was in my body. And my body could not be left behind. And beneath even this, beneath the logic, beneath the geography of a life that had been totally penetrated by a text, there was the compulsion I have already named and will not soften. I could not leave the sentence unfinished. Daf Lee demanded its period. The story the diary had written was the story of a man who translates his own death and then drives home to meet it. And I had always been, a man who follows a sentence to the end of its meaning, even when the meaning is the end of the man. This was what Nessa had understood. This was what the language had been chosen to exploit, not my expertise, my faithfulness. I sat at the desk. The corridor was silent now. Not the cultivated silence of occupation, but the vacancy of a space that has discharged its purpose. The operative had left. The Cavalry was active. And I was sitting in a federal facility in Pine County, Minnesota, 40 minutes from a house whose every vulnerability had been cataloged in the language of my childhood. The filed window latch, the path that avoided the floorboards that creaked, the bedroom where Nessa slept on her left side with one hand beneath the pillow. And the man who had cataloged them was already on the road, 5 minutes ahead, carrying in his memory the same floor plan I had spent 3 weeks transcribing onto a yellow legal pad with the diligence of a scholar who has never learned to leave a text unfinished. On the pad, the last word was still drying. daftali, upon the moment of completion. My grandmother's word for the end of a story. The instant when meaning arrives, when the distance between the telling and the told collapses to nothing. The word had kept its meaning. Understanding had arrived. The story was over. What remained was the drive. 40 minutes through the dark pines, along a road I had traveled 100 times, toward a house where everything stood as the diary had detailed, where the door to the hallway would be standing not quite closed, producing in the space between two rooms a sound for which a dying language had found it necessary to create a word so exact it could cross any distance without losing a single overtone of its meaning, and where, at the kitchen window, a woman I had loved in a language I could no longer trust would be waiting with the face I had always misread in a house whose door was already open. The scarecrow was in the south field, roughly 100 yards from the back porch, and Gavin stood at the kitchen sink and tried to decide whether this was the same distance it had been yesterday. It seemed like a simple question. He could picture where it had been, or he thought he could. But the more he looked at it, the less certain the picture became, the way a word you stare at too long starts to look misspelled. The post was lashed to, tilted slightly east, and the arms, which were just broom handles, pushed through the sleeves of one of his grandfather's canvas coats, extended out over the dead corn in a gesture that could have been welcoming or warding, depending. He turned the tap and let the water run cold over his wrists. The kitchen smelled like other people's meals, decades of them, oil and onion and something deeper, mineral, the smell of a house that has been cooked in and slept in by the same person for 40 years. Gavin had been here since Monday afternoon, and it was now Wednesday morning, and the smell had not diminished. He was beginning to understand that it would not diminish, that it was structural, embedded in the drywall and the linoleum and the curtains over the sink, a composite of 10,000 suppers eaten alone, and no amount of open windows or cleaning product would separate it from the house because it was the house, or at least the part of the house that was still his grandfather's. There was a glass in the dish rack. He had noticed it yesterday, a heavy-bottomed tumbler with a faint ring of mineral deposit at its lip, and he had assumed his grandfather had washed it and left it there in the days before the hospital, or that the neighbor woman who'd checked the pipes before his arrival had used it. He forgot it within the hour. It was just a glass. A clean glass in a rack, drying, in a house where someone had recently lived and now didn't. The farmhouse was in Thayer County, Nebraska, 11 miles south of Hebron, on a county road that didn't have a name, only a number. CR 5300, though no one called it that. People gave directions by landmarks, past the co-op elevator, south at the abandoned Senex station, third drive on the right after the creek bridge. His grandfather had bought the quarter section in 1961 and farmed it until his knees quit in the mid-90s, then leased the fields and stayed in the house, which was a white two-story with a windbreak of Osage orange trees on the north side, a detached garage that held a 1988 Ford Ranger, and 40 years of National Geographic stacked in columns against the wall, their yellow spines fading in sequence from bright at the top to the color of old teeth at the bottom. The corn was someone else's now. A neighboring farmer held the lease, and it had been left standing past harvest, the stalks brown and fallen in sections, the ears stripped, the whole field a landscape of aftermath. The scarecrow was out in it, or at the edge of it, at a distance Gavin had walked yesterday afternoon when he'd gone to look at the fence line. 100 yards, maybe 110. He had not measured. He wished now that he had measured. His grandfather had died in August in the hospital in Fairbury, and the estate was simple. The house and the land and the truck and nothing else. No debts, no encumbrances. Just a will filed with an attorney in Hebron that named Gavin Ridley as sole beneficiary because there was no one else to name. Gavin's mother had been the old man's only child, and she had left Nebraska at 19 and married a man from Omaha and then a man from Denver, and then had stopped answering letters around the time Gavin was 12. She was alive somewhere. The attorney had found a forwarding address in Tucson, an apartment complex off Speedway Boulevard. But she had not responded to the notification about the will, and Gavin understood this as a final answer to a question that had been open for a long time. His mother's silence was not cruelty. It was architecture. She had built a life that did not include Nebraska, and the will was a piece of Nebraska trying to get in, and she had declined to open the door. He had met his grandfather twice. Once at a funeral in Grand Island when Gavin was 7, a day he remembered primarily as a sequence of dark clothing and casserole dishes, and adults who did not explain things. The old man had been tall or seemed tall from the altitude of 7, and he'd had the weathered face and oversized hands of a person whose body had been shaped by work rather than age. He'd said something to Gavin in the church parking lot. Something about the boy growing or looking like his mother or being glad to see him. And Gavin had the structure of the memory but not the content. The way you remember the envelope but not the letter. The second time was at a Perkins restaurant off I-80 when Gavin was 14. A meeting his mother had arranged and then almost canceled, and then attended with the grim, tight-lipped cooperation of a woman doing something she did not want to do and could not explain not doing. The old man had driven 3 hours from Thayer County to buy Gavin a plate of pancakes and sit across the table looking at him with an expression Gavin now recognized 11 years later as someone trying to memorize a face they knew they wouldn't see again. They had not spoken much. The old man had asked about school, and Gavin had answered, and there had been long pauses that the restaurant's ambient noise did not fill, and the silences had not been uncomfortable exactly, but they had been present, occupying space. And Gavin had understood, even at 14, that the silence was not empty but full of everything the old man wanted to say and had decided, or been decided for him, not to. When they left, his grandfather had shaken his hand, not hugged him, shaken his hand, the way you'd close a transaction with a person you respected but did not know. And that was the last time. Now Gavin was 25, and he worked at a screen printing shop in Lincoln, and made $12 an hour and lived in a one-bedroom apartment on South 27th Street, with a window that faced the parking lot of a Walgreens and a lease that renewed in January. He had taken a week off work to deal with the estate, clean out the house, meet with the real estate agent, decide what to keep and what to haul to the dump in Hebron. And he had been doing this room by room, starting with the upstairs bedrooms, closets of flannel shirts, bureau drawers of pocket knives and ball caps, and receipts from the farm and fleet in Beatrice. A life sorted into small containers, each one holding something too ordinary to mean anything to anyone except the person who had owned it, and who was now in a plot in the Hebron cemetery that Gavin had visited once on Monday and stood beside for 5 minutes without speaking, because he did not know the man in the ground and did not know what you said to a stranger who had left you everything he had. He dried his hands on a dish towel that smelled like the house and looked out the window again. The scarecrow had not moved in the last 4 minutes. This was a thought he would not have had yesterday. He put on his boots and went outside. The morning was overcast, the air holding the stillness that preceded weather in flat country. Not a wind, not a calm, but a suspension, the atmosphere holding its breath. Gavin walked straight toward the scarecrow, counting steps this time, and when he reached it, He turned around and counted them back. 86 steps out, 84 back. The discrepancy a function of stride length and attention, not distance. He wrote the number on the back of a gas receipt from his wallet and put it in his shirt pocket. Up close, the Scarecrow had the same painted face, the same canvas coat, the same posture of generalized authority. The posture of a man who has been told to stand somewhere and wait, and has been waiting so long he has forgotten what he was waiting for, and now the waiting itself is the purpose. The construction was serious. A railroad tie sunk 3 feet into the earth and cross-braced with 2x4s, the whole frame wrapped in chicken wire and packed tight with straw and then dressed in the canvas coat and canvas work pants, cinched at the waist with the baling wire. A burlap sack stuffed with more straw served as the head. Someone had painted a face on it in what looked like house paint. 2 black circles for eyes, a horizontal line for the mouth. Not a friendly face, not an unfriendly one. Just a face, applied with the same practical economy as everything else the old man had built. The chicken wire was hinged. He noticed this on his second pass around the frame. A section of the wire mesh on the left side was attached to the 2x4's cross brace with baling wire loops rather than staples, creating a panel that could be opened and reclosed. The straw inside could be replaced without disassembling the entire structure. It was the kind of modification a farmer would make to something he intended to rebuild every season, year after year, for decades. His grandfather had designed this to be restuffed. The straw was a replaceable component, like the oil in an engine or the filter in a furnace. Gavin swung the panel open and it moved easily, the baling wire hinges worn smooth. Inside, the straw was packed tight against the canvas, dense and uniform. He latched the panel closed and looked back at the house. The distance between himself and the back porch was either 10 yards shorter than it had been Monday afternoon, or wasn't, and he had no way to know which. 86 was a number. It became a fact only if he trusted his steps, and his steps were not consistent, and the unit of measurement was himself, and he was not reliable. The ground around the base was disturbed, not dramatically. No drag marks, no obvious footprints. But the dirt at the foot of the post was looser than the packed earth a foot away. He knelt and pressed the soil with his thumb. It gave. Inside, he made coffee with grounds he'd brought from Lincoln and sat at the kitchen table and tried to arrange this into something practical. The Scarecrow had not moved by itself. Scarecrows did not move. Therefore, someone had moved it in the night while Gavin was asleep in his grandfather's bed. This was either a prank or it was something else, and the difference between those two possibilities was the difference between a world where the rules held and a world where they didn't, and Gavin preferred strongly the former. He drank his coffee. He turned on the radio. A rotary knob AM set mounted under the upper cabinet, the kind with a single speaker and a dial that covered frequencies no one broadcast on anymore, and found the station out of Fairbury. Farm market reports, weather. The announcer's voice was familiar by now, a baritone with a nasal edge that made every sentence sound like it was being read from a card. Between the weather and the corn futures, the signal dipped into static. A long burst, 10 or 15 seconds, during which a different broadcast bled through. A voice Gavin couldn't quite resolve, saying something about outbuildings and a number to call. Then the static cleared and the market report resumed, and Gavin turned the radio down. The Scarecrow. 86 steps. He went to the window and looked at it. 86 steps. The number was on the receipt in his pocket. Tomorrow he would count again. That afternoon he drove the Ranger into Hebron. The town had along US 81, a 2-lane highway that ran north-south through the center of the county like a spine. And the business district was 3 blocks long, a hardware store, a bank, a grocery, a cafe, a post office, a funeral home, a bar called the Rusty Plow that had a Coors Light sign in the window, and a parking lot that was empty at 2 in the afternoon. The sidewalks were concrete and cracked, and the storefronts were the kind that had once had awnings and now had flat facades with signs repainted over older signs, layers of commerce visible at the edges where the paint had chipped. A town that had been larger once, that had contracted slowly, and that now existed at its current size with the stability of something that had found its floor. Gavin went to the hardware store on Lincoln Avenue. The man behind the counter was in his 50s, clean-shaven, wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled to the forearm and a pencil behind his ear that had been there so long it had left a groove. He knew who Gavin was before Gavin said his name. He offered condolences in the practiced, formal tone of a person who has lost many people he knows and addresses each loss with the same reliable sentence. Gavin thanked him and bought a flashlight and a package of D batteries. Then, because the question had been building since the kitchen window, he asked about the scarecrow. The man's expression did something careful. A recalibration, the face of a person deciding how to handle a topic that occupied the border between real and ridiculous. He leaned on the counter. He told Gavin that people called it the Sentinel, that his grandfather had built it. When exactly, nobody was sure, but it had been there as long as most people could remember. That the story was it moved during harvest, a few feet closer to the house each night, from the time the corn came in until the first hard freeze. Kids used to dare each other to touch it in the dark. Some of the older people took the story seriously or acted like they did. And after enough years, the distinction between acting and believing eroded, the way a trail you walk every day stops being a path through the woods and becomes the woods. He said the old man had never talked about it, never explained it, never denied the story or confirmed it, just maintained it. Fresh straw every September, a new coat of paint on the face every few years, new clothes when the old ones rotted, maintained it the way you'd maintain a wellhead or a fence line, a piece of infrastructure that did a job you considered necessary even if no one else understood the job description. The man said the old man had told him once, buying a bale of straw and a can of exterior latex, that a scarecrow was only as good as its stuffing, and that the stuffing had to be replaced because straw compacted over winter, and a flat scarecrow wasn't scaring anything. He'd said this in the practical tone of a man explaining equipment maintenance, not a folklore. Gavin paid for the flashlight and batteries, and on his way out stopped at the cafe 2 doors down, a place called Maggie's that had a counter and 6 booths and smelled like coffee and grease and the sweet, scorched smell of pie filling heated past its intended temperature. He ordered coffee and sat at the counter, and the waitress, who was in her 40s and had the efficient warmth of a person who talked to strangers for a living, asked if he was the Ridley boy, and he said he was. She told him she was sorry about his grandfather. She said the old man used to come in Saturdays for the chicken fried steak, always the same booth, the one by the window, and always the same tip. $2 for as long as anyone could remember. And the consistency of it was the kind of thing a small town noticed and found comforting and now missed. She said this with a genuine feeling, and Gavin understood that his grandfather had been, in this town, a fixture in the way the Sentinel was a fixture. Constant, unexplained, part of the landscape. He asked about the Sentinel. She glanced at the other 2 customers. A farmer in coveralls reading the Hebron Journal Register, a woman in a quilted vest drinking tea, and leaned across the counter. She told him the story was old and nobody knew where it started, and most people didn't think about it much. But she added that the year his grandfather went into the hospital this past spring, when the old man's health turned, no one had maintained the Sentinel for the first time in decades. No new straw, no new paint. And the corn had come in poor, the worst yield in the county. And some people connected the 2 things, and some people thought that was absurd. and some people had stopped saying which camp they were in. She said there had been a stretch in the 80s when a few things went missing from farms during harvest. Tools, a blanket, canned goods from a root cellar. And some people said it was kids, and some people said it was the Sentinel taking what it needed. And her voice, when she said this last part, had the flatness of a person repeating something they've heard too many times to hear anymore. She added, almost as an afterthought, that the thefts always stopped when the first hard freeze came, and that no one had ever found signs of forced entry. Gavin drank his coffee. On his way out, he passed the bulletin board inside the cafe door. Flyers for a church supper, a 4-H fundraiser, a used tractor, and a photocopied notice from the Thayer County Sheriff's Office. Bold header, a photograph. A man's face, mid-30s, flat-lit, the kind of photograph that came from an official record, and a block of text beneath it. Gavin's eyes passed over it without stopping. His mind went back to the Scarecrow. He pushed through the door, and the bell jingled, and the notice stayed on the board behind him. He drove back on CR 5300 in the Ranger. The fields were flat and open, and the corn stood in them like the remnants of something that had not yet decided what it was becoming. Gavin drove, and the image of his grandfather alone out here settled over the drive, maintaining a scarecrow that the town had turned into a legend, replacing its straw every September through the hinged panel like a man performing a sacrament he'd never explained. And the thought produced not nostalgia or grief, but something more geometric. The awareness of a pattern whose purpose he could not see. A shape in time that implied a function he was not equipped to identify. At the house, the Scarecrow was still at 86 steps. Gavin checked. Vernon Dooley came by around 4. Gavin heard the truck first. A heavy diesel, audible for half a mile in flat country. And by the time he got to the porch, a man in his 60s was climbing out of a dually with a seed corn cap and the deliberate movements of someone who had lived in his body for a long time without being surprised by anything it did. He introduced himself as the neighbor to the east, the one who held the lease on the cornfields, and he had a thermos of coffee and the posture of a man who intended to sit and talk whether he was invited to or not. They sat. Vernon talked about the land, its history, its yield, its water table, the drip irrigation the old man had installed in 1984 and never upgraded. He talked about the soil with the specificity of a man who understood dirt as a living thing. Crete silt loam, some of the best in the county, deep topsoil, good drainage, responsive to nitrogen, but not greedy. He talked about Gavin's grandfather with the careful respect of someone describing a person he had found difficult. The old man had been private, not unfriendly, but not available. Lived alone for 25 years and seemed to prefer it, or had arranged his life so thoroughly around solitude that the question of preference became irrelevant. He'd kept the house and the truck and the Scarecrow and the lease, and he'd needed nothing else. And Vernon said this with a faint admiration that coexisted with something else, a frustration, an impatience, with a man who had sat on 160 acres of prime farmland and refused to sell it or explain why. Vernon asked if Gavin intended to keep the place. Gavin said he hadn't decided. Vernon named a number that was 60% of what the real estate agent had told Gavin the land was worth. A quick sale number, a pressure number. Gavin told him he'd think about it. Before he left, Vernon stood on the porch and looked at the Scarecrow. A long look, the kind that took inventory, and said nothing about it. The absence of comment hung with the deliberateness of a shape. After Vernon left, Gavin watched the taillights diminish, and a thought formed. Not a conclusion. The shape of one. A person with a motive. A person who wanted the land and had been told no. A person who might use the Sentinel legend as a tool. The logic was clean. Almost too clean. But a clean explanation was what the mind craved when it was alone in a farmhouse and the scarecrow had moved. And Gavin did not examine the cleanliness because examining it would require considering alternatives, and the alternatives were not clean. He went inside and locked both doors and went upstairs and lay in the bed and listened to the house settle, joists contracting, pipes ticking in sequence, glass clicking and glazing, and sorted these sounds the way a person sorts mail, reducing each from unknown to known, and at some point between the pipes and the glass, he fell asleep. In the morning, the scarecrow was closer. He went to the window before he went downstairs. He had not planned this, had not intended to make the scarecrow his first act of every day, but his body did it anyway. Crossed the cold floor to the east-facing window and looked south, and the fact that he hadn't chosen to do this, that his legs had carried him there the way they carried him to the bathroom or the coffee pot, felt like the first symptom of something he did not want to become. It had moved, not ambiguously. The scarecrow stood in the field at a distance that was obviously measurably shorter than it had been yesterday. He could see the painted face from the second-floor window. 2 black circles, the horizontal line, and the face was different at this distance, more detailed. The way a person's expression becomes readable only when they're close enough that you can't pretend they're not looking at you. He went downstairs and counted. 60 steps. Yesterday, 86. 26 steps of difference, roughly 20 feet in one night. At the base, the soil was freshly disturbed, looser, darker, turned. Partial boot prints led east, toward Vernon's property line, and then disappeared into the packed earth between corn rows. He went back to the scarecrow and looked at it the way a person looks at a face they're trying to read. The straw inside the coat was packed differently than it had been yesterday. He was almost certain of this, though he had no photograph, no measurement, no proof beyond the impression in his hands from pressing the canvas 24 hours earlier. The right side of the torso seemed flatter, compressed, as though the stuffing had been displaced by pressure from inside. He pressed his palm against the coat. The straw gave loosely, unevenly. Not the dense uniform resistance of packed material, but something less organized, as if it had been disturbed and repacked. He did not open the hinged panel. He pressed and released and went inside. The radio was on. He'd left it overnight. And between the weather and the market report, the announcer mentioned that food had been reported stolen from 2 properties south of the river. Canned goods, a jug of water, a coat taken from a garage in Chester. The sheriff's department was asking residents to secure outbuildings and contact the office if they noticed anything unusual. The announcer read this in the same tone he used for road closures, and then the weather came back, and Gavin poured his coffee and sat with Vernon Dooley's name in his head like a stone in a shoe. He was increasingly certain it was Vernon, the motive, the method, the opportunity. Everything pointed east, toward the man who wanted this land and had been refused. The boot prints led east. The silence about the Sentinel during Vernon's visit had been the silence of a man holding a card he intended to play later, in the dark, at the base of a scarecrow. The theory accounted for everything. This was its virtue, and though Gavin didn't recognize it yet, its failure. It accounted for everything because it had been designed to account for everything, and it fit the available space so perfectly that there was no room left for the thing it did not include. He spent the rest of Thursday in the house. The living room was small and organized, a recliner angled at the television, a shelf of paperback westerns by author, a side table with a reading lamp and a magnifying glass, and a copy of Nebraska Farmer folded open to an article about no-till planting. The bathroom had been updated in the 80s and was clean in the manner of a room maintained by routine rather than interest. The medicine cabinet, aspirin, antacid, a razor, a bar of shaving soap. The front bedroom, the one his grandfather had not used in years, was empty except for a twin bed with a bare mattress and a closet containing nothing. Gavin stood in the doorway and looked at it. The room felt subtracted from the house's daily life, a room that existed as volume rather than function. The air was different, warmer or closer. He stood there for a moment and could not identify what was wrong and moved on. He went to the back door. It didn't sit right in its frame. There was a gap at the bottom, a 1/4 inch, maybe 3/8, wide enough to see daylight through, wide enough that cold air moved through it in a continuous thin draft. The frame had settled or the door had warped, the slow-motion negotiation between house and ground. Gavin noticed this as a maintenance item. He did not think about what else could use a gap that size because the question did not occur to him, and it did not occur to him because his mind was full of Vernon Dooley. And Vernon was a large enough thought to fill the space where other thoughts might have been. That evening, he sat in the kitchen with the lights off. He hadn't planned this. Had been standing at the window watching the field dim, and the room went dark around him. And it seemed important not to turn on the lights, not to make himself visible. He ate crackers and peanut butter and sat by the window and watched. The moon was a thin crescent. The scarecrow was not visible as a shape, only as a density, a pressure, a place in the darkness that felt occupied. He watched for 2 hours. He did not see movement. What he saw or thought he saw was subtler. The darkness where the scarecrow stood seemed to have a presence, a displacement. The way a person sitting still in a dark room has a presence that isn't visual but thermal, spatial. The faint, unconscious broadcast of a living body. He was not sure he was seeing this. He was not sure he was imagining it. At 12:20, his head dropped against the windowsill, and he woke 40 minutes later with a stiff neck and the sick disorientation of a man who had been keeping watch and had failed. The field was dark. He went upstairs and slept. In the morning, he went to the window, and the scarecrow was at 42 steps. He counted twice, 42 both times, 86 to 60 to 42. 18 steps overnight. The interval had slowed, but it was still closing. It was accelerating. And this was the night he had been watching, the night he'd sat in the dark kitchen, staring at the field for 2 hours. He had not seen it move. He had not heard it move. The scarecrow had covered 20 feet while he was looking directly at the area it occupied, and he had detected nothing. Either the movement had happened during the 40 minutes he'd been asleep, or it had happened while he watched, slowly enough to be invisible in real time, the way the hour hand of a clock moves without appearing to move, and whoever was doing it had been patient enough and close enough to accomplish this without any sound that the house's settling didn't cover. He stood at the scarecrow, 42 steps. At this distance, the painted face was intimate, the brushstrokes visible, the black circles slightly dripped, the burlap texture rough under the paint, close enough that the face stopped being a symbol and started being a thing with weight and age and the physical history of the hand that had applied it. The ground was churned, drag marks, twin furrows where the post had been pulled. But the furrows came from 2 directions. One set led east. The other set came from the scarecrow itself, as though the post had rocked in its hole and walked forward, tilting corner to corner the way you move a heavy appliance across a kitchen floor. He pressed the canvas. The straw gave, and his fingers found a pocket of warmer air, a space inside the torso where the stuffing had been pushed to the perimeter, compressed against the canvas and the chicken wire. His hand went deeper, and the gap was larger than his hand, and the straw around it was arranged, not packed, arranged, with the deliberateness of something organized by hands rather than settled by gravity. He did not open the hinged panel. He pulled back. The smell came up from the cavity like something that had been sealed and was now released. Close, sour, human. The concentrated signature of a body in a small space for extended periods. Sweat and breath and the acrid undertone of urine and the close, sour smell of clothes worn without washing, and beneath all of that, something sharper, a smell the back of Gavin's brain, identified before his conscious mind could name it. The smell of a mammal in hiding, the smell of fear. He went inside and made coffee and sat at the table. He was back to Vernon Dooley, back to the version of events that had edges. Vernon was the thought he could hold, the one with edges, a shape, a solution, and the other thought, the one his fingers had touched and his nostrils had confirmed, was a thought without edges, and he was not ready for thoughts without edges. He decided to catch Vernon Dooley. He drove into Hebron and bought 50 feet of mason line, a bag of tin cans from the second-hand shelf, a roll of electrical tape, and a small cowbell with a loose clapper. The man behind the counter looked at these items and looked at Gavin and said nothing. On the drive back, he passed a Thayer County Sheriff's cruiser on the shoulder of 81, pointed south, and another at the intersection by the spur road. He noted them the way you note police cars. A glance at the speedometer, a brief uptick of attention. And then they were behind him, and he was thinking about tripwire configurations and the angle of approach from Vernon's grain bins. He was solving the problem he could see. Back at the house, he spent the afternoon rigging the perimeter. Mason line strung ankle-high across 3 approaches, east, south, north. Tin cans with pebbles threaded on at intervals. The cowbell hung from a low branch of the nearest Osage orange, wired to a 40-foot run of line. He tested each line. The cans rattled, a thin metallic chatter that carried further than he expected. The cowbell rang with a clarity that seemed too pure for the landscape, a church sound, a summoning. He went inside. He did not turn on the lights. He heated a can of soup on the stove and ate it standing at the counter, and washed the bowl and set it in the rack next to the tumbler he hadn't used. He locked the back door. He checked it. He checked it again. The deadbolt seated with the stiff resistance of a mechanism that hadn't been used regularly, and the sound of the bolt engaging was the most reassuring sound in the house. He sat in the kitchen chair by the back window with the flashlight in his lap. He waited. The night was enormous. This was the thing about open country that Gavin, who had lived his adult life in a 1-bedroom apartment in Lincoln with a Walgreens across the parking lot and a neighbor through every wall, had not been prepared for. Not the quiet, not the darkness, but the scale. The night in the city was a ceiling, close and lit. The night on the plains was the absence of a ceiling. It went up and out, and there was nothing between the kitchen window and the horizon, and nothing between the horizon and whatever came after, and the emptiness was not passive. It pressed. It attended. It reminded you continuously that the human world, houses, roads, towns, $12 an hour jobs, was a thin layer on a surface that did not care about it. He waited. The house settled. The radiator ticked. The wind moved through the dead corn with the sound of dry things rubbing together. 2 surfaces forced to touch by a force that did not care what they wanted. He listened. He heard it as wind. He also heard it as something else, and the 2 hearings occupied the same space in his ears, and he could not separate them. The keys to the Ranger were on a hook by the front door at the end of the hallway, past the bathroom and the front bedroom with the bare mattress. He had hung them there on Monday, because that's where his grandfather's keys had been, and the hook was there, and it was the obvious place. The distance between the kitchen and the front door was 30 feet, maybe 35, a straight, dark shot down the length of the house. At 11:14, he heard a truck. Not on the county road, on the field road to the east, the dirt two-track along the section line. A diesel engine, heavy, idling briefly, then cutting. And what replaced it was the stillness of a cab with the engine off and a driver deciding when to move. Gavin sat in the dark with his hands on his knees and his pulse running high and fast, the blood doing what blood does when the body's early warning systems have identified an incoming event and begun preparing without consulting the conscious mind. 10 minutes, 15. Then a truck door closed softly, the weighted quiet of a person standing in a field choosing a direction. The cans, a thin metallic clatter from the east line, a sound. Not a word, not quite a curse, something between the two. Then nothing. A person standing still, listening. Gavin was on his feet and out the back door and around the side of the house, moving on the grass, and he came around the corner of the garage and aimed the flashlight and turned it on. Vernon Dooley was in the beam, one ankle tangled in mason line. Weight shifted forward, both hands on the scarecrow's post. Caught. He looked up into the light, and his face went through 3 expressions in 2 seconds. Surprise, then anger, then the flat blankness of a man whose face has stopped performing because the situation is beyond performance. He did not let go of the post. "Get that light off me," he said. His voice was low, hard. The voice of a man who was caught, but had not yet decided to be caught, who was still calculating whether there was a way to make this into something other than what it was. Gavin kept the light on him. Vernon's hands were still on the post. His knuckles were white. He was wearing the canvas jacket and seed corn cap, and he looked in the flashlight circle like the scarecrow's twin, the same general shape, the same clothes, a man and his imitation in the same uniform. He stared through the light, and Gavin could see him working through it, running the calculations of a man who has spent 60 years in a place where problems were solved by endurance and stubbornness, and the calculation was whether he could brazen through this. And the answer arrived on his face as a slow deflation, a collapse of pressure. He let go of the post. He untangled his boot from the line. He did not apologize. He stood with his hands at his sides and his shoulders squared and said nothing for a long time. And the nothing was not confession and was not defiance. Gavin waited. Vernon talked. Not a speech. Fragments, starts and stops. He said he'd moved it. He said he'd done it twice, Monday night and Thursday night, and had come back to do it again tonight. He said the post was heavier than he'd expected, that he'd nearly thrown his back on Monday. He said these things in the tone of a man discussing equipment failure, the practical details coming easier than the reason. Then the reason came, and it came ugly. The land, the price, the 10 years of offers refused. The grandson from the city who turned down the number. Vernon said he'd seen a way. The sentinel story. The kid alone in the house, the scarecrow creeping closer in the dark. And the logic had seemed at the time reasonable, the way unreasonable things seem reasonable when you want something badly enough that the wanting replaces thinking. He said this looking at the ground, and there was no performance in it. Just the flat, exhausted honesty of a man who has put something down and cannot pick it back up. Gavin asked about a Wednesday night. Vernon's head came up. The flashlight was pointing at the ground between them, but there was enough ambient light to see his face change, not gradually, not in stages, but all at once. The way a landscape changes when a cloud moves and the light shifts, and the thing you were looking at becomes a different thing entirely. He said he wasn't here Wednesday. He was in Lincoln, an auction at the state fairgrounds. He'd driven up Wednesday morning, stayed at his sister's in Havelock, and driven back Thursday. He could prove it. "I didn't move it Wednesday," he said. The words settled between them. Gavin said nothing. The silence held, and in the space between them was the arithmetic. Monday, Vernon. Friday, Vernon. Wednesday. Not Vernon. Vernon looked at the scarecrow. He looked at it the way a person looks at something they've been handling casually and have just been told is not what they assumed. A reassessment. The eyes going over the same surface and reading it differently. The canvas coat, the straw-packed torso, the burlap head. He took a step back. The step was involuntary, the body moving before the mind gave permission, the way you step back from the edge of something high. He looked at Gavin and then at the scarecrow, and his face had the expression of a man who has just understood that the story he was telling is not the complete story, and the part that isn't his is the part that matters. He did not explain this expression. He turned and walked toward his truck, and his walk was faster than his arrival had been. The unhurried gait replaced by something tighter, something that was trying not to be a run. The truck started, and the tires threw loose dirt, and the headlights came on, and the truck accelerated east, and the engine diminished, and Gavin was alone. He stood in the field. The flashlight was pointing at the ground. The cans were still swaying on their lines, making small sounds that were already becoming part of the night's background. And the scarecrow was behind him, and the house was in front of him. And the distance between everything and everything else was the same distance it had been 10 seconds ago, and also not the same, because the information inside the distances had changed. He did not move for a long time. The thought was settling in him the way sediment settles in water, slowly, evenly, covering everything. Monday was Vernon. Friday was Vernon. Wednesday was not Vernon. And Wednesday was the night the scarecrow had gone from 68 steps to 42, the biggest movement, 26 steps in a single night, on a night when no one he knew had any reason to be in this field. The explanation he had built, the clean, complete explanation that accounted for the motive and the method and the opportunity and the boot prints and the silence and the low-ball offer, had a hole in it. The hole was Wednesday-shaped, and it was the size of a night. He stood in the field, and the field held him, and the darkness held the field, and the quiet was not quiet, but was full of the small sounds that flat country makes when the wind moves through dead corn. And the scarecrow was behind him, and the house was in front of him. And somewhere in the gap between the explanation he had and the explanation he needed, there was a fact he did not have. And the absence of that fact was more frightening than any fact could be, because a fact could be managed and an absence could not. He turned around. The scarecrow was at 42 steps. This was the Wednesday position. The position it had reached on the night Vernon was in Lincoln. Vernon had been caught tonight before he could move it further. 42 was the number from 2 nights ago, the number that belonged to whoever had done the moving that Vernon had not done. Gavin walked to the scarecrow. The walk took less time than it should have. 42 steps had sounded like a distance when it was a number, and felt like nothing when it was a walk. And then he was there, standing in front of the painted face, and the flashlight was on it, and he did not want to do what he was about to do. He went around to the left side. He found the hinged panel. He opened it. The interior of the scarecrow was visible in the flashlight's beam, and the straw was wrong. It was not packed uniformly. It was compressed to the outside, pushed against the coat and pants in a dense shell, 3 or 4 inches thick, and the center was hollow. A cavity the width and depth of a man's chest, running from just below the burlap head to the waist, with the cross brace at the center like a step. The cross brace was worn smooth. Gavin ran his fingers across it and felt the polish of repeated gripping, the same sheen that develops on a stair rail or a shovel handle, the wood compressed and sealed by the oils of a human hand, not from years of seasonal maintenance, from sustained, repeated weight-bearing use. Someone standing on this beam, holding the broom handle arms for hours. The baling wire hinges of the panel were worn smooth too, worked back and forth, opened and closed, far more than seasonal restuffing would require. The grandfather had designed this panel for maintenance. Someone else had been using it for access. The smell came up from the cavity like something that had been sealed and was now released. Close, sour human. The concentrated signature of a body in a small space for extended periods. Sweat and breath and the acrid undertone of urine and the close, sour smell of clothes worn without washing. And beneath all of that, something sharper, a smell the back of Gavin's brain identified before his conscious mind could name it. The smell of a mammal in hiding, the smell of fear. The straw at the bottom of the cavity was matted, compressed in a pattern that was not random. The pattern of weight, of a body's pressure points, of a person standing with their feet apart on a narrow beam and leaning against a padded wall. There were threads caught in the chicken wire. Dark threads, cotton, the kind that pulled from a jacket sleeve when a person squeezed through a narrow opening. There was a damp spot on the canvas at waist height that matched the patch of skin between a belt and the bottom of a shirt, the place where sweat collects when you cannot move. The cavity was empty. The warmth was there. Residual fading, the thermal signature of recent habitation. But the body was gone. Whoever had been inside the scarecrow was not inside it now. Gavin closed the panel. He stepped back. He stood in the field, and the field gave him nothing. Just corn stubble and dirt, and the county road, and the tree line, and the house, white in the edge of the flashlight's spill, and the knowledge that the scarecrow's occupant was not in the scarecrow, which meant the occupant was somewhere else. He went inside fast. He locked the back door, and his hand was shaking, and the deadbolt's stiff resistance, which he had previously noted as a maintenance issue, now felt like something to be grateful for, the resistance of a mechanism doing its job, keeping inside and outside on their respective sides. He turned on the kitchen light. He turned on the hallway light. He went to the living room and turned on the lamp. He turned on the bathroom light. He went to the front bedroom. The door was closed, and he did not remember closing it, and opened it and turned on the light. The room was empty. Bare mattress, empty closet. He checked under the bed. Nothing. He went upstairs and turned on every light and checked every closet and looked behind every door, and the house was empty, and the house was bright. Every window a rectangle of light blazing out into the dark field. And this thought, which arrived while he was standing in the upstairs hallway catching his breath, rearranged everything. Every light was on. Every window was lit from inside, which meant that from outside, from the field, from the darkness, from the corn, the house was a display case. Anyone standing beyond the porch light's reach could see into every room, could see Gavin moving from room to room, checking closets, opening doors, could stand in the stubble at 42 steps or 30 steps or 10, and watch him the way you watch someone through a window at night, completely visible, unable to see out, because the glass reflects the interior when the inside is bright and the outside is dark. Gavin went downstairs. He moved to the kitchen. He reached for the light switch and stopped. If he turned off the kitchen light, the room would go dark and the window would become a window again and he could see out. But the hallway behind him would still be lit, and he would be silhouetted in the doorway, and the dark kitchen would not be a room he had checked. And if he turned off all the lights, every room would become a room he had not checked. He left the lights on. He stood in the bright kitchen, and the windows were mirrors, and the mirrors showed him his own face and the room behind him, and nothing beyond the glass. He went to the back door. He had locked it when he came inside. He was certain. He had felt the deadbolt seat, had heard the mechanism engage, had checked it twice with the focus of a man who understood that checking was the most important thing he could do. He put his hand on the lock. The deadbolt was retracted. The door was unlocked. The door he had locked 4 minutes ago, 5, was unlocked. The bolt was in the open position. The door sat in its warped frame with its quarter-inch gap, and the cold air coming through the gap was touching his ankles. He had not opened it. He had not been near it since he locked it. He had been upstairs checking rooms, and while he was upstairs, someone had been downstairs, and while he was checking the rooms they were not in, they had been in the room he had already checked, and the arithmetic of this, the simple, devastating geometry of two people in a house, one of them looking for the other moving through the spaces the first had already cleared, settled into him like cold water. He locked the door again, the bolt seated. He stepped back from it and did not take his eyes off it, and the bolt did not move, but he understood now that the bolt did not matter, that the gap did not matter, that the lock was a negotiation between himself and the door had already been renegotiated by someone else. He looked at the dish rack. The tumbler was there, the heavy-bottom glass from Monday, and behind it, tucked behind it in a way that was not accidental, a second glass, smaller, thinner-walled. He opened the cabinet. 6 glasses. There should have been 8. 2 were in the rack, washed and placed and dry. The second glass had been there for at least a day, possibly since before he'd arrived, placed by a hand that knew where the rack was. He set it down. The small sound of glass on metal was clean and final. He turned and looked at the kitchen. The chair at the far end of the table, the one he never sat in, was pulled out. The dishcloth on the oven handle was folded in half. Gavin folded things in thirds. The soap dispenser was on the wrong side of the sink. In the trash bag under the sink, pressed to the bottom beneath the liner, a plastic wrapper from a granola bar, a brand he had not bought. He went to the front bedroom, the room he had checked 3 minutes ago, the room that had been empty. He turned on the light. It was already on. He'd left it on, and stood in the doorway. The mattress. The center was depressed. A shallow concavity, the impression of intermittent weight. A body that had been here for hours and then risen. Gavin crossed the room and put his hand on the surface. Warm, not room temperature. Warm. The warmth of a surface that has recently held a body. The thermal memory of contact, the heat still dissipating. And the warmth was the same warmth he'd felt inside the scarecrow's cavity, the same biological residue. And it was here, in this house, in this room, on this mattress. And the person who had left it was not in the bed and was not in the closet and was not visible in any room Gavin had checked. He opened the closet. The floor was bare except for the corner, a candy wrapper. Snickers, folded in half with the care of a person who produces waste and has nowhere to put it. Next to it, a piece of straw, 3 inches long, slightly damp. The kind that falls from clothing, from a coat packed with straw, from a person who has been standing inside a scarecrow all day and carries pieces of it when they leave. Gavin picked up the straw. He held it between his thumb and forefinger. He stood in the closet of the front bedroom and held a piece of the scarecrow that was not from the scarecrow, but from the person who had been inside it, and the house was bright around him and silent, except for the furnace, which was running in the basement, pushing heated air through the ducts, and the sound of the furnace was the loudest sound in the house, a low, steady hum that filled the registers and the walls and covered everything under its frequency, covered footsteps, covered a door opening, covered the small sounds a body makes when it moves through a space it knows well. He walked back to the kitchen. His legs were operating under instructions his conscious mind had not issued. He sat down in his chair, the one closest to the stove, the one he'd used all week, and looked at the chair across from him, the one that was pulled out. The hallway was behind him. The front door was at the end of the hallway. The keys to the Ranger were on the hook by the front door. Between where he sat and where the keys hung, the hallway, and the open door of the front bedroom with the warm mattress, and the closed door to the basement. The house was bright. Every light was on. And every light meant every window was a mirror, and every mirror meant he could not see out. And every room he was not in was a room he could not account for. And the Ranger was in the garage, and the keys were at the end of a hallway he could not see the end of from where he sat. The furnace clicked off. The house went quiet. Not silent. A house is never silent. But quiet in the way that a room full of people is quiet when someone stops talking. The absence was louder than the sound had been. The radiator ticked twice and stopped. The refrigerator hummed, and the hum was thin and high and did not cover anything below its frequency. In the quiet, Gavin heard a sound. Not a footstep, not a door. Something softer and closer than either. The sound of weight shifting. A body adjusting its position. The creak of a floorboard under a foot that has been still for a long time and has allowed itself one small movement. The sound came from the hallway, from somewhere between the kitchen and the front door, from the stretch of house that contained the front bedroom with its warm mattress and the basement with its closed door and the hook where the truck keys hung. Gavin did not move. His body understood, before his mind authorized the understanding. That movement was sound, and sound was location, and location was the only information he had that the other person did not. He sat in the kitchen chair with his hands on his knees, and his breath held, and the overhead light buzzing and the windows reflecting the room back at him, and the back door unlocked, and the hallway behind him, and the sound from the hallway not repeating, the absence of repetition worse than the sound itself, because the sound meant presence, and the absence of sound meant the presence was listening. The glass in the dish rack held the light. The light did not move. Outside, the fields went on in every direction, flat and dark and patient. And the scarecrow stood in them with its arms out, and its painted face and its empty center, and the distance between the scarecrow and the house was 42 steps, and the distance between Gavin and the hallway was less than that. And both distances had been closing all week, and the glass held the light, and the light did not move, and Gavin did not move, and the house held them both. She had been watching his hands for what felt like minutes before she noticed they had stopped. Nolan was looking at her across the workbench, the awl motionless between his thumb and first knuckle, and a quality in the stillness, or perhaps in the angle of the afternoon, which entered the shop window and made the leather grain resemble a different material entirely, made her think he had been watching her longer than she'd been aware of watching him. "You've been sitting there an hour," he said. He said it without accusation. That was one of the things about Nolan that Alma Larkin had not yet learned to distrust. He offered observations like gifts he wasn't sure you'd want. His voice pitched low enough that you had to lean in, which meant that by the time you'd heard what he said, you'd already moved closer to him than you intended. She hadn't meant to stay an hour. She'd come in to collect the hymnal she'd brought to be respined. The church on Parsons Ridge had given her a box of damaged books when she'd asked whether there was any work she could do, any way to be useful, and Nolan had offered to show her how the repairs were done. That had been 3 weeks ago. Now she came to the shop in the late afternoons when the sun through the front window turned the leather and paste and thread on his bench into a surface that looked almost alive, a terrain that Nolan's movements were tending. The bindery was a narrow room behind the hardware on Depot Street, accessible through an alley that smelled of oil and cardboard. Nolan had inherited the space from someone the town referred to only as the previous tenant, a phrase that seemed to carry more weight than it needed to. The walls held shelves of completed work, hymnals, ledgers, a set of county records that the courthouse had sent over in the spring. And above the bench, where another craftsman might have hung tools, Nolan had tacked a series of photographs. Not of his face, older photographs, some of them daguerreotype brown, showing fingers pressed against book spines in postures that echoed his own working grip. The photograph pairs were different sizes. Some were slender, long-fingered, clearly a woman's. Some were broad and thick-knuckled. But the posture, the angle of the wrist, the placement of the thumb, was identical in every image, as though the same intention had been expressed through a succession of different bodies. She had asked about them once, and he had said they were a family, which wasn't quite an answer, but was offered with a warmth that made pressing seem rude. Alma had been in Vesper since February. 5 months. She'd arrived with 2 suitcases in a station wagon that had developed a knock in the transmission on the road up from Lexington. And she'd taken a room above the post office because the woman there, who had the careful manners of someone who'd decided long ago that curiosity was a form of aggression, had not asked Alma why she'd come. No one in Vesper asked. She noticed this within the first week and found it soothing in a manner she examined only later. Lying on the narrow bed in the room that smelled of lavender and wood polish, wondering whether the town's refusal to inquire was kindness or a local practice, honed by repetition, a path through the woods packed easier by every foot that had walked it. What she had come from, the apartment in Norfolk. The silence that a room acquires when someone has stopped breathing in it, and the machines have been turned off, and you are sitting beside a body that looks like the man you married but has been emptied of whatever made it him. Her husband had been dead for 11 months. She did not think about him often, or rather, she thought about him constantly in a manner that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with the shape he left behind. The negative space of him, her body still turning toward the left side of any bed, her hand still reaching for a glass on a nightstand that wasn't there. The grief was not sharp anymore. It had become structural, a settling of the foundation, and she'd come to Vesper because someone at the church in Norfolk had mentioned that the mountain towns always needed help, and Alma needed to be needed by anything that wasn't absence. She kept a photograph of her husband in the suitcase under the bed. She did not display it. The photograph showed him in the garden at Norfolk, kneeling beside the tomato cages he'd built from scrap lumber, his face turned toward the camera with the expression he wore when he was about to say something he thought was funny. She could still hear the particular pitch of that almost joke, his voice climbing before the punchline. She could still feel the weight of his palm on the back of her neck. These things were sharp and specific, and she held them as you hold a splinter. Carefully, aware that removing it would hurt differently than keeping it. Nolan set the awl down and flexed his fingers. She watched the tendons move beneath the skin of his forearms. He had forearms that belonged to a man who worked with tools every day, ropey and faintly scarred from adhesive burns, and she thought, and not for the first time, that his physical confidence suggested study rather than instinct, a competence assembled through deliberate repetition, except that it didn't seem performed, which was what made it convincing, or perhaps unsettling, if unsettling was the right word, which she wasn't sure it was. She picked up the hymnal. The spine was tight, the new leather darker than the original boards by a shade that would fade with use. Nolan's work went beyond craftsmanship. The repaired sections didn't just hold, They anticipated the stress of future openings, the weight of the pages fanned against the binding. She'd examined 3 of his repairs before she understood what disturbed her about them. They were too good. Not showy, the opposite. Work that disappeared into the object, leaving no trace of intervention. The book might never have been damaged at all. The bell above the alley door rang as she left. Nolan had already returned to his bench. She glanced back through the window and saw him bent over a folio, moving with that unhurried deliberateness. And for a moment, the glass certainly, which was old and rippled. His reflection in the window seemed to be looking at her while his body remained turned toward the work. She blinked, and the reflection aligned with the body. The walk up Depot Street to the post office took 7 minutes, and by the time she reached her room, she had decided that the thing with the reflection had been the glass. The pharmacist's wife invited her to supper on Thursday. Alma wore the blue dress she'd brought from Norfolk and walked down the ridge road to the house on Sycamore, carrying a jar of preserved peaches from the post office woman's pantry. The pharmacist and his wife were a couple in their 60s, careful and gentle, and they seated her next to Nolan at a table set for 6, the other 2 places occupied by a woman from the church whose name Alma immediately forgot, and her largely silent husband. The meal was pot roast and butter beans. Nolan ate with the quiet efficiency of someone who had attended many such meals and knew what was expected. He passed dishes before they were requested. He laughed at the pharmacist's jokes at the right moments, and the laughter was warm enough, but Alma noticed, or thought she noticed, that it arrived a fraction too late, a half-second delay, the humor needing to pass through an additional layer of translation before the response could assemble. She dismissed this. She was suspicious of everything now. Grief did that, made the ordinary look calculated, made kindness look like strategy. She knew this about herself and tried to compensate by trusting more than she felt, which was its own form of performance, she supposed, though not a dishonest one. After supper, Nolan walked her back up the ridge road. The night was warm, and the mountains were dark against a sky that still held a faintly green band at the western edge. He told her about a family of foxes he'd seen behind the bindery, a vixen and 3 kits, and his description. Not the casual observation of someone passing by, but the close attention of someone who'd been watching for weeks, learning their patterns, made her reach for his hand before she'd decided to. His fingers closed around hers immediately, positioned to receive the gesture, and the warmth of his palm was so complete and encompassing that she felt, absurdly, guiltily, that a misalignment in her body since Norfolk had just been corrected. On the porch of the post office, under the single bulb that drew clouds of pale moths, she looked at his face and saw an expression she couldn't categorize. Tenderness, yes. Attention, certainly. But beneath both, a quality she could only describe as recognition. He was seeing not her present face, but some other version of her, some future or past Alma that only he could perceive. He left without trying to kiss her. She went upstairs and sat on the bed in the dark for a long time, holding her own hand in the position his had occupied, trying to recall whether his grip had felt like anyone else ever known, or whether it had been wholly its own. She reached under the bed for the suitcase and took out her husband's photograph. His face was exactly as she remembered it. The almost joke, the tomato cages, the pitch of his voice. She held the photograph against her chest, and the splinter turned, and she was grateful for the turning, because it meant the splinter was still there. The post office woman, whose name was Trudy, brought tea in the morning and set it on the bureau without knocking. Alma heard the cup and saucer and the door closing. When she picked up the tea, she found a folded note beneath the saucer, written in an unfamiliar script. "Be careful with that one. He's older than he looks." She took the note downstairs, but Trudy was already at the counter sorting parcels and did not look up. Alma put the note in the hymnal she'd collected from Nolan's shop and forgot about it, or tried to, which amounted to the same thing. She visited the bindery every afternoon that week. She learned to fold signatures and apply paste to the spine with a flat brush and trim the edges of a text block with the plow. Nolan was patient and unhurried, and his corrections, when she made errors, came through touch rather than instruction. He would reposition her grip on the tool, adjusting the angle and pressure, and the warmth of his skin on hers made the lesson indistinguishable from intimacy. She was aware that she was allowing this to happen. She was aware, too, that the boundary between learning a craft and learning the craftsman was dissolving faster than she could track, and that this dissolution felt not dangerous but correct. The structural ache, the negative space, was being filled by Nolan's proximity, the way water fills a hollow in stone, naturally without force because the shape was already there. By the end of the second week, she was kissing him in the alley behind the hardware store, tasting paste and old paper, and the taste was so specifically his that she thought she would recognize it anywhere. The town observed and said nothing. Alma waited for the comments, the church women, the pharmacy gossip. But they never came. The silence was absolute, and it should have been comforting, but instead, at certain angles, it resembled a different quality entirely. Not disapproval. More like the silence of people watching a process they've witnessed before, whose outcome they already know. The courtship proceeded with a slowness that felt at first like respect. Nolan brought her books from the shop. Collections of letters, mostly, leather-bound and hand-stitched. The intimate correspondence that people no longer wrote, because the telephone had replaced the need. He'd chosen them, he explained, because letters were a method of knowing someone. You could hear a voice in a shaped sentence, its pauses, its repetitions, the words it reached for and the ones it avoided. He told Alma that he once believed you could reconstruct an entire person from their correspondence, rebuild them letter by letter until the gaps filled in, and the reconstruction was indistinguishable from the original. She found this idea beautiful and vaguely frightening, and the combination of beauty and fright was so calibrated to her emotional state. The widow who'd lost a man and wanted him back, who'd have given anything for one more letter, one more recorded thought, that she should have been suspicious. Instead, she was moved. Instead, she let Nolan talk about letters and reconstruction while they sat on the back porch of his house, a cottage at the base of the ridge where the poplars grew so thick the sun came through green and dappled, and she felt the ache of being understood by someone who shouldn't, by any reasonable measure, understand her this well. Nolan's cottage was small and immaculate. 2 rooms downstairs, a front room with a fireplace and a kitchen with an iron stove, and a staircase to the single bedroom above. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves held journals, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, leather-bound, cloth-bound, some in paper wrappers, all numbered on the spine in a small, neat hand. They filled every available surface that wasn't occupied by the tools of binding, the awls and needles and presses and stitching frames that were Nolan's livelihood. And she was beginning to understand his only livelihood. The only thing he had ever done, as far as the town could recall. She asked about them. He told her they were a family practice. Every Fenton kept a record. His father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather. All the way back to the first Fenton in the valley, he said, though he didn't specify when that had been, and Alma, who was developing a habit of not pressing Nolan on details he left deliberately vague, did not ask. She did notice that the handwriting in the volumes she could see, the ones closest to her on the shelf, their spines numbered in the 200s, was identical across books that should have spanned at least 2 generations. She noticed this the way she noticed many things about Nolan, clearly, immediately, and then rationalized it away. Family resemblance, penmanship tradition, consistency you'd expect from a line of bookbinders who valued the craft of handwriting. In September, Nolan took her to the overlook on the Blue Ridge Parkway where the valley opened below like a cupped hand. The trees were just starting to turn. He sat on the stone wall and looked out at the mountains with a focused attention directed not at the landscape, but through it. The visible surface only the topmost layer of a denser substance. And then he told her that he loved her. He said it simply. He said her name first, and then he said the rest, and the stress he placed on the second syllable, with a slight pause before the next word, was so intimate that she felt exposed, as if he'd touched a part of her body she didn't know was bare. She told him she loved him too. She meant it. She was almost certain she meant it. That night, alone in the room above the post office, she took the photograph from the suitcase, her husband's face, the tomato cages. She waited for the voice, the pitch climbing before the punchline, and it came. But this time it arrived from further away, not absent, not faded, but distant, relayed through additional rooms, each one adding a small distortion. She pressed the photograph against her breastbone and held it there until the distance closed. The following Sunday, walking the ridge road after supper, he took her hand and held it with the same immediate certainty as that first night, his fingers finding hers as if they'd rehearsed the gesture. And she allowed herself to believe that what she felt, the correction, the filling in, the hollow finding its water, was love and nothing else. They did not move in together. Vesper was too small and too old for that. But she began spending evenings at the cottage and then nights, and the nights became a rhythm. Supper, reading, the sounds of the house settling in the dark, Nolan's breathing beside her slowing into a pattern she learned to follow without effort. She had never slept so well. The ache was still there, but it had shifted, a bone finding a new alignment and healing, and she was grateful. She was so grateful she didn't notice, or chose not to notice, that the gratitude felt less like her own emotion and more like a response she'd been taught, the way Nolan had taught her to hold the all, through proximity and repetition until the foreign gesture became indistinguishable from instinct. October, November. The leaves dropped, and the mountains went gray and skeletal. Nolan worked in the bindery, and Alma helped, and the helping had become a fluency. She could now repair a spine without guidance, could stitch a signature with the same even tension Nolan used, and when she caught herself holding the needle between thumb and first knuckle in exactly his posture, she felt a flush of pleasure rather than alarm. She was learning his craft. She was learning him. The two processes were, she thought, the same. The first sign came on a Tuesday in mid-November. Nolan was repairing a folio of county maps, and he reached for the paste pot that had been in the same position on his bench for as long as Alma had been coming to the shop, and his reach went to the wrong place. Not dramatically. 3 inches to the left, perhaps 4. But Alma saw it, and Nolan saw her see it, and for a moment his face held an expression she hadn't encountered before. Not confusion, not embarrassment. A rapid assessment of how much she'd noticed and what she'd concluded, and then it was gone, replaced by a small laugh and a shake of his head, and he said he was tired. She did not think about the paste pot again until the following week, when Nolan called her by a name that wasn't hers. He corrected himself immediately, but the name he'd used, she hadn't caught it fully, only the shape of it. 2 syllables with the emphasis on the first, nothing like Alma, lingered in the air between them. She asked who it was. He said he didn't know what she meant. She pressed, and his face changed. Not the calculating expression from before, but a raw register, one that looked, for the first time since she'd known him, like fear. He told her it must have been a name from one of the family records, an ancestor's wife, a habit of reading too much history. He told her it didn't mean anything. She let it be changed because the alternative, pressing, insisting, watching his face as he tried to explain, would have required a confrontation that Alma no longer had the energy for. She was so deeply inside the rhythm of him that confrontation felt like violence. The pharmacist's wife caught her arm outside the hardware store the following Saturday. The woman's grip was firm, and her eyes, behind the bifocals, held an urgency that Alma read at the time as concern. She told Alma to come for tea. At the pharmacist's house, in the kitchen that smelled of clove and lemon oil, the wife poured 2 cups and set one in front of Alma and held her own in both hands without drinking. She said she wanted to talk about Nolan. Alma waited for the speech. The churchwoman warning about propriety, the gentle suggestion that a widow should wait longer before taking up with someone new. It didn't come. Instead, the wife asked whether Alma had noticed anything unusual about the cottage. The shelves, the numbered spines, the photographs above the workbench. Different pairs and different frames, she said, but always gripping the tools the same way. Alma said she had noticed the shelves. The wife nodded, confirming a conclusion she'd already reached, and then she said a thing that Alma didn't understand. She said Alma should count the volumes, not read them, count them. And then she should ask herself how many a family could produce in the number of generations that Vesper had existed. Alma asked what she meant. The wife set her cup down. She said that there had always been a Fenton in Vesper, but that always didn't mean what it sounded like. Her mother had known a Fenton, a woman, tall, with close-cropped hair, who ran the bindery and kept to herself, and then, one winter, began courting a logger from up the valley. And before that, her mother's mother had known a different Fenton, a man, older, quiet, who'd courted a schoolteacher. And the cottage was the same cottage, and the bindery was the same bindery, and the numbered spines on the shelves were the same spines, and each new Fenton arrived alone, years or decades apart, and claimed to be a relative of the last one. And the town accepted this because the town had always accepted this, and what else could you do with a thing that had been happening longer than anyone could remember? Alma asked what happened to the people they courted. The wife looked at her, not yet in the water, still able to turn around. And then her expression shuddered, a door closing. She said she'd already said too much. She said Alma should pay attention. She said very quietly that the logger who'd been courted by the woman Fenton had left Vesper the following spring. And a few years after that, a new Fenton had arrived at the cottage. A man, younger, no resemblance to the woman at all, and opened the bindery and begun again. She said the person who left was always different afterward, changed. The staying had rearranged a fundamental element. Alma asked if the wife had ever met one of these people after they left. The wife said no. She said nobody in Vesper ever had. They left and they were gone, and years later a new Fenton arrived, and the cycle began again, and the town accepted this the way it accepted the river and the ridgeline. She walked back to the post office in the dark. The mountains were invisible against the sky, and the road was a texture under her feet rather than a visible path. And she thought about the wife's instruction. Count them. And about Nolan's grip on the awl, the way it had taught her own grip, and about the woman who'd left, who was not the woman who'd arrived, and she felt a sensation adjacent to both fear and grief, a recognition, perhaps, and that the shape she'd been filling with Nolan's presence was deeper than she'd thought, and that the filling might continue long after she wished it to stop. She went to his cottage the next morning. She found him on the porch in the pale winter sun, holding a journal he didn't seem to be reading. He looked at her with the expression she'd first seen on the ridge road, tenderness and attention, and beneath both, recognition. And she sat beside him and said nothing about the pharmacist's wife. Instead, she watched him, and what she watched for was the thing the wife had told her to notice: the gaps. She found them. Over the next 2 weeks, she found them not by looking, but by living inside the structure and noticing where the cold came in. Nolan forgot the name of a book he'd bound the previous month. He hesitated at the turning in the ridge road he'd walked every day for years, pausing with one foot in the air, momentarily lost on a route his body had memorized. He put sugar in his coffee on a Wednesday morning, and Alma, who had watched him drink it unsweetened for 5 months, set her cup down on the saucer with a sound she didn't intend. A small, involuntary click of porcelain that made them both go still. She counted them. She waited until Nolan was in the bindery, and she went through the cottage room by room, counting spines. 243. She stood in the front room with the number in her head and tried to calculate. If a man kept one per year, these would span 2.5 centuries. If a family, each member keeping records, a father, a son, a grandson, the timeline compressed, but the handwriting was the same hand, across 243 volumes. She'd been rationalizing this for months. She stopped rationalizing it now. She didn't confront Nolan. She was afraid that confronting him would trigger the same expression she'd seen after the paste pot, the assessment, the recalibration. And she was more afraid of the recalibration than of the gaps. Instead, she pulled Volume 1 from the bottom shelf and opened it in the post office room after Trudy had gone to bed. The first page was dated 1743. The handwriting was Nolan's. She read 20 pages. The voice was his, too. The same cadence, the same habit of holding an observation at arm's length before committing, the same devoted attention to sensation. The writer described the valley with the eyes of a new arrival, which was wrong, because the writer also described the cottage with the familiarity of decades, which was also wrong, and the two wrongnesses. New arrival and long residence existing simultaneously produced a dissonance that Alma felt in her teeth. She closed the volume and put it back. She took her husband's photograph from the suitcase, his face, the tomato cages, the punchline. She waited for the voice to arrive, and it arrived, but this time she had to reach for it. Not just through distance, but through interference. Another signal occupying the same frequency. She held the photograph until her fingers ached and told herself aloud in the empty room his name, her married name, the name of the street in Norfolk, the name of the hospital. She spoke these things into the dark as though planting stakes in ground she could feel shifting. She went to sleep holding the photograph and dreamed of Nolan's hands. In January, she moved into the cottage. She told herself it was practical. Nolan needed someone close. His forgettings were accelerating. And the practical explanation was true as far as it went, which was not far enough. Nolan had begun to lose larger pieces. He lost the name of the leather he'd used for 30 years. He lost the sequence of steps in a spine repair he'd performed thousands of times. He stood in the bindery one afternoon and looked at his bench without recognition, and Alma took him by the wrists and guided him through the motions. All here, thread here, paste here. From knowledge she'd absorbed in months of watching, and the guiding felt like creation. She was making him, assembling him from fragments he was losing. The fragments were inside her now. She could give them back. His face, when she repositioned his grip, held an expression she couldn't read. Gratitude, perhaps, or wonder, or a satisfaction so deep it resembled hunger, living beneath both. She began reading the numbered volumes in earnest. Not the first one, She put that away after the date on the opening page. But the recent ones, the 200s, where the voice was most recognizably Nolan's. He had suggested she start there, and the suggestion had come with a warmth she wanted to trust. These were his memories, he said, and he was going to lose them. And if she would hold them for him, really hold them, learn them, take them inside her as she'd taken in his craft, then some essential part of him would continue even after his body let the rest go. She wanted to believe this was preservation. She wanted to believe that reading his records was an act of love, the widow's version of embalming, keeping the dead alive through devotion. The prose was beautiful. It was not memoir or diary, but a catalog of sensory experience so granular it approached instruction. What the sun did at certain hours, how the leather smelled when it was wet, the weight of a tool in the grip, the resonance of a floor, its boards singing differently under ball versus heel. It was, she realized, after the first 50 pages, a manual for being Nolan Fenton. She did not think of it in those terms. She thought of it as intimacy, the ultimate intimacy, being granted access to the interior of someone's experience with such precision that you could, if you closed your eyes, feel what they felt. And she wanted to feel what Nolan felt. She wanted it so badly that the wanting itself should have been a warning, but it wasn't, because the wanting felt like love, and love, she had learned from her husband's death, was the one thing you were supposed to surrender to without reservation. The cassette tapes arrived in her life the same week. Nolan had a reel-to-reel machine in the cottage, a woolen sack, heavy and gray, with dials that turned with an oiled smoothness that reminded her of his working rhythm. And beside it, a wooden crate of tapes, each labeled in the same small script. The labels carried numbers that matched the spines on the shelves. The voice on the tapes was Nolan's voice, and it was not Nolan's voice. It was younger on the earlier tapes, the vowels rounder, the consonants less worn, but the cadence was identical across every recording, a sentence beginning with confidence and ending with departure, the last word falling away before the thought was finished. She played them while she read, Nolan's voice in her ears, his handwriting under her eyes, his smell in the walls of the cottage. The immersion was total. She began to lose the boundary between reading and remembering. Her fingers twitched when the prose described stitching. Her wrist rotated when it described turning pages. Her breathing synchronized with passages about sleeping and waking until she was, in some functional sense, inhabiting the text rather than studying it. She caught herself one afternoon staring at her own hands with a perplexity she couldn't explain. They were her hands. She recognized them. But the recognition felt second-hand, identification from a description rather than from ownership. She flexed her fingers and watched the tendons move and thought, with a startling conviction, that the tendons were thinner than they should be, the knuckles less prominent, the skin smoother. She was comparing them to Nolan's. She was finding her own insufficient. She read the passages aloud. She found that speaking them, giving them her voice, feeling the rhythms in her throat and mouth, changed the experience. The descriptions became less like observations and more like instructions. Her voice found patterns in the prose that her eyes had missed. Repetitions, cadences, emphases that seemed designed to lodge in the reader's body rather than their mind. By the end of volume 214, she was reading Nolan's records as a musician reads a score, not for content but for embodiment. And then, 3 weeks into the reading, the first theft. She was in the cottage, late, Nolan asleep upstairs. She reached for the photograph she kept in the suitcase under the bed. The nightly ritual, the splinter she maintained, and looked at her husband's face, the tomato cages, the garden. the almost joke. She couldn't hear the voice. She held the photograph closer. She studied the mouth, the particular parting of the lips before he spoke, and she strained for the sound, the pitch climbing, the cadence, the timbre that was as specific to him as a fingerprint. And what came back was Nolan's voice. Not speaking her husband's words, but occupying the frequency where her husband's voice had been. A weed filling a crack in concrete, not by force, but by persistence and the simple advantage of being alive. She put the photograph down. Her hands were shaking. She said her husband's name aloud, and the name came. It was still there. But the face that assembled behind the name was less defined than it had been a month ago. The tomato cages were there, the garden, the expression. But the distance between his eyes, the set of his left ear slightly higher than his right, the scar on his chin from the bicycle fall he'd told her about on their second date, these were softening, the features dissolving into impressions, and what remained was accurate and empty. She went to the suitcase. She dug to the bottom, past the blue dress and the cardigan, and the shoes she never wore, and found the envelope of photographs she'd brought from Norfolk. She spread them on the bed. 6 photographs. Her husband in the garden, her husband at the beach, her husband on the porch of the Norfolk apartment reading, a coffee cup balanced on the railing. She looked at each one and matched the image to a memory, and the memories were there, diminished, gauze-covered, but there. And she felt relief so intense it made her eyes water. She sat on the bed with the photographs around her, and she told herself this was grief. Grief did this, wore the edges off memories until they became impressions. It was natural. It was what the book said happened. She was not losing her husband. She was losing the texture of him, the distance between his eyes, the scar on his chin, the weight of his hand. And these were softening as old photographs soften, the emulsion fading, the edges rounding into approximation. But Nolan's texture was sharpening. She could close her eyes and see the exact position of his thumb on the awl, the scarring on his left forearm, the distance between his front teeth. She could hear his voice with a fidelity that exceeded the tapes. The tapes were a copy, and she possessed the original. And this was not how loss worked. Loss did not replace one set of memories with another. Loss did not trade a dead husband's face for a living man's forearms. She told herself to stop reading. She told herself this on a Thursday. By Saturday, she had read 3 more volumes. The reading had become a compulsion indistinguishable from need. Her body wanted the pages as it wanted sleep, with a hunger that operated beneath will, and the hunger was growing. And the growing felt like love, which was the problem, because she could no longer tell where the love ended and the hunger began. February. The gaps in Nolan were caverns now. He lost the name of the leather. He lost the word for the tool he held every day, standing in the bindery with the awl between his fingers, turning it over, his face slack with the effort of reaching for a term that was no longer where he left it, Alma told him. She told him the names of his tools, the sequence of his repairs, and the stories he'd told her about the foxes behind the shop. She gave him back his own life in pieces, and each piece she returned was a piece she held more firmly inside herself, the original tightening its grip as the copy loosened. She began keeping a notebook, not a journal. She was afraid of journals now, afraid of what it meant to write yourself into pages that someone else could absorb. But a list, her husband's name, his birthday, the address in Norfolk, the name of the hospital, the name of the street where she'd grown up, her mother's maiden name. She wrote these things in her own handwriting, which was round and small and nothing like Nolan's, and she dated each entry and kept the notebook under her pillow. And each night before sleep, she read the list aloud, a litany of selfhood, a prayer to the person she was afraid of ceasing to be. The list worked for a while. She could still feel the photographs' claim on her. Her husband's face, his voice, the weight of their years together. But the claim was weakening. Each morning, when she read the list, the items felt slightly less like memories and slightly more like facts. A foreign country's capital, known accurately but without texture. Her husband's birthday, March 15th. Correct. But the birthday itself, the cake, the singing, his single breath, extinguishing the candles, the powdered sugar on his upper lip when he turned to her. That was fading, the sensory content draining from the date, and what remained was a correct and hollow entry. Meanwhile, Nolan's sensory content was multiplying inside her. She knew things she had no right to know. She knew the taste of well water from a pump behind a house described in volume 112. She could feel the weight of a brindled hound against her legs, a dog described in volume 98. Could hear the whine it made when it wanted feeding. These were not memories. She had never experienced them. But they behaved like memories. They arrived unbidden, vivid, saturated with the physical texture that her own past was losing. She was being filled and emptied simultaneously, and the filling was Nolan, and the emptying was Alma, and the process was so gradual that each day's change was invisible, and only the cumulative distance, measured against the notebook, against the photographs, against the things she could still feel versus the things she could only name, revealed how far she'd traveled from herself. She tried to leave. Once in late February, she packed the suitcase. She folded the blue dress and the cardigan, and the photographs and the notebook, and she carried the suitcase down the cottage stairs and out the front door, and she walked to the station wagon and put the suitcase in the back seat, and she sat behind the wheel. The road down the mountain to Lexington was 17 miles. She had driven it once in February of the previous year when she'd arrived. She turned the key. The engine caught. She put the car in gear and looked at the road that led out of Vesper and down the ridge toward the valley. And she realized, with a clarity so sudden it felt physical, that she could not remember the route, not the broad strokes. She knew the road went down, knew it eventually reached a highway, knew the highway led to Lexington. But the turns, the sequence of curves and switchbacks and intersections that she'd navigated 11 months ago, these were gone. In their place was a different set of directions, precise and entirely useless. The route from the cottage to a farmhouse in the Catawba Valley, described in volume 140 turn by turn, with notes on the condition of the road surface and the position of a lightning-split oak that served as a landmark. She knew how to reach a house she'd never visited. She did not know how to reach the highway she'd driven. She sat in the car for a long time. The engine idled. The mountains held still. She tried to recall the Norfolk apartment. Not the facts. She had the notebook for those. But the feel of it. The afternoon warmth entering the kitchen. The sound of the refrigerator cycling. The smell of the cleaning solution her husband used on the counters. And what came back was thin, flat, colorless. A description of a place rather than the experience of it. She tried harder. She closed her eyes and put herself in the kitchen. In the afternoon, and the kitchen that assembled was the cottage kitchen, Nolan's kitchen, the iron stove and the wooden table, and the afternoon falling through the west-facing window across the surface where she laid out the volumes. She turned off the engine. She took the suitcase out of the back seat. She went inside. The town watched. The pharmacist's wife stopped inviting her to supper. At the post office, Trudy no longer set out a morning cup. When Alma came in to collect the bindery's mail, Trudy placed the letters on the counter without looking up, her silence as heavy and deliberate as the notes she had once left beneath the saucer. When Alma walked through town to the bindery, which she now opened and ran herself, Nolan no longer capable of the work. The faces she passed wore the expression she'd first seen on the pharmacist's wife. Pity layered over a weariness older than pity, the resignation of witnesses. She worked in the bindery. Her movements carried Nolan's economy. She held the awl between thumb and first knuckle exactly as he had. And the customers who brought repairs did not seem to notice any difference. One of them, an older man whose face she recognized, but whose name she could not produce, watched her work for several minutes and then said a word she didn't catch, a word that included back. And when she asked him to repeat it, he shook his head and left. There were moments of clarity that came and went. One morning she walked into the bindery and caught sight of herself in the shop window, and for a fraction of a second did not recognize the reflection. Not disfigured, not altered, just seen from the wrong angle. Everything in the right place, but approached through the wrong door. She stood in the alley and looked at herself and felt the vertigo of being a stranger to her own image, and then the feeling passed and she was Alma again, opening the shop, pulling on the apron, reaching for the awl. These episodes came more often as winter wore on. She would find herself standing in a room without knowing how she'd arrived, or holding a cup with a grip that felt practiced but foreign. She tested herself. She tried to remember the layout of the Norfolk apartment. The information came slowly, and by the time it assembled itself in her mind, it felt like a place read about rather than lived in. The Norfolk apartment had become an entry in someone else's record. Her own life was becoming secondhand. At night, she opened the notebook. Her husband's name, his birthday, the address. She read the list, and the words were correct, and the memories behind them were translucent. She could see through them to other memories. Nolan's memories, the well water and the hound and the farmhouse route. And those were opaque and solid and real in a manner her own were not. She added items to the list. The color of her childhood bedroom, the name of her first pet, the song her mother sang at bedtime. She added them quickly, before they could thin any further, writing in her own round script with a pressure that dented the page, pressing hard enough to anchor the memories to the paper and prevent them from lifting away. One night in March, she read the list and could not remember what the first entry referred to. She had written a name, her husband's name, and the name was there on the page in her own handwriting. But the name had become a word without a referent, a sequence of letters that no longer connected to a face, a voice, a pair of hands building tomato cages in a garden she could no longer see. She went to the suitcase. She found the envelope. She spread the photographs on the bed and looked at the man in each one, and he was a stranger. Not a complete stranger. She knew who he was. The notebook told her. The photographs confirmed it. The logic was airtight. This man had been her husband. She had loved him. He had died. She had come to Vesper because of the loss. But the knowledge was informational. A war that happened in a given year. She could not feel him. She could not hear him. The frequency where his voice had lived was occupied entirely by another signal, so strong and so rich with the physical texture that her own memories had lost, that it had become her primary reality. She was reading volume 189 when she encountered the first reference to someone named Alma. Not her. A different Alma. Or perhaps the same name recurring as certain names recur. The Alma in the prose was described in terms identical to the ones Alma Larkin would have used to describe herself. The tilt of the head when listening, her left hand finding the banister without looking when climbing stairs. The description continued for 3 pages and included habits so precisely her own. The posture, the gestures, the unconscious movements. That the reading produced a sensation of vertigo, as though she were looking into a mirror that reflected not her own face, but one that matched hers in every feature except the eyes. She closed the volume. She stood up. She went to the kitchen and turned on the tap, and the water came, after 3 turns counterclockwise, and a pause while the pipes clanked once and then began. And she watched her own hands under the stream, and they were her hands, but the cupping, fingers together, thumbs out, the angle of the wrists, was Nolan's habit. And she had not chosen this. She had not practiced this. It had arrived through absorption so gradual that the original gesture and the acquired gesture had become indistinguishable. She went to the notebook. She opened it. She read the list. Her husband's name was a word on a page. Her childhood bedroom was a color without a room. Her mother's bedtime song was a title without a melody. The list was intact, and the list was dead. The facts remained. The person they described was leaving. She wrote at the bottom of the list, in handwriting that was still hers, "I am Alma Larkin. I was born in Norfolk, Virginia. I am not Nolan Fenton. I am not Nolan Fenton." She underlined each repetition. She pressed so hard the pen tore the paper on the 3rd line. She put the notebook back under the pillow. She lay down beside Nolan's sleeping body and listened to his breathing and did not match her own to it, deliberately for the first time in months. The effort of breathing at her own rhythm rather than his was enormous. Her lungs wanted to sink. Her chest wanted to rise and fall with his, an instrument tuning to the dominant frequency in a room. She fought it. She breathed deliberately, counting, holding herself separate. And the effort made her jaw ache and her eyes water, and she fell asleep, still fighting, and dreamed of the cottage kitchen in a version she'd never seen. Older, the table rougher, the stove different, the window facing east instead of west. And in the dream, she was not sitting at the table, but standing beside it, looking down at a woman who sat reading a journal, a woman whose face she almost recognized. And the woman looked up, and Alma saw her own eyes in the stranger's face, and the dream broke, and she woke in the dark, gasping, with Nolan's breathing in her ears and her own lungs already halfway synced to his. She tried to write a letter. She sat at the kitchen table with a sheet of paper and a pen, and she addressed it to the church in Norfolk, to the minister's wife who had told her about the mountain towns, and she wrote, "Dear Mrs. Hadley, I need..." Her hand stopped. Not because she didn't know what she needed. She knew exactly what she needed. She needed someone to come and get her. She needed someone who remembered who she was, who could say her name and have the name connect to the person she had been before Vesper. She needed a witness to her own identity, an external source, because the internal source was failing. Her hand stopped because the next word wouldn't form. She could feel it. Help. She could hear it in her mind, could feel the shape of the letters, but her hand would not move to produce them. Instead, it rested on the page with the stillness of a hand that had been set down by someone else, positioned with care, each finger placed deliberately, and the position was wrong. The pen held too high on the barrel, the angle between thumb and forefinger too wide, and she recognized the grip because she'd watched it for months across the workbench. Nolan's grip. Her hand was holding the pen his way. She dropped it. She picked it up with her left hand, which felt clumsy and alien, but was at least recognizably hers, and she wrote, "Help me, I think something is..." And the left hand was too slow, the letters too large, the pen skidding on the paper, and she was crying now, not from grief, but from the effort of commanding her own body to perform a task it no longer recognized as its own. She put down the pen. She picked up the paper and folded it and put it in the envelope and wrote the address, the Norfolk address, which she retrieved from the notebook because she could no longer recall it unaided. and she sealed the envelope and walked to the post office. Trudy was behind the counter. Alma set the envelope on the counter, and Trudy looked at it and then looked at Alma, and the expression on Trudy's face was one Alma had never seen there before. Not pity, not the weariness of a witness. Confirmation. Someone who has been waiting for a thing to happen and has just seen it begin. Trudy took the envelope and put it under the counter, and Alma walked back to the cottage and sat in the chair by the fireplace and opened to volume 160 and read. Because reading was the only thing that made the shaking stop, and the shaking stopped because the reading replaced the panic with Nolan's calm, measured attention to sensory experience. And the replacement was so effective and so immediate that she understood for the first time that the volumes were not a record. They were an instrument. They were designed to do exactly what they were doing. She kept reading. She could not stop. The passage she found that night was in the final pages of volume 160. The handwriting was Nolan's. The same hand across 243 volumes and 235 years. And the passage described in the same devoted prose the sensation of a body growing comfortable. Not a body's own comfort, but the comfort of inhabiting a body that wasn't originally yours. The awkwardness, then the accommodation, then the point at which the borrowed body becomes indistinguishable from one's own, and finally the moment of completion, when the borrower realizes they've forgotten what their previous body felt like, and the forgetting is not loss, but arrival. The word host appeared once in a parenthetical near the end. She read the passage, and her hands were steady on the page. She read it with absorption, with attention, with the devoted focus of a woman who had committed herself to preservation. And this time, for the first time, the absorption and the attention felt like what they were. Not love, not devotion, not the widow's sacred act of keeping the dead alive, but consumption. She was being eaten. She had been being eaten for months. The pages were the mouth. She closed the volume. She put it on the shelf. She went to the notebook under the pillow. I am Alma Larkin. The words were there in her own round handwriting, and she read them, and they were true, and they were becoming less true. And she could feel the lessening like a tide going out, each reading pulling the truth further from the shore. She looked at the photographs of her husband. She looked hard. She willed herself to see him, to hear him, to feel the weight of his palm on the back of her neck. And what came back was a postcard, flat, bright, unconvincing. A picture of a man she'd been told she loved, in a garden she'd been told she tended, on a street she'd been told she lived on. Told by whom? Told by the notebook. Told by herself. The last witness to Alma Larkin was Alma Larkin, and the witness was disappearing. Upstairs, Nolan's breathing continued. In and out, in and out. The body doing what bodies do when the person who directed it has moved on. She woke on a morning in late April to the sound of a bird she didn't recognize. The dawn through the cottage bedroom window was pale and thin, the early spring pressing through glass, and Nolan was lying beside her with his eyes open. She looked at him and knew. His eyes were the same gray-green, the same shape, the same distance between them. But they were empty. Not closed, not sleeping, not confused. Empty. The eyes of an animal that processes color and motion without attaching meaning to any of it. He looked at her, and there was no recognition. Not a flicker. Not the faintest residual warmth. The man she had loved was gone so completely that what remained wasn't even a ruin. A ruin implies a former structure. This was a space that had never been occupied. She sat up. She expected the grief to come. The Norfolk grief, the hospital grief, the suffocation of watching someone you love become someone you don't know. And she waited for it, bracing, preparing the place where the weight would land. It didn't come. She sat in the bed beside the empty man and felt the place where grief should have been, and found it already occupied. Not by numbness, not by shock, by a fullness, improbable and terrible. A sense of completion so deep, it seemed to originate not in her mind, but in the architecture of her body, her bones rearranged in the night to accommodate a new tenant. The new arrangement fitting so well that the old one, the one that had been Alma Larkin for 31 years, seemed in retrospect like a rough draft. She reached for the notebook. It was under the pillow. She opened it and read, "I am Alma Larkin." The words were her handwriting. The pen had torn through the last repetition of "I am not Nolan Fenton." She read this, and the words meant nothing. They were marks on a page. They described a person she could not locate inside herself, a person whose memories had thinned to nothing, and whose name had become a label on an empty container. She reached for the photograph of her husband. She found it in the suitcase under the bed. She looked at the man in the garden and felt nothing. Not grief, not love, not the splinter she'd maintained for 2 years. The man in the photograph was a stranger in a garden, and the feeling of looking at him was the feeling of looking at a photograph in a second-hand shop. Mild interest. Nothing more. She put the photograph back. She went to the bathroom. She turned on the tap. 3 turns counterclockwise, a pause, the pipes clanking once. And the gesture was smooth and practiced and required no thought. She cupped her hands under the water, fingers together, thumbs out, the angle of the wrists exact. And she washed her face and looked in the mirror. The face was hers. The features were hers. The eyes were hers. But the expression, the set of the mouth, the slight leftward tilt of the head, the narrowing of the right eye, was not hers and never had been. She had seen this expression once before in a photograph tucked into volume 142. A young man looking at the camera with amused, patient appraisal, as though he had all the time in the world, which he did. She touched her cheek. The fingers held themselves spread slightly, the pressure from the pads rather than the tips, and the touch produced not horror, but recognition. Recognition from the other side. The face in the mirror was not being examined, but inhabited, settled into, tried on, and found to fit. She was not frightened. The absence of fear was total, and she understood, with a clarity that felt borrowed, that there was no reason to be frightened. There was no reason to grieve. The process had worked, as it had always worked, with the other Alma, and before her the woman in volume 160, and before her the dim succession of faces and bodies and opened hearts, stretching back through the shelves to volume 1, where the handwriting was the same, and the voice was the same, and the patient documentation of what it felt like to be alive in a body was the same, because it had always been the same person writing. She looked at the notebook one more time. "I am Alma Larkin." The sentence was an artifact from a previous tenant. She left it on the bed. She went downstairs. She packed a suitcase. The suitcase from Norfolk, though the hands that folded the clothes moved with an economy that Alma Larkin had never possessed. Each garment creased along lines described in volume 191. She packed the photographs and the notebook and the blue dress and the cardigan, and she did this not out of sentiment, but because a woman leaving a mountain town with nothing would attract attention, and attention was a variable to be managed, a principle the pros had taught her, or taught it, or taught whatever now occupied the space where Alma Larkin had been, across centuries of practice. She did not go upstairs to look at the man in the bed. There was no reason to. He was not Nolan. He had never been Nolan. He was a body that had housed someone for a number of years, and now that someone had moved and the house was empty and there was nothing in an empty house worth looking at, she closed the cottage door behind her. She walked to the station wagon. The morning air was cool, and the mountains held the last of the night mist in the hollows between the ridges, and the word that came to mind, hollows, produced a faint amusement that she didn't examine. Trudy was standing on the porch of the post office as she drove past on Depot Street. Alma raised a hand. Trudy did not wave back. Her expression held no surprise. She was already locking the front door. At 9 in the morning, hours before the post office usually closed. And as Alma's station wagon passed the end of Depot Street, she saw in the side mirror the pharmacist's green truck pulling onto the ridge road that led up to the cottage. There were blankets folded in the truck bed. The road down the mountain was narrow and the turns were sharp, and Alma took them without hesitation. Every curve, every switchback, every intersection arriving exactly where she expected it. The route unspooling from a knowledge she had not possessed 3 months ago. Her grip on the wheel was spaced wider than it had been when she'd driven up. The seat felt too close to the pedals. Her legs kept wanting to extend further, expecting a longer reach between hip and floor, and she adjusted the seat back twice before finding a position that didn't feel borrowed. Her shoulders hunched slightly inward, the body expecting a broader frame, and the hunching made her arms ache. The mountains diminished behind her. The valley opened. The road straightened, and the morning resolved into the flat, bright wash of the Virginia Piedmont. She caught her face in the rearview mirror. The face was looking back at her with the expression from the photograph in volume 142, amused, patient, appraising. It had been waiting for her to notice it and was in no hurry, having waited before, having always waited, having learned across the slow accumulation of residencies that the moment of recognition comes when it comes, and that the moment after, when the new tenant stops checking and simply lives, is the moment the house becomes a home. The face settled into itself. The tilt of the head, leftward slight, a posture she had never adopted in 31 years of being Alma Larkin, held. She drove on. The taste in her mouth was of old paper and binding paste, and it was the most familiar taste in the world. The man had been on the cross since just past dark, and his arms had gone to a steady numbness that started at the wrists where the hemp bit and worked up past the elbows into his shoulders like water pooling. Below him, the road came up out of the hollow in a series of switchbacks, and he could feel the updraft from it cool against his ankles where the burlap had ridden up. He had stuffed the shirt and trousers with dead grass from the ditch line and sewn the seams shut with baling wire, and the grass had settled into the shape of a body that was close enough to his own to pass at a distance, but wrong in the particulars. The belly too full. The chest caved where it should have swelled, so that what hung on the cross looked like a drowned man pulled from a river and propped up as a warning. He had made the head from a feed sack stuffed with cattail down and drawn on it with a grease pencil, a face that he thought of as his other face, the one that watched the road while he slept. And the grease pencil had run in an early rain so that the features had blurred into an expression of mild and permanent surprise. The mouth a dark smear, the eyes two uneven circles that seemed fixed on a point just past whoever looked back at them. The cross itself was old. He had found it already fixed at the edge of the orchard when he came into the valley in late summer, leaning against the sky at the place where the road curved and the apple trees started. and it had been put together with mortise and tenon joints that had swelled tight in the weather so that the whole cross had the solidity of a living tree rather than built lumber. The vertical timber was locust, the kind that resists rot for generations, and the grain of it had gone silver where the bark had peeled away. A footrest had been fixed to the upright at knee height, a length of white oak seated into a dado cut, and pegged with dowels so tight the joint was invisible, and it looked as old as the cross itself, built for weight, built for standing on. He had noticed when he first examined the cross a set of narrow channels routed into the top of the crossbeam on either side of the upright, each channel containing a curved piece of hickory held in place by iron pins, and he had taken them for structural bracing, clamps to hold the tenon while the joint set, and had not examined them further because they were old and dark with weather and plainly part of the cross's bones. And a man who has survived as long as Toby Hensley has survived does not waste his attention on things that are obviously what they appear to be. The first time he stepped onto the footrest and leaned back against the crossbeam with his arms spread along the wood, he understood that this was what the cross had been waiting for, not a scarecrow made of grass and wire, but a man with warmth and weight and patience, and that he was giving it what it wanted, while it gave him what he wanted, which was a place to stand above the road and wait. He had been in Greenbrier County 7 weeks. He did not keep a close count of the days, but he knew the number, because he had come into the valley on the last day of August, when the apples were still green and hard and the trees held them close, and now it was the 2nd week of October, and the apples were falling. The ones that had not been picked splitting where they landed and going to a brown sweetness in the grass that drew yellow jackets in long, purposeful arcs from the tree line. He had come up from the south on foot, carrying what he owned in a canvas duffel, walking the back roads because the highways made him visible, and visibility was what he had spent most of his life avoiding. The roads in this part of the state did not go where you expected them to go. They followed the water, bending where the creeks bent, climbing where the hollows climbed, and they dead-ended against ridge lines or petered out into logging traces that hadn't been used since the timber companies left. And a man walking these roads could go weeks without being seen by anyone who would remember him, and this was the quality Toby Hensley valued above all other qualities in the physical world. He had found the shack at the orchard's western edge with its door standing open and its roof still mostly sound, and he had set his duffel on the floor and understood that the walking was done. The shack had been a picker's cabin one. The walls still held the smell of men who had slept in their clothes and the stale air of rooms that had been closed too long against weather that should have been let in. A rusted bed frame with no mattress leaned against the far wall, and the floorboards had been worn into a grain that caught dirt and held it. He swept the floor with a branch of juniper and set his things along the wall, and slept his first night on the bare boards with the door open to the orchard, and the sound of the trees moving and whatever wind came up the hollow after dark, a sound like breathing that was not breathing, the branches rubbing against each other in a way that seemed purposeful. The branches trading sounds he could not read. In the morning he walked the orchard. It was large, perhaps 40 acres, and it was dying. Not all at once, but in sections, as a body dies, the extremities first. The trees at the edges had gone to deadwood, the bark splitting and falling away to reveal the pale sapwood beneath, and the branches had the gray sharpness of bones cleaned by weather. Closer to the center, the trees were still alive, but they were old, and many of them leaned at angles, the root systems failing on one side, and the apples they produced were small and bitter and spotted with the black marks of scab that nobody had sprayed for. The orchard was tended by no one. It produced what it produced, and what fell to the ground stayed on the ground, and the yellow jackets and the deer mice and the crows took what they wanted, And the rest went back to the soil, and the soil produced more apples, and nobody picked them. He found the road on his second day, and found the cross at its bend, and stood looking at it for a long time with his hands in his pockets, and the weight of the idea forming in him as weather forms, not all at once, but in accumulations, cloud on cloud, pressure on pressure, until the idea that had been building announced itself and could not be taken back. The road was narrow and unpaved, and it curved around the shoulder of the ridge in a way that put the cross at the exact point where a driver would be moving slowest, where the grade steepened and the gravel loosened, and the car would drop to second or first gear, and the driver would be looking at the road and not at the scarecrow standing against the sky. He found the farmhouse on his third day, a quarter-mile east along a path that had been worn through the grass by decades of feet. The house was small and plain and had been white once and was now the color of the wood beneath the paint, a grayish yellow that matched the dead grass in the fields around it. A porch ran across the front, and a cane-backed rocking chair sat on the porch beside a small pine table, and on the table was a mason jar of water that caught the light. A stone-lined spring box sat at the corner of the porch where a pipe came down from the ridge, the water running cold and steady from the hillside, the way it had probably run since before the house was built. And this was where the couple drew their household water. He could see the ladle hanging from a nail beside the box and the overflow running off through a ditch toward the lower field. Behind the house, the barn sat at a distance of perhaps 40 yards, a structure of hand-hewn timber and board and batten siding that had gone to the color of ash. And beyond the barn, at the edge of the tree line, the old well sat with its stone rim and its heavy wooden cap, an iron windlass mounted on a timber frame above the mouth with a rusted chain hanging from the drum, the kind of rig every farm in the county had once used for lifting water or feed, or whatever needed lifting from a depth. And the well had clearly been dry and disused for years because the chain was orange with neglect, and the cap had settled into its rim with the permanence of something no one had lifted in a long time. Behind the barn, the ridge climbed steeply into second-growth timber that had never been cut because the slope was too steep for the skidders. He watched the old couple for 3 days before he was certain. The old man moved through the yard and the barn lot with the careful deliberateness of someone navigating by memory rather than sight, his steps measured and his hands always finding the fence post or the door frame at the exact moment they were needed. And the old woman sat on the porch in the cane-backed chair and did not turn her head when the jays screamed in the oak above her, or when the barn door banged in the wind, or when Toby himself walked up the path on the fourth day and stood at the edge of the yard and spoke to them. He said good morning. He said he was staying in the picker's cabin. He said he was looking for work. Neither one of them looked at him or moved or gave any sign that they had heard him speak, and the old woman's eyes stayed fixed on something in the middle distance that was not Toby, and not the yard, and not anything he could see. And the old man went on sharpening a hoe blade with the file moving across the steel in a rhythm that did not change when Toby spoke and did not change when he stopped speaking. And Toby walked back to the shack with a satisfaction so complete it felt physical, a warmth in his gut, like the first drink of the day. Deaf and mute, both of them, or close enough to it that the difference did not matter. He had found the kind of neighbors a man in his line of work prayed for. He helped himself to the spring box freely, filling the mason jar on the porch each morning, because the couple was nothing to him, and nothing they possessed was anything to him. And a man who owns a valley does not ask permission to drink from its springs. This was the flaw in Toby Hensley that had kept him alive for 20 years, and that would, as all things that keep a man alive long enough eventually do, be the thing that killed him. And he did not regard the people around him as people. They were furniture. They were weather. The old couple in their farmhouse were no more capable of threatening him than the apple trees in their orchard. And a man does not inspect an apple for poison before he eats it. And a man does not test the water that furniture leaves on a porch. He drank it standing in the orchard, looking up at the road and the cross silhouetted against whatever sky the day had brought. And the water went down cold and clean, and he thought about how the world arranged itself for a man if he was patient enough to let it, never once considering that the patience might not be his. The killing was simple. He had been doing it long enough that the mechanics of it had become rote. A man who has dug 1,000 post holes no longer thinks about the angle of the bar or the purchase of his boots in the dirt. He would climb the cross at dusk and stand on the footrest with his arms along the crossbeam and let his chin drop to his chest and go still. The burlap shirt was loose enough that if a man was driving past at speed, he would see only a scarecrow, the kind that stood at the edge of every orchard in the county, and the face drawn on the feed sack would stare back at him with its blurred surprise, and the man would drive on. But not everyone drove on. The road through the hollow was not a main road, and the people who used it were generally people who had taken a wrong turn somewhere below or who were looking for the county road over the ridge and had followed this one too far into the mountains to turn back easily. They would slow at the bend and sometimes stop entirely and get out to consult a map or relieve themselves or simply stand in the road and look at the mountains the way people from the flatlands look at mountains, with a bewilderment that is close to reverence. And it was then that Toby would step down from the footrest and cross the gravel in silence. He used his hands. He had always used his hands. A weapon could be lost or found or traced, but hands were permanent and anonymous, and they left marks that looked like what they were, which was nothing more than one man's grip on another man's throat. And that was a thing that happened in the world often enough that nobody went looking for the hands that did it when it did. He was strong in the way that men who have done physical labor since childhood are strong. Not in the chest and arms where gymnasium strength collects, but in the hands and forearms and the deep muscles of the back that connect the spine to the pelvis. And when he closed his hands on a man's throat, he could feel the exact moment when resistance became reflex rather than voluntary. The muscles still working, but the will behind them already gone. And he held on past that moment because he had learned that the body could restart itself if you release too soon, the way an engine will sometimes catch again if you have not let it fully cool. He killed his first man in the valley on the 5th of September, a traveler in a green coupe who had pulled off the road to let the engine cool on the grade, a heavy man with a soft throat and strong hands that found Toby's forearms and gripped them hard enough to leave bruises and then released. He took the man's wallet and his wristwatch and a silver cigarette case that was engraved with initials that were not the man's name, which meant the case had been stolen once already and was making its way through the world the way stolen things do, passing from hand to hand, each set of hands believing it owned something it was only holding temporarily. He pushed the coupe off the road and into the drainage ditch where the kudzu and the Virginia creeper would begin their work, and within a month the car would be a shape beneath green, recognizable only to someone who knew what they were looking for, and nobody was looking. The body went into the well, not the spring box, not the couple's household water, the dry well at the edge of the tree line behind the barn, the one with the rusted windlass and the heavy cap, and the chain that no one had used in years. He carried the body across the orchard in full dark, slung over his shoulder, and he lifted the wooden cap from the well and let the body drop. The sound it made at the bottom was hard and definitive, the sound of a body hitting dry stone because the well had gone dry long ago, the water table dropping below the shaft's depth at some point in the past, and nobody had bothered to dig deeper or fill it in. It was a good well for his purposes, deep enough that nothing would be visible from above, dry enough that there would be no smell for months, the mountain air circulating down through the shaft and drying what it touched. He replaced the cap and stood in the dark, and the night was quiet, and the orchard was quiet, and the farmhouse below was dark, and the barn was dark, and the valley held him the way a hand holds a thing it has no intention of releasing. He killed his second man 9 days later, a younger man, a hiker with a pack and boots too new for the terrain, who had come up the road on foot looking for the Appalachian Trail access that his guidebook claimed was somewhere in these mountains and was not. Toby stepped down from the cross, and the hiker saw him, and the hiker's face registered something that might have been surprise and might have been recognition. Not of Toby specifically, but of the situation, the understanding that comes too late to do any good. And then Toby's hands were on him, and the hiker was lighter than the first man and went down faster. And the only difficulty was the pack, which had to be removed before the body could be carried, and Toby buried the pack in the soft earth beneath an apple tree, and carried the body to the well and dropped it. And the sound it made this time was different, softer, a body landing on a body rather than on stone. He settled into a rhythm, a kill every 10 days or so, sometimes less, depending on the traffic. The road was not busy, but it was not abandoned, and the mix of travelers was varied enough that no pattern would suggest itself to anyone assembling the absences. A salesman, a hiker, a woman in a sedan with Virginia plates who had been crying when she got out of the car and who Toby killed not because she had seen him, but because she had stopped, and because stopping was enough. He did not select. He did not prefer. He took what the road gave him, the way a fisherman takes what the river gives, without judgment or ceremony, and the well received what he brought it, and the orchard kept its silence, and the couple in the farmhouse sat on their porch or moved through their yard and gave no indication that the world around them contained anything they could perceive. He took what the dead carried, wallets, watches, rings if the rings would come off. He kept the cash and buried everything else beneath the apple trees, a constellation of small graves across the orchard floor that only he could read. He did not spend the money because there was nowhere to spend it, and he did not need much, and what he needed he could take. Apples from the trees, water from the spring box, the old couple's water, which he drank without a thought, the way he walked through their yard without a thought, because they were his, the couple, and the orchard, and the well, and the valley. They belonged to him because he was the strongest thing in them, and strength was ownership, and ownership was safety, and he had been so strong for so long that the idea of being weak had become as foreign to him as the idea of being caught, a thing that happened to other men, lesser men who did not understand that the world was a simple machine that ran on force, and that the man who supplied the most force controlled the machine. The water from the spring box changed in the third week of September, not in any way Toby could have named. The water was still cold, still clean. It still carried the faint mineral taste of the limestone ridge it filtered through. But there was a new element in it now, a second taste so close to the water's own that it occupied the same space, the way a voice, singing in unison, with another voice disappears into the harmony and cannot be heard separately. He noticed the change by not noticing it. The recognition came after the fact. The way hearing a creak means you've already stopped listening for it. The water went down the same way. It sat in his stomach the same way. The only difference was that the jar on the porch was now full when he arrived each morning. The water beaded on the glass in the way water beads when it has just been poured, and the couple was filling it for him now rather than leaving it to fill from the overflow, and this attention struck Toby as the behavior of people who had accepted his presence the way they accepted the weather, and he drank it as his due. The first body had been in the well for 2 weeks when the water changed. He did not connect these things because there was nothing to connect. The spring box and the well were 100 yards apart and drew from different sources, and the couple could not have known about the well because the couple could not hear or see anything that happened beyond the radius of their porch. He drank, and the water was water, and the valley was his, and the mornings were cold now, and the apples were falling. He had been in the valley 5 weeks when he noticed the first thing that did not fit. It was a smell. He had been crossing the orchard at dawn after a night on the cross, moving through the trees with the light coming gray and cold through the branches, and the smell came from the direction of the barn, and it stopped him, the way an unexpected sound stops a man in a dark room. He knew the smell the way a butcher knows blood, not from any single encounter, but from a long accumulation that had built in him a recognition so deep it lived below thought. It was the smell of a body that had moved past the first stage of its dissolution and into the longer, slower phase where the flesh dries and the smell changes from something wet and commanding to something dry and particular, almost sweet, the way fruit leather smells when it has been left too long in a window. It was coming from inside the barn. He told himself it was a deer. A deer had gotten in and died and was drying in the October air, and the couple hadn't found it because they could not hear or smell, and the thing to do was to go in and drag it out himself. He believed this in the way you believe the first explanation that offers itself for something you do not want to examine. And he went to the shack and slept. 3 days later, the smell had deepened. The dry sweetness, joined by a chemical sharpness he could not identify, a sharpness that stung his nostrils and made his eyes water when the wind brought it directly. And he thought of tanning solution, and then of lye, and then stopped thinking about it, and went up to the cross at dusk and killed a man in a pickup truck who had stopped to check his tires, and the man died with his hands on the rear fender, and Toby carried him to the well and dropped him in, and the sound was the layered sound of body on bodies. And he replaced the cap and stood there, and the smell from the barn was in the air, and he could not tell if it was stronger near the well than near the barn, or if the two smells were the same smell coming from two directions. He had not been inside the barn since his first week. He had gone in looking for tools and found it mostly empty. A rusted plow blade, cedar fence posts, the leather traces of a harness on a nail, and at the far end, a door that was padlocked. He had thought nothing of the padlock because people in the country locked doors, and a man learned early not to take an interest in the locked doors on property that was not his. But the padlock and the smell were connected now in his mind. He began watching the barn. He watched it from the orchard, sitting in the grass with his back against an apple tree, and he watched for 3 days and saw nothing. The old man went in once a day in the morning and came out 10 minutes later. The old woman did not go to the barn at all, but the smell persisted, and the acrid edge of it grew sharper. Then, on the 4th day, he saw the old woman's hands. She was in the yard between the house and the barn, planted very still with her face turned toward the barn, and her hands were moving. Not the way hands move when a person is doing something useful, but the way hands move when a person is directing something out of sight. The fingers spread and the wrists turning in small, deliberate arcs, rhythmic and repeated and with the quality of rehearsal. Someone practicing a gesture they intended to perform later with more purpose. Then she stopped and lowered her hands and went inside, and Toby sat against his tree, and the satisfaction that had been living in his gut since the first week went cold and strange. He told himself she was losing her mind the way old women in the mountains did, slowly and without drama. He believed it until the next night when he saw the light. The light was inside the barn. He saw it at 2 in the morning, a faint yellow glow visible through the gaps in the siding, the kind of light a kerosene lamp makes when the wick is trimmed low, and the light moved from one end of the barn to the other, someone walking the length of the building with the lamp and then walking back, a slow procession that took several minutes in each direction. The pattern was too regular to be someone searching and too slow to be someone working, and the only word his mind produced was ceremony. The light moved with the cadence of a rite performed in the same order each time, each pause and resumption falling on a beat established long ago. The light was there again the next night and the night after that. Each time it started after midnight and lasted until 3 or 4, and each time it moved in the same pattern, the same pauses in the same places, and by the third night he had stopped telling himself stories about what it meant and was simply watching, the way you watch something that has passed beyond the range of explanation. His hands had begun to stiffen. He noticed it first on a morning in the first week of October, nearly 2 weeks after the water had changed, a tightness in the fingers that he worked loose against his thighs until the joints loosened and the fingers could curl and straighten without resistance. The stiffness went away by midday and he forgot about it. The next morning it was back, slightly worse, and again he worked it loose and again he forgot. By the end of the week the forgetting was no longer possible. The stiffness was persisting into the afternoon, a rigidity in the middle knuckles that made his hands feel thick and clumsy, and the exercises that had worked in the first days now only reduced it rather than eliminating it, so that by evening his hands were functional but not fluid, and the difference between functional and fluid was the difference between a man who could close his hands fast enough to kill and a man who could not. He thought it was age. He was 43 and had spent most of those years outdoors. His father's hands had locked into claws by 50. The fingers curved inward like a fist that could not complete itself, and Toby had always assumed this would come for him too, because what came for your father came for you. But it was not only his hands. His knees caught, a hitch in the joint when he stood, that felt less like stiffness and more like something mechanical, a bolt seating and unseating. His neck would not turn fully to the left. His shoulders restricted the range of his arms. His hips resisted lateral movement. His jaw ached in the morning. And the water went down cold and mineral from the mason jar each morning, and Toby drank it as his due. The rightful portion of a man who had taken possession of the land, and the thought that the water might be anything other than water did not enter his mind, because the mind that conceives of poison is a mind that conceives of itself as vulnerable. And Toby Hensley had not conceived of himself as vulnerable since he was 12 years old, and had put his hands around the neck of the dog that bit him, and discovered that the distance between alive and dead was shorter than anyone had told him. He kept climbing the cross. He kept standing on the footrest and waiting, but the stepping down was harder now, and the drop jarring something in his ankles, and the walk across the gravel had acquired a stiff economy that frightened him because economy was visible. On a Thursday night in the second week of October, a car came up the hollow with one headlight out and pulled off at the bend, and a man got out and walked to the front and knelt to look at the dead lamp. Toby stepped down from the cross, and the stepping down sent a jolt through both knees that he absorbed, and he crossed the gravel in the way he had always crossed it, each boot placed in the silence between the man's movements, and he reached the man, and the man was still kneeling, and Toby's hands went to the man's throat and closed. They did not close. His fingers reached the skin, and the command to close went out from wherever commands originate and traveled down his arms and arrived at his hands, and his hands did not close. The fingers curled inward, but they curled slowly, the knuckles bending against a resistance that had not been there 2 weeks ago, and the man felt the touch and flinched and pulled sideways, and Toby's hands were still closing, still working toward the grip that had always been instantaneous, and the man scrambled backward on the gravel, and Toby forced the fingers shut and felt them arrive at a position that was not a grip, but an approximation of one. The way a drawing of a hand is an approximation, close enough to recognize but missing. The thing that makes it real, and the man was up and running and reached his car, and the door slammed and the engine caught, and the one working headlight swept across the orchard as the car reversed and went back down the hollow, and Toby stood in the road with his hands half closed at his sides, and the engine sound fading into the sound of the creek and the wind, and the silence of the valley rearranging itself around a new fact. His hands would not open fully. He stood in the road and tried to straighten his fingers, and they straightened partway and stopped, the tendons holding at a tension that felt less like muscle and more like the memory of muscle, an echo of the contraction still living in the fibers after the contraction itself had ended. He worked them one at a time, peeling each finger back from the partial curl, and they moved, but they moved, bending against their preference the way unseasoned timber bends, yielding but wanting to return. And when he had them as straight as they would go, he looked at them in the dim starlight, and they did not look like his hands. They looked like hands belonging to someone else, hung at an angle that was not his angle, thicker and wronger than what he remembered. He went back to the cross and climbed it, and stood on the footrest and did not sleep. The man was gone and had not seen his face and would not come back. But the fact of the escape was not what kept Toby awake. What kept him awake was the interval, the half-second between the command and the response. The gap where obedience had always lived, instantaneous and total, was now occupied by something else, a delay that felt like translation, as though the signal from his brain was being converted into a language his hands no longer spoke fluently. And the delay was the length of a man's life, because a man who cannot close his hands in the time it takes another man to flinch is a man who cannot kill. And a man who cannot kill is a man who has lost the only skill that separates him from the world's ordinary vulnerability. And the vulnerability was there now, enormous and new, pressing against him from every direction. In the morning, the stiffness was less. It was always less in the morning, sleep undoing whatever the day accumulated. And he drank the water from the jar on the porch and did not think about the water because thinking about it would have required him to admit that something in this valley was acting on him. And admitting that would have required him to admit that he was a thing that could be acted upon. And this admission was so foreign to the architecture of his self-regard that it could not be processed, only refused. And so he drank and refused and drank again, and the water did what it did. But the failed kill lived in him now the way splinter lives in the meat of a thumb, present at every movement, felt with every flex. He did not go to the cross the next night, or the night after that. He sat in the shack in the dark. His lamp was dry, and he could not refill it. And he worked his hands open and closed, measuring the resistance. And each night, the resistance was slightly greater, and each morning it was slightly less. But the floor it returned to was rising, the baseline climbing upward. And he could track the climb in the difference between what his hands could do at dawn and what they could do by dark. He noticed other things. He noticed the old man carrying bundles into the barn, small things wrapped in cloth, cradled against his chest with both arms, brought from the farmhouse with the care a man gives glass or a newborn. The old man did this 3 times in one afternoon, and each time he came back empty-handed, and each time his face wore no expression, the features arranged into a stillness Toby recognized, because he had cultivated the same stillness in himself, the face you wore when what you were doing required that nobody see you doing it. And there was something else about the old man that Toby noticed for the first time, now that he was watching more closely. The man's hands were steady. Not the trembling, uncertain hands of a man navigating by memory, but hands that close on what they reach for without correction. The fingers finding the object on the first try. And the measured economy of his movement through the yard was not the economy of impairment, but something else. The economy of a man who has learned not to waste motion, because wasted motion is visible, and visibility is something to be avoided. And this was a principle Toby knew well because it was his own principle, and seeing it practiced by someone he had classified as furniture, produced in him a sensation he had not felt in years, which was the sensation of having miscounted something important. He noticed the well cap had been moved, not moved far, an inch at most, the edge no longer flush with the stone rim, the cap lifted and replaced by someone who had not matched the original position. He walked to the well and stood over it, and the cap was heavy, and a frail old man could not have lifted it alone. But there was the windlass, the iron drum, and the rusted chain, and the chain was no longer hanging slack from the drum, the way it had been when he first examined the well in August. The chain had been used. He could see it in the wear on the links nearest the drum, the rust abraded where metal had bitten against metal under tension, and the cap could have been lifted by threading the chain through the ring bolt and cranking the windlass, and the windlass would have provided the leverage that two elderly bodies could not. And the purpose of lifting the cap would have been to lower something into the well or to raise something out of it. And the bodies were 7 or 8 feet down in the dark, and anyone who cranked the windlass and lowered a hook would find them. The grass was worn to bare dirt in a line wider than one man's path, and there were marks in the dirt that were not his boot prints, marks flat and wide, the kind of marks heavyweight leaves when it is dragged, and the drag marks when in both directions, toward the well and away from it, and the ones going away were deeper. He noticed one morning, crossing the orchard to the porch, that the mason jar was already full. The water beaded fresh on the glass, and the old woman was standing inside the screen door watching him approach. And he saw her watching, and she saw him see her, and neither of them changed expression, and Toby picked up the jar and drank from it, standing 3 feet from her face, because he was Toby Hensley, and she was furniture, and furniture does not poison the man who owns it. The water was cold and clean, and it carried in it the compound that was not the water, and the thing did its work. And Toby set the jar down and walked back to the shack, and his hands were stiff, and the stiffness lasted until noon. He needed kerosene. His lamp had gone dry, and the nights were long, and the dark in the shack was total. And without the lamp, the dark and the stiffness advancing together, the lamp's absence and the joint's refusal arriving on the same schedule. The couple had kerosene. He had seen the 5-gallon can on the shelf inside the barn door. He would go at night when the couple was asleep and fill a jar and be back before anyone knew. The couple would not notice because people who kept 5-gallon cans did not measure to the pint. He waited for a night when the barn was dark. Came on a Thursday. He checked the barn 3 times between midnight and 2, and the gaps in the siding showed only darkness, and the farmhouse was dark, and the valley was silent. He crossed the orchard on the path, and the walk that had taken 8 minutes in September took 14 now, each step a negotiation between his will and whatever was happening in his joints. He came to the barn and lifted the latch, and the door swung open on hinges that made no sound, and the silence of the hinges was the first thing that did not fit, because hinges on a barn this old should have screamed, and these did not. And the absence of sound meant they had been maintained, oiled, kept, and maintenance implied use, and use implied frequency. The barn was dark, and the smell hit him like a hand across the face. Not the diluted version the wind carried, but the source, concentrated, the dry sweetness, and the chemical sharpness, and beneath them, the smell he knew better than any other because it was the smell of his work. He breathed through his mouth and let his eyes adjust. The barn assembled itself. The plow blade, the fence posts, the harness on its nail, the floor open and empty. And at the far end, the padlocked door, which was not padlocked. It was open, and there was light beyond it. Not kerosene light, but something cooler, steadier, and the light fell through the open door onto the barn floor in a narrow stripe. And Toby found the kerosene can on its shelf, and it was dry, empty, another thing that did not fit. And his heart was hitching the way his knees hitched, and he set the can down and walked toward the light. He walked the length of the barn. The stiffness gave his movement a formality, each step placed with the deliberateness of a man in a procession. And the light grew, and the smell grew with it. He reached the door and looked through it. The room ran the full width of the barn. From the rafters shapes hung, and the lantern light caught the lines that held them, and the lines gleamed like wet spider silk, and the shapes turned slowly in whatever draft came through the walls. His mind said laundry, and held the word for the time it took his eyes to find the faces. And the faces had been pulled tight against the bone by drying, and the lips were drawn back, and the sockets had collapsed, and they were not laundry. They were bodies. They had been bodies, and they had been dressed in burlap, sewn with small, even stitching in heavy thread, the same rough fabric as his own scarecrow suit. And the cords ran from the wrists and elbows and jaws and crowns of the heads, up through iron pulleys on the rafters, and down to a wooden frame at the far end, where the old man and the old woman sat in rocking chairs working the levers. And Toby saw all of it at once, because the mind that has spent 20 years looking at dead men does not need to be taught what dead men look like. It sees them whole and what it cannot absorb. Whole is not the dead, but the motion. The arms rising, and the heads tilting, and the jaws opening in unison, and the body swaying forward from the waist in what was a bow, a slow, synchronized bow of reverence, and the levers reversing, and the bodies straightening and bowing again, and the old woman whispering to them in a voice below the threshold of words, the tone of a woman speaking to people she loved, people who had finally come home, 7 of them. He saw the salesman among them, the narrow shoulders, the long arms, the way the head sat tilted on the neck. And the salesman had been in the well 5 days ago, and now he was here, cleaned and dried and rigged and bowing with the rest. And the well was not a repository. The well was a collection point, the near end of a transaction he had never agreed to. The windlass, the abraded chain, the drag marks on the path. The couple had been cranking the bodies up from the dry shaft and carrying or dragging them to the barn and turning them into congregants, into a church of the dead that assembles itself from Toby's work the way a nest assembles itself from what the bird brings. And the bird does not understand that it is building something. It only understands the carrying. And Toby had understood only the carrying. The spring box, the water, the cold, clean water he had been drinking every morning because he was Toby Hensley, and the valley was his, and the couple was nothing, and their water was his, and the man does not question what belongs to him. The jar had been there before the first body went into the well, but the water had changed after it. The couple filling the jar fresh each morning with something dissolved into the spring water that hid inside its mineral taste, the way a copperhead hides in dead leaves. And the dosing had begun when the first body appeared, because the first body was what told the couple that the valley's new resident was useful, and that useful things should be maintained and maintained. Things should be prepared, and the preparation was the water, and the water was preparing him the way you prepare a field, slowly, thoroughly, working the resistance out of the soil until the soil will accept whatever you plant in it. He stepped back from the door, 3 steps before the old woman stopped whispering. The silence was worse than the whisper. The levers stopped. The bodies stopped mid-bow. The old woman's head turned, and she was looking at the open door, not at Toby, but at the door, and her expression was the expression of someone who has heard something they expected to hear, and the waiting is over. He did not wait. He turned and walked fast through the barn and out the door and into the orchard. The night air hit him, and he was moving through the apple trees with his legs doing what they could still do, which was less than an hour ago, less than that morning. The stiffness no longer a condition, but a direction, a vector moving inward from every surface of his body, and the center was failing. His knees locked and released and locked again in cycles that shortened with each step, and his hips resisted the lateral shift of walking, and his spine refusing the curve that speed required. And the apple trees stood around him in the dark, like witnesses to something they had seen before. He stumbled. An apple turned beneath his boot, and his ankle caught, and his knee locked, and he went down on one hand, and the hand did not have the flexibility to absorb the impact, and the wrist folded, and he lay in the wet grass among the fallen apples. And the getting up took a very long time because his body had crossed some threshold while he was in the barn, the dosage reaching some critical accumulation in his tissues. And the muscles that had been resisting his commands were now refusing them outright, and then relenting, and then refusing again. A stutter in the chain of obedience that made every movement provisional. He was on his feet. The farmhouse was dark behind him. The barn was dark. But the darkness did not mean the couple was inside it. The darkness meant only that the lanterns were out, and the old woman had heard him, and the old man would be with her, and they would be moving through the orchard on the same path because it was the only path, and they knew it better than he did. The cross. The cross was where he had always gone when the world became dangerous. The place where Toby Hensley disappeared and the scarecrow took his place, where no one could find him because there was no one to find. If he could reach the cross and get onto the footrest and go still, then whatever was happening would happen to a scarecrow, and scarecrows do not need to move. He came out of the trees onto the road, and the cross was there against the sky. Crossed the gravel with his legs stiff but functional, locked but mobile, and he reached the cross and put his hands on the wood and pulled himself up. Every joint resisted and then yielded a half-beat late, and his fingers found the crossbeam and curled around it and held, and he got his boots on the footrest and leaned back and spread his arms along the wood and let his chin drop. He felt the mechanism engage. A bar beneath the footrest shifted. A bar or a rod seated by his weight into a position it had never found before, and it had never found it before because it had not been set to find it. And the reason it was set now was that someone had come to the cross while Toby was in the barn and had done whatever was needed to arm the trigger, pulling the pins that held the hickory collars in their channels, setting the rod that connected the footrest to the release. And the someone who had done this was the same someone who had built the levers and the pulleys and dressed the dead and filled the mason jar each morning with the spring water and the thing that was not spring water. And their patience was not the patience of a predator, but the patience of a farmer who has watched the sky all season and knows the day has come to bring the harvest in. The wooden collars closed on his wrists. They came up out of the crossbeam, the curved hickory pieces he had noticed on his first day, and dismissed as structural bracing, and they swung on the iron pins and met their other halves, fixed to the top of the beam, and the fit was seamless, and the sound they made was a click, small and precise, and the wood was snug against the bones of his wrists, and the bones would not compress. A third collar rose behind the junction of beam and upright, two curved pieces of oak that met at his throat and at the back of his neck, and joined with the same pins and the same click, and his head was held against the wood and could not turn. He understood what the cross was, Not a scarecrow's frame and not a hunter's blind, but the barn's front gate, the intake, the place where the newest member of the congregation waited while the preparations were made. The channels in the crossbeam were original. The iron pins were original. The footrest was original. The cross had been designed as a single mechanism, every part integrated, and everything Toby had believed about his position in this valley, that he was the predator, the one who chose, had been as wrong as the greased pencil face on the feed sack, a crude approximation bearing no resemblance to the thing it was meant to represent. The orchard was quiet. The road was empty. He tried to speak and his jaw moved, but the sound was compressed and airless, forced through muscles the water had been working on for weeks, and the sound carried nothing. Two figures came out of the orchard. They moved slowly along the path, the old man with a coil of rope over one shoulder, and the old woman carrying something folded in her arms. They walked toward the road and toward the cross with the unhurried pace of people who have done this before and will do it again, and their faces were calm and utterly occupied, the faces of people performing the work they were born to perform. The old man moved with the same deliberateness Toby had seen in the yard, the measured steps, not the caution of impairment, but the economy of a man who has carried ropes to this cross enough times that the walk has become as automatic as breathing. And the old woman beside him moved with the same economy, her back straight and her stride sure, and her arms holding the folded burlap with the competence of a woman who has dressed many bodies and will dress many more. The old woman reached the cross first. She stood below him and looked up, and her eyes were clear and dark and unhurried, and she studied him the way a seamstress studies cloth. And then she reached up and touched the backs of his fingers where they lay inside the collar. Her touch was warm and dry and almost gentle, and the gentleness was worse than cruelty, because cruelty at least acknowledges the thing it hurts, and this gentleness did not. It was directed at what he would become and not at what he was. And the difference between those two things was the distance between a man and a shape in a barn. And the distance was closing, and there was nothing in him that could hold it open. She unfolded the burlap. It had been cut into a garment. The seams were started, the stitching small and even, done with the same heavy thread as the garments on the bodies in the barn. It had been cut to his measurements, and it had been waiting the way the collars had been waiting, and the water had been waiting, and the whole of his time in the valley had been a season, a growing season, and he was the crop, and the season was over, and the harvest was here. The old man worked with the rope. His hands moved with the ease of a man who has tied these knots hundreds of times, looping and cinching. And the couple worked in the silence of people who have nothing left to say because the work has always spoken for itself. They stepped back. They stood at the edge of the road, and the old woman put her hand on the old man's arm, and he covered it with his own, and they stood for a moment, two people looking at what they had made, and then they turned and walked back into the orchard, and the sound of their footsteps faded into the sound of the creek and the wind, and the last apples falling in the dark. Toby hung on the cross. The collars held his wrists and his neck, and the footrest held his boots, and whatever the water had become inside him held the rest. He could feel it finishing. The leading edge of it moved through the last soft places, the muscles of his face going taut against the bone, the skin drawing tight, the tendons standing out on his neck. His eyes were open because the muscles that closed them no longer answered to him, and his eyes looked down at the road, and the road was empty, and the sky was changing in the east, the black going to gray. 2 points of light appeared on the road below. Headlights coming up out of the hollow in the slow way headlights move on a mountain road, the beams swinging across the trees at each switchback. The car was coming toward the bend where the cross stood, and the driver would see a scarecrow on the cross and would stop or not stop. And it did not matter which, because the orchard would provide what the barn required the way it always had. And in the trees behind the cross, something moved toward the road with the patience of a thing that has never once had to hurry. And Toby watched it come.